The story began with a cry echoing through the morning hall. "Master, you died so tragically. Master, please take this paper money, and don't be stingy with the evil spirits if you encounter them." The weeping came from a maidservant who continued to sob, "Hoo-hoo, master, please don't come back to find us. Every year when the day comes, we will all pay our respects to you." While burning the money, she muttered, "If one day we forget, please bear with it a little, hoo-hoo." She had no idea that inside the coffin, a man with white hair was lying there. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked ahead with a start. He wondered, "Where am I? Where is this?" Then, he sat up from the coffin and looked around in a daze. "Morning hall, ancient clothes, have I transmigrated?" The maidservant beside him was still burning paper money, oblivious to everything. At this moment, a bolt of lightning flashed across his head, causing a sharp pain. What is this? A flood of memories suddenly surged in. The overwhelming information was too much for him to bear, and he cried out in pain, "AAA." This commotion made the maidservant's face turn pale, her eyes widening. Thinking it was a ghost, she quickly ran away, shouting, "Oh no! The master's corpse has risen." After taking in the information, he realized, "My name is Chen Luo, courtesy name Dongliu, 19 years old. My parents are both dead. I have a beautiful older sister and a house. This place is the Great Xuan Dynasty, Luoning Prefecture, Wannan County. I am the head of the Chen family, a family of scholars. I could read at 3, compose poetry at 5, and recite classics at 7, but at 19, I'm a good-for-nothing." Chen Luo sighed and thought, let's ignore the unimportant memories. What's important is why Chen Luo died. A memory of Chen Luo's death appeared. He was strangled by a terrifying ghost with its tongue wrapped around his neck. The ghost spat out each word, "The Chen family will all die." The cracking sound of his neck breaking made Chen Luo break out in a cold sweat. A head fell off. Involuntarily, he touched his neck. "Damn, I got my neck snapped in a dream. Does that mean this world has ghosts and demons?" A gust of wind blew through the window. He hugged his arms tightly. "Why do I feel so cold?" He sat up, preparing to climb out of the coffin, thinking, I'm still in the morning hall. The more I think about it, the more scared I get. I need to leave quickly. Suddenly, a basin of dog blood was poured directly onto his face, making his eyes widen in surprise. In front of him was the maidservant from before. She had returned with many other servants. Beside her was an old servant holding a basin full of dog blood. The old servant yelled, "Quick, take action. Black dog blood won't hold him for long." The maidservant also nervously pointed at him and said, "I heard that the thing reanimated from a corpse is most afraid of being nailed to the coffin. Quickly bring the coffin and nail him to it." 2 servants pressed him down while the old servant stood behind, holding a nail in one hand and a hammer in the other, ready to strike Chen Luo. Chen Luo was so terrified that his face turned pale. He cursed inwardly, "Damn it, did I just transmigrate to be nailed to death?" He also thought, aren't transmigrators supposed to have a system? Where is the system? Seeing the old man about to hammer the nail into him, Chen Luo shouted, "System. Host is calling for you. Come out and save me." His shout startled all the servants, who stared at him with anger. After Chen Luo's shout, the room was silent and nothing happened. Everyone looked at each other, speechless. Suddenly, the maidservant screamed, holding her head, "AAA. It must be words from the underworld. We mustn't listen to it, it will shorten our lifespan. Hurry and nail him down." Realizing he couldn't escape this time, Chen Luo's face grew paler. He sadly sighed, "Am I really going to die like this after transmigrating?" Suddenly, a female figure appeared before Chen Luo, but he couldn't clearly see her features. She was walking towards him, extending a hand and saying, "Stop, for me." Chen Luo's vision started to blur. He slowly closed his eyes and lost consciousness. Chen Luo found himself in a completely black void. His whole body was falling. He wondered, where is this place now? At the same time, countless pens were falling from the sky, following him down. He was surprised, what is this? Chen Luo and the pens fell to the ground. After landing, black ink splattered from the tips of the pens, covering his body in a strange black color. A golden light from the sky illuminated the black space. 2 lines of golden scripture appeared in the sky, making Chen Luo gape in astonishment. Classics, histories, philosophies, collections, theories are all from the heavens. Explanations, interpretations, and worldly affairs are but mere appearances. Buddhism does not bother with the affairs of the mortal world. But how many comprehend the wonders within the books? He wondered, is this a personal space, auto-hack, or heaven? Suddenly, the surrounding black color disappeared. A scene appeared before Chen Luo, filled with beautiful blooming flowers, a stark contrast to the previous gloom. Chen Luo really didn't know what had happened. Then, he saw a flower drift past him, and he exclaimed in surprise. Chen Luo reached out and caught the flower. But when he opened his hand, the flower was gone. In its place was a wisp of black smoke. The black smoke swirled and then gently touched Chen Luo's brow. Instantly, an image of a ghost with bloodshot eyes appeared. Golden lights emanated from Chen Luo's body, swirling around him. He opened his eyes in shock. This is ghost catching, Zhongkue. In the sky was the image of a large eye. Within the eye was the silhouette of a red dragon, bound by chains. In the sea of flowers, Chen Luo was running, reaching out as if trying to hold onto the petals in the sky, saying, wait, wait. As he ran, his feet stepped on the flowers. Suddenly, each petal lit up and floated into the sky, causing Chen Luo to exclaim in surprise, this is. The scene in the sea of flowers disappeared. Currently, Chen Luo was lying on his bed, holding his head in confusion. He inhaled deeply. Too many things were stuffed into my head, it hurts. Suddenly, Chen Luo smelled a fragrance. He thought, huh? It smells so good. Where is this? Suddenly, he panicked. In front of him was a beautiful woman with pink hair, fast asleep. She was so beautiful that Chen Luo had to exclaim, ah, a beauty with such looks. If uploaded to the internet, would definitely be very popular. Suddenly, memories flooded back. Chen Luo saw himself as a child, being led by the hand by his pink-haired older sister. When Chen Luo was asleep, it was his older sister who carried him on her back. When he was bullied, it was also she who stood up to protect him. Chen Luo frowned slightly. Heiser, so she's my older sister. I thought it was my childhood sweetheart, who was married here to be my concubine. Chen Luo's gaze softly turned towards his older sister. He thought, so from the start, I had an older sister. In my hazy memories, the one who came to save me seems to be her. Furthermore, she gave up her bed for me and watched over me all night. He closed his eyes, feeling happy inside. Not bad. I wasn't an orphan from the start. The difficulty immediately decreases. But this transmigrated world isn't like the normal ones. In his memories, Jihu Jiyi, this world uses reading books to cultivate and become stronger. The weird problem is that this world only has 3 types of classic books: Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism. There is no other type of books. No online novels. No manga, and no, he, the kind of books that also knows he. Then, Chen Luo suddenly remembered, wait, just now in the dreamscape, it seems like flower petals were flying around Chen Luo. Those flower petals were all entertainment books. Chen Luo was confused, in a place that only has the classics of the 3 teachings, where you can cultivate by just reading books, isn't that like autohack? I still can't understand what a pile of entertainment books can do. He gradually broke out in a cold sweat. Why do I keep feeling like this system is malfunctioning? I really don't understand this system. Wouldn't it be better to directly give me some invincible super secret art, or an invincible diamond indestructible body, or even a copy of Li Sao or the Analyses? Ah, this system is really a scam. His older sister's voice interrupted the protagonist's thoughts. He looked over and saw that his older sister was still asleep, calling out dreamily, "Father." She rubbed her eyes. "Father, where are you?" A large question mark appeared in Chen Luo's mind. Before he could speak, his older sister had woken up and asked him with concern, "Xiao Luo, you're awake?" She hugged Chen Luo tightly. "Xiao Luo, that's so good." But she didn't notice her two mounds pressing against him. Suddenly, she saw Chen Luo's face redden, his soul seemingly flying away. His older sister shook him. "Why is your heart beating so fast? Are you still feeling unwell anywhere?" But she didn't know that it was probably because he was too excited that it led to heart palpitations. Thinking of the sight of those two majestic mountains, Chen Luo covered his face in shock. What am I talking about?" Unaware of what was happening, his older sister sat next to him. His older sister suddenly said, "I know. It must be because the blanket is too thick. I'll go tell Xiao Huan to change to a thinner one for you. Xiao Luo, you wait here. Don't wander around. I'll be right back." She turned, leaving Chen Luo sitting on the bed. Luckily, she didn't know why Chen Luo was acting like that. As soon as his older sister left, Chen Luo began to ponder, "Why does that sentence feel like I've heard it somewhere before?" He got out of bed, his heart full of determination. "Okay, I have to get up. I have to try it quickly. I have to write Zhong Kuei biography. That auto-hack must be of some use." No sooner said than done, he went to the study, rolled up his sleeves, and prepared to write Zhong Kuei biography. Just as he picked up his brush, an invisible hand appeared, gripping Chen Luo's head. Ancient blue forces spread throughout the room, as if trying to crush Chen Luo's head. It shocked him. This force, what is it?" He guessed, this is the power of heaven. He finally understood. It turns out that the reason why this world only has the classics of the three teachings is because the words written in the book must be approved by heaven to be used in this world. Chen Luo pouted. "Heaven in this world is really like a parent. I can't even write a simple entertainment book. If it was in the modern world, you'd be the one who's always reporting stuff, 100%. As soon as he finished speaking, an orange light flashed before his eyes. The book was glowing. The words he had just written appeared. "Heaven has approved of Zhong Kuei biography." Chen Luo understood. So that's how it is. The books taken from those flower petals in the dream can all be accepted by heaven. Which means, the four great classics, the four dreams of Lin Chuan, Tales of the Strange, Ghost Stories notes, will all be new works written by me. These entertainment books will be my system. As soon as he thought of this, Chen Luo wielded his brush. Golden lights flashed brightly. All Chen Luo saw were the lights from before. He was happy. I have a system, so it's much simpler now. Let me see what it's like." He looked at the glowing piece of paper in front of him. Why is it just glowing? Could it be that the power of Zhong Kuei biography is to blind dogs with its light? But he noticed that the light wasn't too blinding. Suddenly, strange red rays appeared on the page. Then, they formed a blood-red wave that shot straight at Chen Luo's face. After the impact, his head was swimming. He held his head in anger. Ayo. What was that? The red light gradually dissipated. Before Chen Luo was a demon. He bowed, respectful, "Moju, Zhong Kuei. Greets the master." The red light emanating from him overwhelmed the protagonist, causing him to exclaim, "You're too strong. Are you real? Was it the book I wrote that summoned you?" The demon remained respectful. "Master, I am not actually the real Zhong Kuei, but the book spirit within the Zhong Kuei biography you wrote, named Zhong Kuei." Chen Luo nodded. "A book spirit. So you know how to catch ghosts. He thought, well, I'm surrounded by a demon now. If I can't catch ghosts, I can only start over. Zhong Kuei continued, Master wrote in the story that I can eat ghosts. Heaven has also accepted it, so I can eat ghosts. However, the abilities of a book spirit and its author are interconnected, and so it is with me. Although I am innately able to restrain ghosts, I can only deal with ghosts 2 levels higher than you at most. Chen Luo held out his hand and counted, 2 levels higher than me. So my current level is. Upon knowing his level, he was shocked, freezing like a statue. He hid in a corner, talking to himself. His voice was filled with resentment. Why am I so weak? No wonder I was killed by a demon. Why is it only 0? Seeing his master so despondent, Zhong Kuei comforted him, Master, you don't need to look down on yourself like that. Under Chen Luo's doubtful gaze, Zhong Kuei continued, I am 2 levels above you, which means that you are the 2 levels in your own words. Level 1 can kill those ghosts who affect the weak-willed. And level 2 can kill evil ghosts that infiltrate people's dreams. Upon hearing that, Chen Luo's eyes lit up, and his whole body seemed to brighten. He thought of the ghost in his dream. The dream demon that killed his predecessor was an evil ghost. This card was perfect. Suddenly, Zhong Kuei yelled, There's Ghost Chi. Then, he flew out. Chen Luo quickly followed behind, yelling, I'm going too. The figure of a ghost appeared, saying, The Chen family will be wiped out. As he ran, he thought, that ghost said it would kill my whole family. It just killed me and now it's here again. Isn't it targeting my beautiful, kind, and generous older sister? If you dare touch my beautiful, kind, generous older sister, I will definitely make you vanish into thin air, you bastard. Then, Chen Luo suddenly stopped. In front of him was a maidservant who had fallen on the ground, painfully crying out, Aya. Chen Luo rushed over and asked anxiously, Xiao Huan, where is the young mistress? The maidservant, clutching her back, said, The young mistress said she saw a ghost and chased after it. I don't know what kind of gust of wind just blew past. But I can't even stand still. Young master, do you think I've been touched by a ghost? Before she finished speaking, the maidservant was stuttering. Her body was stiff, her mouth agape, unable to speak. Chen Luo wondered, What's wrong with you? The maidservant was now extremely terrified. She mustered all her strength and yelled, A ghost! Young master, run! Her yelling made her soul almost fly out. Then, Xiao Huang fainted. It turned out that Zhong Kuei was standing behind him, which was why the maidservant was so terrified. Chen Luo supported the soulless maidservant, directing his helpless gaze towards Zhong Kuei. Zhong Kuei then said, Master, don't be angry. I have found your older sister. Chen Luo asked, Where is she? Zhong Kuei used 2 fingers to cast a spell, swiping it across his eyes. Look for yourself. Chen Luo covered his eyes. Ah? That's cold. What are you doing? Zhong Kuei explained, It's a spell to open your yin-yang eyes. Please look up. Listening to Zhong Kuei, Chen Luo looked up, his mouth gaping. Older sister. His older sister was in the air, battling with a demon. Although the demon looked ferocious, she stood her ground, pointing her sword at him. Chen Luo ran while saying, Zhong Kuei, help me get a ladder. I need to get on the roof to help. Chen Luo was shocked when he saw his older sister in the courtyard, sitting still with her eyes closed. Zhong Kuei quickly explained, This is the physical body of your sister, master. What's up there is her soul. Chen Luo said with a bit of worry, I'm not surprised by that, but by the 5 silver needles. This is the forbidden secret technique, Heaven's Gate 13 needles of the Confucian sect that your sister cultivates. These are soul-crossing silver needles that seal off all senses of oneself in order for the soul to break free. At the same time, it will cause the loss of the ability to sense. Chen Luo clenched his fists. She must have been protecting me, which is why she was fighting the demon in the garden. Although I'm not her real brother, from now on. Chen Luo pointed his finger forward and yelled, Zhong Kuei, help. Yes, master, Zhong Kuei responded and stepped forward. Chen Luo thought of his older sister. She is my older sister. Looking at his older sister fighting ahead. Memories of her flashed through his mind. From when she took his hand as a child. When he was sick, she took care of him. When he was about to be nailed down, she used her body to shield him, saying, even if he's a zombie, he's still my little brother. His older sister was always there to protect him. Now that he had been reborn, this time he would live well. He vowed, Chen Zhuan, from now on, I will protect everything that belongs to the two of us. The battle in the sky grew more intense. The demon was laughing, kaka kaka. The demon's hand was about to grab Chen Zhuan. The red hand with long fingernails reached out, and was just about to grab. However, another hand grabbed the demon's hand, which surprised both him and Chen Zhuan. It was Zhong Kuei. He tightly gripped the demon's hand and said, Master's older sister, please go down. Leave it to me. Chen Luo was using the ladder to climb up to the roof, cursing as he climbed, damn demon, today I will smash your head. Hearing Chen Luo's voice, Chen Zhuan looked over and said, you can leave it to the gentleman. Little brother doesn't know magic. I am going to protect him. Zhong Kuei smiled and agreed. Zhong Kuei held the demon's hand, licking his lips, looking very eager. Then, he bit the demon. The demon cried out in pain, "Ah." Zhong Kuei exclaimed, is this the taste of a demon? How delicious. And he kept on enjoying his meal. Over here, Chen Luo was moving towards Chen Zhuan and calling, older sister. Chen Zhuan hugged him. Silly, why did you come here? She said, hurry back inside. Oh, right, that gentleman Chen Luo urged, don't talk, quickly go back to your body. I'll explain later. But Chen Zhuan just kept looking at him. He asked, what's wrong? Hurry back. What if your soul dissipates? Chen Zhuan gently touched his face, lovingly saying, let me look at you a little longer, in case I can't see you later. Chen Luo quickly pushed her away. Don't say such depressing words. Maybe it's just a loss of hearing. Just treat it like rhinitis. Chen Zhuan, being an ancient person, didn't know what rhinitis was. She asked, what is rhinitis? Chen Luo avoided the topic. Nothing, you should hurry back. Chen Luo turned around. Okay, then go back to your body. In an instant, Chen Zhuan's soul had returned to her body. Chen Zhuan had climbed down from the roof and approached, asking, how are you? Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? Chen Zhuan scratched her chin. You were right, I just can't hear. Chen Luo sighed in relief. That's good. You're immortal, why do you keep risking your life fighting with ghosts? Don't you know how dangerous that is? Chen Zhuan's eyes gradually turned grey. She said, I'm afraid that it will come to harm you again. Chen Luo's eyes welled up. Older sister. Chen Zhuan gently stroked his hair and asked, right, who was that gentleman just now? Chen Luo took her hand and said, his name is Zhong Kuei. He's a book spirit I summoned. But in his heart, he was thinking, she still thinks I don't know about her eyes. Chen Zhuan exclaimed in surprise, a book spirit. After dealing with the demon, Zhong Kuei landed in front of the two of them. Zhong Kuei bowed respectfully. Master, I have subdued the ghost. However, this ghost is not the real one behind wanting to harm you. Chen Luo frowned unhappily. It's not him. Then who wants to harm me? Under their questioning, Zhong Kuei continued, no, in the memories from eating this ghost, I discovered it is a tiger demon. Moreover, in its head, there's only a powerful tiger demon that is controlling it. Chen Luo calmly said, a tiger demon, huh? I understand. Chen Zhuan was also shocked. What? Chen Zhuan turned her eyes towards the protagonist. Xiao Luo, you go back to your room first. Help me call Xiao Huan here. We'll go report to the county office. And they won't ignore this demon issue. Chen Luo reassured his older sister. I'll go. I can handle this little matter. Chen Zhuan hesitated. But, in her mind, she saw the image of Chen Luo being impatient. I don't want to manage the family's affairs. Can't you let me read my books in peace? Or the times when he was annoyed and yelled at the servants, get out. You're just a bunch of servants I'm raising. She also remembered the time he held a book and said, I don't believe it. I definitely can see the elegance of words. I definitely can. Chen Zhuan wondered, Xiao Luo, you've never wanted to manage anything in the house before. Why are you so proactive about this today? Suddenly, Xiao Huan, her maidservant, came running, calling out, young mistress. Then, Xiao Huan saw Chen Zhuan's grey eyes. Xiao Huan gasped in shock. What happened to your eyes? Are you blind? At that surprise, Chen Zhuan was saddened. So my eyes are that obvious. Xiao Luo must have noticed it already. The maidservant next to her stood there crying. Hoo-hoo, what happened to the mistress's eyes? Hoo-hoo. Xiao Huan next to her was still sobbing, but she didn't forget to help support Chen Zhuan. Chen Zhuan comforted her. Xiao Huan, go call Ping Uncle. Tell Ping Uncle and Xiao Luo to go to the government office. In her mind, Chen Zhuan still couldn't forget Chen Luo's disgusted face, get out. The childish and arrogant Xiao Luo, who was distant from her. Now that her eyes were blind. What would become of the Chen family? Seeing Chen Zhuan's worried face, Chen Luo grabbed her hand, gently yet firmly saying, older sister. Don't be afraid. I'm here. I will handle everything properly. With that, Chen Luo and Zhong Kui turned and left. Even though she couldn't see, Chen Zhuan still followed his figure with her gaze and said, Xiao Huan, do you feel that Xiao Luo has changed? But Xiao Huan cried her eyes out. Hoo-hoo, I can't see anything, mistress. But you've changed a lot, hoo-hoo, your eyes are also blind now, hoo-hoo. Over here, as he walked, Chen Luo thought, damn it. After sorting through my memories, I just realized that the original Chen Luo was such a useless person. He didn't care about the important or minor matters in the house. He also sucked at studying. The entire Chen family relied on Chen Zhuan. After thinking that, his face turned ashen. So that's why Chen Zhuan was acting like that just now. Even if she was blind, she didn't want to talk to her little brother because it would be useless. What's the point of talking to a good-for-nothing? Then, Chen Luo turned his eyes towards Zhong Kui. Old Zhong, I have a question for you. Zhong Kui replied, please speak. He asked, is there any way to quickly increase one's prestige in a short period of time? Zhong Kui put his chin up and thought. Well, I actually know a way. Hearing that, Chen Luo was excited, tell me quickly. Zhong Kui said, take advantage of a dark and windy night to kill and set fires. I guarantee that your prestige can instantly increase from the ground to the underworld. Even the ledger of good and evil in the hands of the judge will record your heinous crimes. Chen Luo's face showed some dark lines. He was speechless at Zhong Kui's answer. He grabbed Zhong Kui. You're not learning anything good, just the bad stuff. I'm going to fight you. Zhong Kui pouted, as if to indicate that he didn't know anything and he was innocent. The noise of a man and a ghost reached Chen Zhuan. She asked Xiao Huan, what's in front? Xiao Luo seems very noisy. The poor Xiao Huan had been crying for a long time, and was now crying louder. Hoo-hoo, the young master seems to have gone crazy too. The next morning, the sunlight shone everywhere. At this time, Chen Zhuan was in her room, holding a piece of jade, thinking, this is the soul-stabilizing jade left by father. When Xiao Luo was reborn, the soul-stabilizing jade in his mouth didn't break. This shows that Xiao Luo couldn't have been possessed by a superior being. She held the jade tightly. Although Xiao Luo seems to have grown up, this is probably because after experiencing life and death, he has become mature. Xiao Luo has grown up. She kept muttering, making Xiao Huan behind her confused. What's wrong, mistress? Are you playing a face-changing game? At the same time as Chen Zhuan was convincing herself, Chen Luo was inspecting the identity information in the study. Young master once broke an old servant's tooth when he was a child. Does young master remember how old he was? Chen Luo replied, 6 years old. But it wasn't me who broke it. When he carried me to climb up to the Wanglu pavilion, he fell down to protect me and broke it. Chen Ping, the Chen family's manager, pointed at Chen Luo. The first classic that young master read was given by the old servant. Does young master remember what it was? In Chen Luo's head, there was an image of a dog being beaten until it had a bump on its head. Its head also had a question mark, as it didn't understand why it was being beaten. It was Spring and Autumn written by my father. But I couldn't read it, so in my anger, I tore it up. You lied to my father that it was bitten by a dog. The steward blushed with embarrassment, his hands intertwined. Well, this old servant has a good friend outside. Does young master still remember who I am talking about? Chen Luo crossed his arms. Bullshit, your good friend is Ma Shen, the cook in our house. When I was little, I loved the candy made by Ma Shen the most. You used your position for personal gain to invite Ma Shen to the mansion as a cook. Chen Luo glanced disdainfully at the blushing steward. It's been 15 years since that happened, and you still haven't gotten into Ma Shen's bed. I really look down on you. The steward hugged Chen Luo and cried, it really is young master. If it weren't for the old master's protection, letting young master die and come back to life, young master. This old servant is sorry to you. Tears and snot streamed down his face. Chen Luo helplessly shouted, hey, 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 let go of me. Chen Luo grabbed the old man's face and said, don't think I don't know, you are the one who splashed black dog blood on me. Chen Luo's face was already red from being held tightly. But the old man still didn't let go, crying woo 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 woo, making Chen Luo break out in a sweat and say, stop it, now. On the roof, 2 cats were stretching and sunbathing. The steward, with a bump on his forehead from Chen Luo's punch, sighed, Mrs. Wright, we should go report to the authorities now. There are still a dozen relatives, we should call them over. Chen Luo rubbed his hands, what are we calling them for? We are just going to report to the authorities, not to kill a demon. The steward turned pale with fright when he thought of the purple eyes. If it's a tiger demon, we have to be careful, right? Chen Luo calmly replied, you are quite cautious, but if we suddenly go report to the authorities, how should we answer when they ask us what happened? The steward knelt and bowed his head before him, sir, our house is being disturbed by a tiger demon. Luckily young master has a great fate, dying and coming back to life. Chen Luo remained calm, so what about the tiger demon? It's not here anymore, right? And that young master died and came back to life, right? Show me once, go ahead. The steward's face was covered in sweat. Young master is indeed young master, I really didn't think of this. Chen Luo said calmly, that's why. But before he finished, the steward's eyes lit up as he presented a knife in his hands. Young master, can you really perform dying and coming back to life once more? Chen Luo's eyes turned dull, helpless at the steward's absurd request. Chen Luo gave the steward another bump on his forehead. I understand now, it's not enough evidence, no logic, reporting to the authorities is useless. The steward had kissed the ground after Chen Luo's punch. Right, now think, when did we provoke a tiger? The old steward scratched his head and sighed, our Chen family has been farming and studying for generations. How could we have offended a tiger demon? The old master liked to travel around when he was alive, but other than eliminating demons and monsters, he had no other identities. He wouldn't have gotten involved. Suddenly, the steward jumped up and slapped his thigh. I remember. The old man recalled that a man had knelt down and begged him, "A tiger took my wife away, Steward Chen, please save her." 2 years ago, during the harvest season. Wang 11 Gui, a relative from Shaoxi village in the east of the city, came to the mansion, saying that a tiger had come out of the 11 Xiu mountains and had taken his wife. At that time, Miss was out working, so I told young master about it. But the original owner was indifferent and did not care, saying, "You can handle it, don't bother me with such small things." After that, this old servant made the decision to find the hunter Zhu Yong from Shaoxi village, giving him 20 taels of silver. And also dispatched a dozen families as his assistants to go into the 11 Xiu mountains to surround and kill that tiger. After listening to the old man's story, Chen Luo frowned. "What's the problem with that?" The steward said, "That tiger that was killed was a mother tiger." Hearing what the steward said, Chen Luo's eyes lit up, and an image of a hot female tiger appeared in his head. A female, could it be? Thinking of that scene, he collapsed. Could it be that the original owner, Chen Luo, was not just trash, but also messed with the feelings of a female tiger? Before his strange actions, the steward looked at him with confusion. The old steward called out, "Young master." Chen Luo raised his hand to stop him. "I know already. Where is the grave of that female tiger? Take me there to apologize to her." The steward looked at his expression, still not understanding what was going on. He widened his eyes. "No, young master." Chen Luo sighed. "How eyes? What kind of karma have I created?" He thought, "I've already transmigrated here, and now I have to clean up this mess for someone else. A mess cleaner god." The steward scratched his head with a helpless face. "Apologizing to the female tiger won't help, because the focus isn't on her, but that we haven't found the male tiger. Male and female tigers always stick together. Now that it's coming for revenge, it's probably that male tiger." Chen Luo's eyes became teary. "So that's how it is." On the side, the steward broke into a cold sweat. Chen Luo happily bounced around. "Isn't that just great? That's just great. No wonder I don't have any weird memories in my head." Seeing his young master as if he had a fever, the old steward was stunned, touching his own head. "Young master has gone crazy." Then, Chen Luo cleared his throat. "If we've found the cause of the matter, then the tiger is eating people, and we're taking action to eliminate the harm. It's not our fault." The steward nodded. "MHM, MHM. Chen Luo said, "If it wants revenge, then we'll fight it to the end." The steward, "Huh?" The steward continued to hold his head in fear. "Huh? Young master has really gone crazy." Seeing the steward's frightened expression, Chen Luo thought, "I was just muttering to myself, and he's looking at me like that. Is there something wrong? I'm acting so dignified now. Why is he still looking at me like that?" But he didn't know that the steward was remembering his frightened expression when seeing bugs hiding behind him and saying, "Uncle Ping, it all depends on you. I'll cheer you on. Charge." That was how the young master was before. He thought with a moved face, or perhaps, after experiencing a life-and-death situation, young master has really grown up. Highs, if that's the case, then the old master in the netherworld can rest in peace. He grabbed Chen Luo's hand, his eyes teary. "Young master, if the old master down there knew, he would definitely dance with joy for you. Hick. So great, hick." After hearing the steward's words, Chen Luo asked with a pale face, "What's wrong with you? You're not going to disco dance in front of my father's grave, are you? That's not okay." The steward was puzzled. "What is disco?" Chen Luo said, "Forget it, it's not important. If you're determined, then let's go eliminate the demon." After speaking, he turned to leave with a resolute face. "I'll go call the dozens of people in the front yard to go with us. We'll risk our lives with this thing today." Chen Luo quickly grabbed the steward's hand, saying, "You're risking your life. do you know where that tiger is? Don't be impulsive. When faced with a matter, we must be calm. Let's first investigate some clues. The steward nodded. Right. Need to be calm, need to be calm. Chen Luo let go of his hand, then chanted Zhong Kuei. Red glows appeared and swirled around his body. Zhong Kuei appeared, cupping his fist and bowing respectfully. Here I am, sir. Zhong Kuei's appearance startled the steward. His face turned blue, his mouth gaped, and his eyes widened. He thought, need to be calm, need to be calm, need to be calm. But his actions betrayed his thoughts. The steward fainted directly, foam appearing at the corner of his mouth and his hands stiff. Chen Luo and Zhong Kuei stood looking at him, speechless. Chen Luo supported the steward's pale face, asking Zhong Kuei, "Did you gather anything from eating that Tran ghost?" Zhong Kuei replied, "That Tran ghost only took form for about a month. Deep in its soul there was no human memory. Vaguely it could recognize that it was hunting for food. And someone called it Zhu Yong." Chen Luo's forehead broke out in sweat. Isn't that the hunter who led the group to capture the female tiger? While pressing the middle of the steward's philtrum, Chen Luo asked, "Is there any other news?" Zhong Kuei touched his forehead. In its memory, there's another scene. When this Tran ghost was hunting in the 11 Xiu Mountains, it was ambushed and killed. Hearing that, Chen Luo thought, the old servant made the decision to find the hunter Zhu Yong from Shaoxi village, giving him 20 taels of silver. And also dispatched dozens of strong men to go into the 11 Xiu Mountains to surround and kill that tiger. Letting the steward lie down on the ground, he said, 11 Xiu Mountains. In Chen Luo's mind, an image of a tiger with blood-red eyes glaring appeared. He said, "Found it, it's in the 11 Xiu Mountains." Night fell. An old steward was driving a carriage. On his shoulder was a large cloth bag, perhaps heading somewhere very far away. He said while driving, "Young master, is it really okay for us to do this? We really don't need to ask, miss." It turned out that the steward was Chen Luo's steward, and the person sitting in the carriage was none other than Chen Luo. The steward said, "Here are 2,000 taels of silver. The whole year's income of our Chen family is only about that much." Chen Luo lifted the curtain, coldly saying, "Uncle Ping, I'll ask you, who is the head of the Chen mansion?" The steward replied, "Of course, it's you." After receiving the answer, Chen Luo looked at him with cold eyes and said, "Then why, when I'm doing something, do I still need to ask, miss?" The steward was overwhelmed by his aura and was speechless. After a moment, he replied, "This old servant understands." When he thought of the cold look just now, he couldn't help but sigh. Young master is really different from before. On the other side, Chen Luo was cursing the original owner in his heart. Damn it, the original owner is really trash. Even spending a little money to deal with things is being questioned by a servant. Just how useless are you? But he remembered the image of the original owner laughing while lying on the bed, being served by two beautiful maids, one massaging his body, and the other taking off his clothes. Meanwhile, his older sister held an accounting book, dealing with the affairs of the Chen family. He said to himself, "If I can leech off my sister, it's really good. Lying down and doing nothing is not bad." But when he recalled the lightless eyes of his older sister, Chen Luo closed his eyes sadly. It's a pity for Zhuangji now. Chen Luo clenched his fist with determination. "If I'm reborn, there must be a will of heaven. From now on, it's my turn to protect you, Ji." The reason for bringing 2,000 taels of silver to the county was actually for one thing. Using the official seal of Daxuan, mobilizing the kingdom's chief Lo to investigate the 11 Xiu Mountains. Pinpointing the location of the tiger demon. Using the kingdom's chief Lo to investigate will consume chief Lo. If there's consumption, there must be compensation. Compensation of chief Lo must benefit the people, which means spending money to repair bridges and roads, support orphans and widows, and subsidize schools. Currently, Chen Luo was standing in front of the county office. The county gate was closed but still revealed its dignity. Chen Luo took a drumstick and struck the drum repeatedly. From the county gate, a soldier, still yawning, came out to open the door. He grumbled, upset by the disruption of his sleep. "Are you crazy, beating the drum in the middle of the night? I'll sue you for attempted murder." This was exactly why he needed to bring money to the county government. Chen Luo took out a silver ingot and held it in front of the soldier. "Brother, don't you remember me? I'm here to see Magistrate Tai, please help me announce it." Seeing the silver ingot, the soldier's face changed quickly, like a pancake turning over. The annoyance from before changed into a joyous expression. He took the silver ingot. Glancing left and right, "Oh, is it you, brother? It's been so long, I'll go now." Having said that, he ran off happily. He was too happy and forgot something. Not having gone far, he returned. "Brother, sorry, what's your name?" Suddenly, a voice of shock made both of them jump, question marks appearing in their heads. "What kind of demon is so bold as to occupy my grandson's body? You can deceive my granddaughter, you can deceive the servants, but you can't deceive Tai Tong Chen." Behind them was a man pointing his finger at Chen Luo's face. He was Wan and County Magistrate Tai Tong Chen. Tai Tong Chen's face was gloomy, and he cast a cold look at Chen Luo. Then he drew his sword, slashing at Chen Luo. "Demon, look at my sword." A stream of sword light made Chen Luo, the steward, and even the horse panic. The steward quickly used his luggage to cover his head, and Chen Luo shouted in horror, "Mommy." The stream of sword light struck directly at the carriage, then the carriage shattered into hundreds of pieces. The power was so strong that the horse was also sent flying far away. But seeing that there was no one in the carriage, Tai Tong Chen asked, "Where is the person?" "So you're a cunning demon, very fast at running away." On the other side, Chen Luo was holding his head, his face covered in cold sweat. "Uncle, it's me." Tai Tong Chen startled, but quickly calmed down and pointed the sword at Chen Luo's neck. "Demon, you dare to launch a sneak attack." Chen Luo raised both hands to surrender. His head filled with question marks. He only called him uncle, and yet he was considered to be launching a sneak attack. From behind, the steward reached out to stop him. "Sir, he is indeed my young master. Please take a closer look." The sharp point of the sword was still pointed at Chen Luo's neck, making him feel afraid. Tai Tong Chen's eyes flared with a blue light. "Humph, let this old man see." This was the Confucian way of distinguishing right from wrong, which could see the soul of another person. Staring intently at Chen Luo, he asked suspiciously, "The soul isn't unusual. But then again, you really are Chen Luo." Chen Luo kept the same pose with his hands raised, and was walking while thinking, "This world, even just a county magistrate is so powerful," his eyes even glow. "He probably can't see that I'm not Chen Luo, right?" Tai Tong Chen had sheathed his sword. From his demeanor, it must be that people borrowing bodies was common. Amazing, amazing, is this really a Xianxia world? Tai Tong Chen leaned close to Chen Luo, making him jump and turn red in the face. Before that action, Chen Luo went from feeling embarrassed to feeling frightened. Sweat poured down his body. Chen Luo had to let out a sound. "The strength is real." Suddenly, Tai Tong Chen hugged Chen Luo tightly. It was this old man who was rude. "My dear nephew, you are really my nephew." He hugged him so tight. After that touching moment, Tai Tong Chen grabbed Chen Luo's hand, pulling him in. "Come, my dear nephew, let's go inside and talk. This time, coming back to life. This old man really has a lot of things to say to you." Chen Luo was pulled along. He thought he could only take things one step at a time. No matter what he said, he would just say MHM, MHM, MHM. Just now he had pointed a sword at Chen Luo, but now the two were inside the house. Holding a cup of tea, Tai Tong Chen asked, "This time, the death and resurrection of my nephew was not easy, right?" Chen Luo nodded. Right, it was not easy at all." Tai Tong Chen continued to ask, "Then you must have had some kind of opportunity, right?" Chen Luo took a sip of tea and replied, Yes. there really was some. He asked again, then my dear nephew, can you tell me in detail? The suggestion to speak in detail made Chen Luo immediately spit out the tea. Before Tai Tong Chen's expectant eyes, Chen Luo wiped his mouth with a handkerchief, screaming internally, detail about the process of dying and coming back to life. How is anyone supposed to answer that? There's no one who would ask this question. That's not right, there's also no normal person who can die and come back to life. Seeing Chen Luo's hesitation, Tai Tong Chen seemed to lose patience. My dear nephew, why aren't you answering? Could it be that you basically don't have any memories of that time? Chen Luo quickly cupped his fist, cough, cough, uncle, there's no need to be impatient. I was just trying to recall it. Now I'll slowly tell you everything. He began to think, before, this nephew's soul was indeed transported. It was as if I had stepped into a peach blossom forest. In the forest, there was an old man, white hair, bright eyes. He told me, it's not your time to be here yet, why have you come now? After that, he wanted to drink with me. I don't know why, but after each sip of wine, my mind became clearer. When I finished a jar of wine, he told me that I should go back now. With just a wave of his sleeve, when I opened my eyes again, I had woken up. Tai Tong Chen asked, is that so? If he was an immortal, then what did he say? Chen Luo replied, I don't remember the other things clearly, but I vaguely remember when the old man was drunk, he muttered a few verses of poetry. Tai Tong Chen stroked his chin, oh. Recite it and let me hear. Chen Luo began to recite with focus, peach blossoms in a peach orchard, a peach blossom temple in the orchard, a peach blossom immortal in the temple, the peach blossom immortal plants peach trees. And then picks peach blossoms for wine money. After hearing the poem, Tai Tong Chen was excited, peach blossoms in a peach orchard, a peach blossom temple in the orchard, a peach blossom immortal. What a peach blossom immortal! Just as he finished speaking, he pounced forward, intending to grab Chen Luo's shoulders tightly. It's really you, my dear nephew. Now this old man is completely reassured. Chen Luo replied, Uncle, you only need something this simple to confirm. Magistrate Tai immediately replied, that's right, such a good poem, even if you died 7 or 8 times, you couldn't have written it. Hearing the answer, Chen Luo could only laugh dryly. Ha ha ha. Tai Tong Chen was still muttering the poem, peach blossoms in a peach orchard. Chen Luo wiped his chest and sighed in relief, phew, that was dangerous. Luckily, I took some time to adjust my thinking. In this world, it really isn't easy to show off. In this world, the Buddhist and Taoist schools of his previous life were only superficially similar, many things were completely independent. But the Confucian school was almost exactly the same as in his previous life. The Confucian bigwigs of his previous life were 99% identical in this world and had really existed. The most frightening thing was that Tang and Song poetry was almost 99% identical in this world. Chen Luo knelt on the ground, the area around him sparkled as if there were thousands of stars. Fortunately, there was no poetry after the Song dynasty in this world. Otherwise, the poems of Tang Bohu of the Ming dynasty would have been exposed immediately. He reached out with determination, phew, there aren't many opportunities to show off, but I'll definitely make the most of them. It's just poetry after the Tang and Song dynasties. There are many excellent poems. Seeing that Tai Tong Chen was still immersed in the poem, a peach blossom branch seemed to be blooming on his head. Chen Luo thought, it's time to talk about the main issue. He respectfully said, Uncle, this time I came here is because I have something I want to ask for your help. I have investigated the murderer who killed me. After he said that, he felt like something was not quite right. Tai Tong Chen startled, oh, my dear nephew, you've already investigated the murderer who plotted your death. Tell me quickly, what is it? Then the two of them stared at each other, as if a crow had flown by, and they both felt embarrassed. Wait a minute, the murderer who killed me. But I'm still alive now. So did he eventually kill me? Or did he not kill me? Tai Tong Chen held his head. This is truly an unprecedented case. The person who was killed came to report the crime, accusing the murderer who killed him of killing him. Chen Luo cupped his fist. Uncle, if that demon isn't eliminated, it will come and kill me again, so the problem isn't whether it killed me before. Tai Tong Chen said in shock, a demon? Outside, the steward was standing outside the door, watching a cat carrying a mouse. Standing outside, he still heard Chen Luo's voice. We investigated, it's a tiger demon hiding in the 11 Xiao Mountains. That guy has killed several hunters, and also killed me. If you don't manage it, it may kill until it goes crazy, and then charge directly into the county seat, damn it, killing indiscriminately. Tai Tong Chen raised his hand to stop him. Enough! How can a scholar be so rude and vulgar? Chen Luo cleared his throat, cough, cough. So this humble man urgently requests that Your Excellency activate the official seal, cover the 11 Xiao Mountains, and pinpoint where the tiger demon is hiding. Then send a group of Yamen runners to go to the 11 Xiao Mountains to eliminate the demon with me. Tai Tong Chen frowned. Consuming the kingdom's chi flow for investigation is no small matter. Are you sure it's in the 11 Xiao Mountains? The pouch that the steward always carried was opened. Inside were glittering silver ingots. Here are 2,000 taels. It's the Chen mansions thanks to our hometown, wishing to contribute a little to WANN, please accept it, sir. Seeing the silver, Magistrate Chen's eyes sparkled. Since my dear nephew is so eager to eliminate the monster, this old man cannot stop you. Chen Luo sighed to himself, this guy changes his mind so quickly. He called out loudly, Lao Li. Your subordinate is here. The voice came from a man. He was the chief clerk of WANN County, named Li Mo. Magistrate Chen rolled up his sleeves, writing while saying, mobilizing the chi flow is a major event, but with money for repairs, eliminating the demon is a good deed. So of course it can be done. This document has been sealed with the official seal. Lao Li, you will also go on this trip with my dear nephew. If a tiger demon is found, then kill it on the spot. After saying this, Tai Tong Chen handed the document to Chen Luo. Li Mo beside him also respectfully said, yes, sir. Chen Luo, Li Mo, and the steward set off together to the 11 Xiao Mountains. It was still the familiar scene. The steward drove the carriage. The horse that was blown away by Magistrate Chen earlier had returned. The steward drove the carriage, constantly urging the horse, go, go, go. Sitting in the carriage, Chen Luo looked at Li Mo and asked, Clark Li, I heard that these tiger demons seem to be at a high realm, just like Uncle said. Recently, I've collected some antiques from the previous dynasty at home. My older sister said that the clerk has unparalleled insight. Maybe another day you can help me evaluate them. Praised by Chen Luo, Li Mo's eyes lit up. He looked at Chen Luo with glittering eyes. Small matter, this tiger demon, it does have some ability. Judging by your description, it's already at the pureblood realm. Chen Luo remembered his sister giving him the silver tails, thinking to himself, as expected, my sister understands these officials well. He asked, pureblood realm. Li Mo stroked his beard and explained, the pureblood realm, in fact, is a realm of demons and monsters. This realm is a kind of manifestation of their ability. Chen Luo questioned, it sounds like you're just explaining to explain and I don't understand anything, leaving Li Mo speechless. Cough cough, in fact, the cultivation of demons is different from that of humans, they follow the path of bloodlines. The three realms before are divided into essence blood, shield blood, and refined blood. Li Mo raised 3 fingers and continued to explain, the first realm is the purified blood realm. Demons in this realm constantly shed impurities from their bloodline, from their bodies. At the end of their cultivation, they can transform into human form, but some parts of their bodies cannot be completely concealed, for example, their tails, ears, noses. The second realm is the pureblood realm. Demons in this realm can awaken their innate demon techniques. Like that tiger demon directing evil ghosts to kill you, that is the pureblood realm. As for the third realm, before he could finish, the steward lifted the curtain and interrupted their conversation. Master, Clark Lee, the 11 Shio Mountains are here. Even after getting off the carriage, Chen Luo still followed behind asking Li Mo, so what is the third realm? Li Mo said, the third realm is called the refined blood realm. At this stage, demons further purify their bloodlines, enhancing their demon techniques, which become divine powers. When a demon's demon technique becomes a divine power, a special colored pattern will appear on the demon's body. So, if you encounter a demon with blood-colored patterns on its body, you must be extremely careful. Chen Luo scratched his head. So if the demon has thousands of divine powers, wouldn't its whole body be covered in blood-colored patterns? He envisioned a fish with blue patterns all over its body. The fish is arguing, I'm not idle, I've diligently cultivated divine powers. Chen Luo sighed, I didn't expect that each of those monsters is a master of tattoos. His words left Li Mo speechless. After hearing Chen Luo's words, Li Mo broke out in sweat. Cough cough, that's not important, no demon can have thousands of divine powers. Master Chen is worrying too much. We should go and eliminate the demon quickly. He then continued to ask, Master Chen, may I ask one more question? Are you sure you want to investigate the 11 Shio Mountains? Li Mo then presented the jade seal and a scroll to Chen Luo. Chen Luo said, of course, otherwise why would I waste my money? The steward beside him also placed his hand on his chest with determination. 2,000 taels is our entire year's income. Li Mo said, but you should think it through, using the kingdom's chi flow to investigate. It cannot be used a second time within 3 months. If you don't find it and the tiger demon seeks revenge, we won't be able to help you. The steward, upon hearing this, wiped his face covered in sweat. Ah, is it that dangerous? Young master, maybe we should reconsider. But Chen Luo did not care about the steward's words, I'm sure it's here. It's in the memory of the little ghost that Zhong Kuei ate, it can't be fake. Hearing Chen Luo's affirmation, Li Mo performed a technique, if that's the case, then let's begin. The jade seal then flew into the air. After the jade seal was activated, a map appeared. The steward was surprised, this is the map of Wan and County. Li Mo touched a point on the map with his hand, he shouted investigate. Chen Luo said, that's the location of the 11 Shio Mountains. Chen Luo looked up at the sky, which was gradually changing color, the sky is changing. The gray sky suddenly flashed with countless rays of light. It was so bright that Chen Luo and the steward had to raise their hands to cover their faces. Wow, is this the kingdom's chi flow? Li Mo on the other side was still chanting incantations. Chi flows like clear water. Under the clear water any impurities will become clear. Appear. In front of them appeared 3 faint beasts, a deer, a bird, and a fox. Li Mo explained that these were 3 beasts that cultivated by absorbing the essence of the moon. They didn't carry the killing intent of demons, and were protected by the laws of Da Zhuan. It seems like that tiger demon isn't here. Before he could finish, a strong, bright red light suddenly burst out, spreading everywhere. Chen Luo, surprised, pointed towards the direction of the light. Look. There's another red pillar, and it's very big. But looking at the expressions of the other 2, they seemed unable to see anything. The steward even said, young master, can you stop saying strange things? Li Mo's expression gradually became serious. This demon, that red color mixed with black isn't just stained with the blood of our human race, it's even being targeted by the power of heavenly punishment. It has killed quite a few people. Suddenly, a large tiger with fierce, purple eyes appeared, red light surrounding its body. Its aura was truly terrifying. Chen Luo shouted, it's the tiger, it's him. Li Mo gave him the jade seal from earlier. Master Chen, take this, to avoid being accidentally injured and killed. I'll go eliminate the demon now. Chen Luo hugged the jade seal, absent-mindedly, accidentally injured and killed. Who would have thought that I could transmigrate into the body of a small soldier, who died due to some unknown AoE? Li Mo turned around and headed forward, saying, it dares to come to us. Out of nowhere, the tiger demon pounced like a gust of wind, its large body intimidating, its purple eyes shining brightly. Around Chen Luo and the steward, it was as if thousands of lightning bolts were striking down, blood-colored patterns. It has awakened divine powers. It's in the refined blood realm. On the other side, Li Mo didn't show any fear. Don't worry, even if it's in the refined blood realm, I have the strength to fight it. As he finished speaking, green lights appeared and surrounded Li Mo. Chen Luo was surprised, he's so different from before. The steward explained, the righteous qi, that's the righteous qi of Confucianism, young master. Li Mo began to recite a poem, Huang Sha with Macron, by Zhan Chun Jnjo, Bu Po Jn Zhong Zhng Bu Huan. Lu Hai Chang Yun Zhu by Sha with Macron N. Shi Cheng Yao Wen Kai Xiagan. Behind Li Mo, his book spirit appeared, a general with a sword in his hand. Go. After Li Mo spoke, the general moved forward and slashed his sword at the tiger demon. As the sword struck down, a lot of power was released, sending dust and rocks flying everywhere. Some of the rocks flew straight towards Chen Luo. The steward shouted, young master, and used his body to shield Chen Luo. The jade seal that Li Mo left behind began to glow. The golden rays of light formed a shield, protecting the two masters from injury. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. The cultivators in this world are all weird poem reciters. He looked towards Li Mo, who was fighting the tiger demon barehanded. In his heart, he admired, but I must say, it's also very cool. He thought, if I read more books, could I also be as cool? He turned to ask the steward, Uncle Chen, I've read a lot of books these 19 years, right? What is my realm? The steward broke out in sweat, hesitating, not wanting to say this. Chen Luo smiled, it's okay, you can say it. I remember everything after dying and coming back to life, but I don't remember any of the books. It's not scary if I read few books. I'll work hard in the future. The steward held his head, it's not that you don't remember anything, it's that young master's foundation is bad, your talent is extremely low. You're a waste among 10,000 readers. So there are no books in your head. The old steward's words were like a punch to Chen Luo's face. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot, standing there dumbfounded. What do you mean? On the other side, the fight was still fierce. The general was still slashing his sword with fatal blows at the tiger demon, but it was completely able to dodge them. The tiger demon roared, the power within it erupting. This made Chen Luo unable to help but be surprised, so strong. The wind follows the tiger, the clouds follow the dragon. This tiger demon can actually evolve and control the wind. Faced with that terrifying power, Clark Li still charged at the tiger. Chen Luo was worried for Li Mo. He shouted loudly, Clark Li, be careful. But Li Mo seemed unafraid, it's just a small trick, out. Golden light blazed around. A poem appeared, Liu Martian Ke by Yu Yang. Zan by Sha Chang Yu Sehan. Cheng Chu Tai Jiu Qing Yuzhen. He Zhong Jin Dao Zilai Gan. Chen Luo, on this side. He clearly only heard one word, yet his mind seemed to have heard the entire poem. Is this the divine power of a scholar? Li Mu continued, go. A series of golden lights, like a blade, shot straight towards the tiger demon. The light was like a sharp blade, cutting a long gash on the tiger's body. Blood spurted from the demon's body. Despite being injured, the dangerous glint in its eyes remained fixed on Chen Luo, determined to kill him. He absolutely had to kill him. The tiger demon ignored its wounds, directly bypassing Li Mu. It lunged straight for Chen Luo, growling, I just need to kill you. Before its 10 sharp claws could reach Chen Luo, its entire body was pierced by a golden light. Li Mu had just saved Chen Luo's life, and he shouted, you're so bold. Still want to devour people. Chen Luo approached the injured tiger demon and asked, why are you so fixated on killing me? Blood gushed from the tiger demon's mouth, its purple eyes still full of hatred as it glared at Chen Luo. You harmed my wife, I seek revenge. It is righteous. Chen Luo frowned. If your wife didn't kidnap and eat people, who would have killed her? The tiger roared, ignoring the blood spraying from its mouth. HMPH, but she was pregnant. So what if she ate one or two of you? Big fish eat small fish, it's normal. Chen Luo stomped hard on the tiger's head and yelled, then it's righteous for us to kill your wife. If not for Li Shijia's great strength, you would be gnawing on my bones by now. Now that we are stronger than you, your wife deserved to die. Big fish eat small fish, it's normal. Lying beneath Chen Luo's feet, the tiger demon raged. You. Witnessing everything, Li Mu stroked his beard. Chen Jiazhu, there's no need to argue with it. How can a demon that has gained intellect be married to a wild beast? Besides, this is a demon that has consumed humans with merit. A question mark appeared in Chen Luo's head. A demon that has consumed humans with merit. Li Mu explained, the red blood mixed with black indicates that it has harmed people with merit. It might be a spy sent by the demon race. Li Mu pointed at the tiger demon and questioned it, which faction sent you to Daishuan? The Buddhist sect, the Wan Yao kingdom, or the Man people? Daishuan has a decree, demons must be eliminated. The tiger demon looked at Li Mu with cold eyes. Demons must be eliminated. At least 4 out of 10 Chengjun of the Wan Yao kingdom are afflicted with the heavenly retribution of the human race. Does Daishuan dare to defy Wan Yao to kill a Chengjun? Or will you still engage in peace marriages, sending noble ladies of your imperial clan to marry the heir to the throne of Wan Yao? Li Mu was enraged and raised his hand to strike. You're so bold. How dare mere tiger demon discuss the national policies of Daishuan? Before he could strike, the tiger collapsed. Li Mu's hand froze in mid-air. He was puzzled. Dead? The tiger was dead, lying motionless in a pool of fresh blood, its purple eyes tightly shut. Chen Ping asked, now what do we do to get more information? Suddenly, Zhong Kuei quietly appeared and said to Chen Luo, Zugong, the soul of this tiger demon is a bit strange. Perhaps this humble one can glean some information. Chen Luo followed Zhong Kuei's advice. He held out his hand and said, perhaps I have a way. Li Mu was doubtful. You have a way? Chen Luo then called out for Zhong Kuei. Zhong Kuei suddenly appeared from behind. This surprised Li Mu. This is a Shuling. Zhong Kuei cupped his hands and said to Li Mu, this humble one is Zhong Kuei. Greetings, Wenyu. It's not convenient to talk long at the moment. I will demonstrate my abilities first. Otherwise, the soul of this demon tiger will dissipate. Li Mu also cupped his hands. Please, Wenyu, do demonstrate fully. In his heart, he couldn't help but think, this young man, Chen Jia, doesn't seem as useless as I thought. Zhong Kuei shouted, go. A thick chain was released. The chain shot towards the tiger demon's neck. Zhong Kuei said, Zugong, the soul of this demon is a Yi Hun. The spirit light is still considered complete. It's just that I need to trouble Zugong to examine it yourself. Chen Luo said, okay, but Li Mu held out his hand in worry. Chen Jiazhu, you mustn't have any mishaps, or I won't be able to answer to Tai Daran. Chen Luo smiled, don't worry. I am very confident in my Shuling. Zhong Kuei called out, Zugong, come. Then, he shot the chain towards Chen Luo's brow. The chain touched Chen Luo, and he fell down. Chen Ping reached out to support him, calling out, Xiaoye, Xiaoye. Zhong Kuei reassured him, it's fine. Zugong is reading the demon tiger's memories. He'll wake up soon. The scene gradually changed. Chen Luo found himself standing in a strange place and wondered, where am I? Before him was a tiger cub with black fur and purple eyes. Beside it stood 2 golden tigers. The black tiger was sitting just like a human. It raised its paw and wondered, I am a tiger. Chen Luo was surprised, this Oni it had intelligence from birth. Chen Luo looked at the tigers playing in front of him, thinking, it had intelligence at birth, but how did it get the chance to cultivate? The black tiger was affectionately nuzzling the golden female tiger, thinking, Aikiao is so beautiful, I like her very much. Witnessing this, Chen Luo clicked his tongue. It actually likes its own sister. Suddenly, another tiger was caught in a hunter's trap. The black tiger, holding a piece of wood in its mouth, ran over. It used its forepaws to pry the trap open and release the piece of wood into the middle of the trap. Taking the opportunity, the golden tiger jumped out. The black tiger jumped down, and the surrounding tigers gathered around it, admiring it like a hero. Suddenly, a white-haired man with a pair of ears on his head appeared. He was Feng Lianqing, the young master of the Yihu branch in the Yao kingdom. He said, I didn't expect that a wild tiger would awaken half of the Gengjin bloodline at birth. He then said to the black tiger, Young one, would you like to come with me? Upon hearing this, the black tiger turned its head to look at the tiger Aikiao and said, I want to go, but I can't bear to leave Aikiao. After saying this, the two tigers ran off together, leaving Feng Lianqing behind. Feng Lianqing smiled, You will come back to me. Colorful flowers bloomed throughout the forest. By now, the black tiger was grown. The black tiger and Aikiao were sitting and nuzzling each other. The black tiger, with a look of enjoyment, thought, No, I must resist. She doesn't like me, it's just that it's mating season. Chen Luo, with a gossip-loving look, watched while propping his chin up with his hand. This is the reason for its intellect. Even if a sister is in her mating season, one must restrain oneself. Suddenly, another golden male tiger moved towards the nuzzling pair. The female tiger had hearts in its eyes as it looked at the other tiger. Chen Luo's eyes widened, thinking, it looks like something's about to happen. That night, the male tiger with a scar on his eye pressed down on Aikiao. They were having relations, even though Aikiao was still nuzzling the black tiger that morning. Leaning against a rock, Chen Luo held his head with one hand and his heart with the other. He couldn't handle this situation. The black tiger, having returned from hunting a rabbit for Aikiao, saw the tiger it loved having relations with another tiger. It froze, mouth agape, to the point that the rabbit it had just caught fell to the ground. Its eyes flared with anger, and it pounced on the male tiger. But with one blow, the other male tiger pressed the black tiger's head into the ground. Blood flowed from the black tiger's nose. Intellect does not bring strength, but it brings pain. After the male tiger left, the female tiger came and licked the black tiger's wounds, calling softly, Aikiao. After a while, it had relations with Aikiao. Chen Luo, with his hands behind his head, thought, sure enough, it couldn't hold back. Even with awakened intellect, there is still bestial nature. One sunny day, the black tiger found Feng Lianqing with a sad face. Feng Lianqing smiled, You did indeed come back to me. The black tiger said, I want power. I want the power to protect the tiger I love most. Feng Lianqing said, You will have power. After all, you are a genius. Its cultivation was also very fast, 1 year of purifying blood, 2 years of refining blood. In just 2 years and 6 months, it had reached the Lianzu realm. And it even turned the innate demon art of controlling wind into the divine power of blood glyphs. Now, the black tiger had transformed into a human form. A cultivation genius and the trusted subordinate of Feng Lianqing, it had become one of the elites in the Yihu branch. Countless young women of the tiger tribe offered themselves to it, but in its heart, it still remembered the wild tiger, Aikiao. Feng Lianqing told it that once one had awakened intellect, there was no connection to a wild beast. Wild beasts are nothing but meat on the table, their lives as insignificant as grass. Wild demons are beings on par with humans, complying with the heavenly Tao, and should not be confused. Holding a pill in his hand, the black tiger was filled with resentment. So what if it's a wild beast? Only now do I have the resources, the opportunity for Aikiao to awaken her intellect. One day, Feng Lianqing gave him a mission. Here is a task. Go to Daejuan and retrieve a treasure for our Yihu tribe. The black tiger smiled, seeing that its chance had come. As it was only 500 li from Shishir Mountain, it could go and meet the female tiger. The black tiger turned into its beast form, with something in its mouth, seemingly a gift for the female tiger. Arriving at the location, it only saw the scarred tiger alone. The black tiger asked, "Why is it you? Where is Akiao?" The male tiger said, "She's dead, killed by humans. And her skin was even used as a rug by them." Upon hearing this, the package that the tiger was holding in its mouth fell to the ground. Hearing the bad news, the black tiger roared, its eyes flashing with anger, "Akiao, I must have revenge." Driven by hatred for the humans who killed Akiao, the demon tiger began its plan of revenge. It slaughtered innocent people with brutality, attacking a family in a village. In just a moment, a mother lost her son, and an old woman cried out in terror, "My son." A child who had lost his father could only stand there, calling, "Father." Not intending to stop, the demon tiger moved towards the other two. The old woman quickly covered her grandson's mouth, as the tiger had looked their way. The child, with his mouth covered, could only make a muffled sound. Holding her grandson in her arms, the old woman prayed, "Hick, hick, please don't find me. Heaven, please protect us." But it seemed heaven could not hear her prayers. The tiger broke the door where the two were hiding. The demon tiger lunged, killing the old woman, and her blood splattered all over the child's face. The child knelt beside his grandmother's body and cried loudly, "Grandma. Grandma." The tiger growled, "It's all the fault of you humans. Blame your fate for being so unlucky." And then lunged to attack the child. After that, the events of the fierce tiger controlling the long-tongued ghost to kill Chen Luo were already known. Chen Luo opened his eyes with a sigh. He saw three heads looking at him with concern. "Zugong, Xiaoye, Chen Jiazhu," they called out in unison. Chen Luo sat up abruptly, looked at the tiger's corpse, and said, "HMPH, it's good that it's dead." The others didn't understand what Chen Luo was saying, their heads full of large question marks. He scratched his head and asked Chen Ping, this time, because of the fierce tiger's attack, how many of the people working for the Chen family were injured or died. Chen Ping was surprised, as Xiaoye never cared about the lives of the farmhands before. "Why now?" Seeing the butler in a daze, Chen Luo said, "I'm asking you, how many died or were injured?" Reporting to the Jiazhu, Chu Yong's whole family only has one disabled child left. And 12 or 13 villagers were also injured. Remembering the scene of the child losing his father and grandmother, and the other who was now disabled, he said sadly, "I see. All those injured will have their land rent reduced. And Chu Yong's child will be raised by the Chen family." Chen Ping's eyes were already tearing up as he asked, Are you serious?" Chen Luo hummed, looking at the tiger's corpse. "The law of the evolution of living beings is such. If it is so, why can't the survivors become our human race? Why must they endure the bullying and oppression of you beasts?" Li Mu nodded in appreciation. "Chen Jiazhu, you indeed have some spirit. It's a pity that Tai Daran said that he doesn't like elegant prose, and can't give his all for Daejuan." Chen Luo turned to Li Mu and said, "Li Shijia, I know the whole story now. This evil tiger came to steal the treasure of our Daejuan. I now know the location of that treasure." Li Mu used his magic to lift the tiger's corpse. He said, "Very well, then we should go now." While they were moving, Chen Luo asked Li Mu, "Shijia, you mentioned the cultivation methods of demons before. And when you were facing the enemy, you were reciting poetry. Which was also very cool. Is that the cultivation method of Confucianism?" Li Mu replied, "That's right. As long as one understands a classic text of Confucianism, righteous or inspiring energy can be produced in the body, which can be considered an entry. This is the first realm, Zijian. Confucian scholars in the Zijian realm can see in the dark, their bodies are untouched by the mortal world, and evil spirits are easily avoided. Chen Luo asked again, then Li Shijia is definitely not at the first level, right? Reciting poetry and being so cool is just the first level, then the realms behind must be very powerful. Li Mu didn't understand what Chen Luo was saying, so he asked back, reciting poetry and being cool. Chen Luo laughed, that is a descriptive phrase that I created myself. Meaning to say that you are very cool. Li Mu was almost dumbfounded by what Chen Luo had said. What does cool even mean? He held up 3 fingers, forget it. I am indeed not at the first level. 5 years ago, I entered the 3rd level, Chengxi realm. Chen Luo praised, no wonder you only recited 1 word just now, and you could conjure a golden blade. Li Mu was praised but still said, don't be so admiring. After all, only by writing an elegant poem that is accepted by the heavenly Tao can one break through to the Chengxi realm. Upon hearing that, Chen Luo thought, write an elegant poem that is accepted by the heavenly Tao. Chen Luo's eyes lit up. He was delighted as if he had found gold. So all those poems from the Ming and Qing dynasties in my head, I can use them. How can a scholar's work be called plagiarism? Suddenly, Chen Ping shouted, Xiaoye, look over there. There's a cave. Chen Luo was startled and dropped the book he was holding. He pointed in one direction. It's there. Li Mu, while running, said, follow me quickly. They ran to a dark place. Chen Luo said, it's so dark. Uncle Ping, light a fire. Chen Ping replied respectfully, yes. Li Mu raised his hand to stop them. There's no need. He closed his eyes and muttered, Qing Song Ru Gao Mu, Ai Chu Wei Lu Yu. A glowing ball appeared above Li Mu's head. Chen Luo and the butler, standing nearby, had their eyes widened in surprise. So powerful and practical. A human-shaped lantern. Chen Luo looked up in amazement and mumbled, after saying all those incomprehensible words, the ball has now turned into a question mark. Li Mu stroked his beard. Thinking, human-shaped lantern, this brat's strange words are increasing. Suddenly, the butler, Chen Ping, let out a cry. The other 2 looked over in surprise. The question mark above Li Mu's head had now turned into an exclamation mark. In front of them was a white skeleton. Chen Luo reassured everyone, don't panic. These are the remains of Chu Yong. He pointed to a white package on a rock, look, that's the treasure that I saw in the tiger demon's mind. Everyone opened the package together. Inside was a black box. Chen Luo wondered, what is inside? A blue light emanated from Li Mu. He said, Chen Jiazhu, stand back. Let me take a look. I'm afraid it's a trap. Li Mu lifted the box with both hands, curious, what could this be? As soon as the box was opened, a circular object inside, looking like a heart, emitted a golden light everywhere. Li Mu's face turned pale. This is the immortal Wen-Xin. Chen Luo was confused. What is the immortal Wen-Xin? Li Mu looked very serious. Immortal Wen-Xin, this is an immortal Wen-Xin treasure. With it, I can become a great scholar. I can achieve eternal fame. Suddenly, black lights appeared all over Li Mu's body. Li Mu smiled, looking very frightening. Chen Luo was scared. What's going on? Li Shijia looks like he's about to go berserk. He yelled, covered in sweat, Li Shijia. Wake up. Li Shijia straightened up with a start, returning to his normal self. Li Mu held his head, thank you, Chen Jiazhu. Just now, I almost made a big mistake. The immortal Wen-Xin is very important. I must quickly report this to Daren. I'll send you back first. Chen Luo, standing next to him, wiped his sweat with a towel and rubbed his chest. It seemed he was very scared earlier. He said, send me back first. The carriage is at the foot of the mountain. Li Shijia leaned against Chen Ping, saying, this old man naturally has a way. After saying this, he grabbed both of them and recited, Yi jian hao ren qi, qian li kuai zai feng. The pressure of the wind made Chen Luo and Chen Ping's faces distort. They both opened their mouths and shouted, ah. 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 After landing on the ground, the two masters threw up bile. Recovering, Chen Luo was surprised. It took 2 hours to go up the mountain, and only 5 minutes to come back. And he didn't explain what the immortal Wenshin was and just directly threw me back. Chen Ping wiped his mouth with a towel. Immortal Wenshin, I heard Laoi mention it when I was still alive. That thing is very much related to the top great scholars of Confucianism. Only a great scholar approaching sainthood has the ability to leave behind an immortal Wenshin. And to leave behind a Wenshin, one must establish merit in the 3 paths of Li Yang, Li Gong, and Li De. Only then can one succeed. Chen Luo slapped his forehead. Is it that difficult? Did we just miss a great opportunity? Chen Ping explained, that's not necessarily true. When Laoi was still alive, he said that the immortal Wenshin exists in the world to choose its owner. Not just anyone can use it. Lian, Ligong, lied. Laoi said that these 3 are San Bu Xiu. Completing one of these 3, and becoming the immortal Wenshin, is the lifelong dream of a great scholar. So, if one wants to use the Wenshin, one must be aligned with the Tao that the immortal Wenshin pursues. Chen Luo looked at the butler, who was rambling on and was speechless. He almost thought that Chen Ping was in the middle of a cultivation breakthrough. He said, I know. But the problem is. The butler asked, is there another problem? He clasped his hands together. I heard that we have a few maidservants. The kind that help me change clothes, feed me, and bathe me. As he spoke, his eyes sparkled, and the dark night sky seemed to turn pink. On the side, Chen Ping's eyes also shone brightly. Xiaoye, have you had one before? Chen Luo measured the distance with his hand. We are a large family in feudal society. Our lifestyle should be a bit luxurious. Chen Ping looked at him with sparkling eyes. Xiaoye, if you want to be a bit luxurious, why not go ask the Xiaojie? It's convenient, and helps this old servant and Ma Mai Mai too. Chen Luo waved his hands frantically, go away. Love needs to be fought for by oneself. At this time, in Wannan County, in the county office, Li Mu reported with a serious expression, Daren, the immortal Wenshin is the crystallization of the lifelong efforts of a great scholar. I didn't expect someone to trade it with demons. This must be reported to the court. The county magistrate said after listening, this is obvious, but it's also strange. Li Mu was confused. What is strange? Tai Tongchen pondered, looking at the box, and said, the academies and families that worship the immortal Wenshin have a certain number of them, and even the slightest movement will be noticed. This tiger demon obtained the Wenshin and committed the crime at the Chen family. It's been at least a month. Sai, if it was discovered, it would have been discovered already. Li Jiashijia asked, what do you mean? Tai Tongchen turned away. I'm afraid another great scholar of our Da Zhuan has passed away. The county magistrate's words shocked Li Mu. On Chen Luo's side, he waved his hand, signaling, Uncle Ping. I'll go report to my older sister. You go back first. Go to sleep. A maidservant beside him, holding a lantern to guide him, said, Xiaojie has already finished bathing and dressing. Xiaoye, please follow this servant. Chen Luo crossed his arms. Confused, bathed and dressed. A voice spoke up, Shaola, are you all right? What did Tai Shushu say? Chen Zhuan appeared, wearing a very thin nightgown. The clothes hugged her curves tightly, making Chen Luo blush. Chen Luo continued to blush. He thought, although I know this body is her younger brother, but I'm me. An outsider. Xiao Huan behind her said loudly, HMPH, Xiaoye, why do you keep staring at Xiaojie? Has Xiaojie become blind so you don't recognize her? Chen Zhuan extended her hands toward Chen Luo and said, Xiao Huan, don't talk nonsense. Shaola, how did things go in the end? Suddenly, her leg bumped into the edge of the table, and she cried out, falling forward. Chen Luo's head flashed with lightning. He caught Chen Zhuan with one hand. Be careful. I've finished everything. Older sister, there's nothing else. The tiger demon is dead. Chen Zhuan touched his cheek. You've worked hard. Chen Luo's face turned bright red, and he quickly waved his hands. Not hard, not hard. What am I? I'll go first. Older sister, rest early. After saying that, Chen Luo ran away in a panic, leaving Chen Zhuan standing there, sadly thinking, he still keeps his distance from me. In Chen Luo's room. He was doing push-ups vigorously, 98, 99, 100. His face was covered in sweat, but it was still red. He slumped down, cursing in his heart, damn, this young man's vigorous body is really troublesome. How can older sister be so beautiful? Then he sat up, thinking, push-ups are useless. I must read something to calm down. A young man with so much vitality must have some secret books hidden away. He went to the bookshelf and picked up a book. After reading the title, Xinyang Feng Shen Shi Shen Lu, he cursed, shit. The title sounds very powerful. Suddenly, a book caught his attention, huh? On this bookshelf, it's a book of Buddhist stories. I didn't expect there to be so many types of classics and stories. This world relies on reading to cultivate. Now replacing the original owner, does it mean that I can actually read the cultivator texts of this world? He picked up 2 books. Let's try and see. The memories in my head told me that only those who have awakened the innate talent of Tongdu can see the texts of cultivators. Maybe I really just might have that potential. He opened the books and light emanated from them. The words inside moved, startling him. Oh? They can move. This made his eyes twist and his face turn purple. He was agape. It turns out that my talent is worse than the original owner. He dropped the 2 books, collapsed onto the floor and sighed, worse than AAA. Suddenly, Zhong Kuei appeared and shook Chen Luo vigorously. Zugong, wake up. When Chen Luo opened his eyes, he was in another dimension. Before him was Zhong Kuei. He scratched his head in confusion, huh? So as long as I sleep, I can come here. Why are you here too? Zhong Kuei laughed. This humble one was born from the flower forest, so of course, I'm here. Chen Luo asked, so, you cultivate here? Can you reveal your cultivation method? He thought, I have no way to cultivate now. I must grasp every opportunity. Otherwise, when the master of that tiger demon comes for revenge, I'll be in big trouble. Zhong Kuei replied, this humble one doesn't know how I cultivate, let alone teach it to Zugong. But, I can tell Zugong a bit about matters concerning that flower forest. Chen Luo asked, can that sea of flowers help me cultivate? Zhong Kuei folded his arms and said, this humble one does not know, but if we divide literature into 9 streams, this humble one is only in the lower 3. Perhaps in this flower forest, there are classics that can help Zugong in cultivation. Please, Zugong, move and let me explain it further. As they walked, Zhong Kuei said, this flower forest of books has a connection to Zugong's soul. For example, when Zugong suffered from the long-tongued ghost before, he summoned me. The books in this flower forest are divided into shallow and profound, and therefore, Shuling are also divided into strong and weak. Chen Luo quickly asked, then how can I obtain a stronger book? Zhong Kuei said, this Zugong needs to cultivate to the corresponding level to be able to withstand the power of manifestation in the real world of some books. Chen Luo pondered, I see. So it comes back to myself. I have to figure out a way to organize my methods for cultivation. If Confucianism doesn't work, I wonder if I have hope with Buddhism and Taoism. Zhong Kuei continued, in this humble one's inherent inheritance, the books in this sea of books can roughly be divided into 3 levels of manifestation. Chen Luo was interested. Oh. 3 types. The first level is the joys, anger, love, and sorrow, love, hate, and grudges, the 100 tastes of humanity, and the myriad phenomena of the world. It's where butterflies dance. Yuan Yang Ba, where the Xiao Ao Jiang, who heroes like Ling Hu Chong reside. Chen Luo was interested. Oh, this is about the legendary martial world. The second level, like Liao Zhai fox demons, and by Xinyangzi flying and tunneling, or the love-obsessed, demon, and ghost. In this level, humans are demoted to immortals. But there are also demons, ghosts, and monsters. It's somewhat similar to this world. Chen Luo said, oh, this is about immortal cultivation stories. The third level, like the Taoists and Qing, the holy light of Buddha, these transcend the 3 realms. Gods, Buddhas, and immortals are intertwined in this world. In the books, there are the solemn Taoist ancestors sitting in the 33 heavens, immortals descending from the sky, and the Buddha's light illuminating all realms. They have lifespans as long as the heavens and are indestructible. Chen Luo nodded, I understand. When I'm hungry for a book, I'll choose heaven, earth, and the universe. Zhong Kuei held a teacup and said, it's almost like that, yes, just like that. Chen Luo folded his arms, but the names of these 3 levels are too complicated. Let's change them. Let's just call them, respectively, Hongchen Mortal World Realm, Xianxia Immortal Hero Realm, and Xiaoyao Carefree Realm. As soon as he finished speaking, the sky and earth shook, startling Chen Luo. What's going on? An earthquake. A golden circle appeared in the sky, and lines of text appeared. Hong Chen Lian Ren Xin, Deng Xian Yu Ziyi. Shui Dezhen Xiaoyao, Qian Kun San Na Qi. Chen Luo was astonished, this is. Lines of text continued to appear in the sky. Chen Luo, the owner of the flower forest, has realized the path of cultivation. The 10,000 books of the flower forest are hereby designated as the boundaries. Separated by Daos. Chen Luo exclaimed, what did I realize? What is this? He turned to ask Zhong Kuei, old Zhong, who made these words appear. Zhong Kuei cupped his hands and replied, it was the spirit of the secret realm here, who spoke. We are beings from beyond the heavens, able to exist in Zhugong's consciousness, and manifest in the world, all thanks to the protection of the spirit of the secret realm. Chen laughed slyly, oh, so it's the system. 3 lines of text appeared, Hongchen Realm, Xianxia Realm, Xiaoyao Realm. Chen said quickly, so it's already divided. Many red butterflies flew out of nowhere, and he asked curiously what this was, butterflies. Zhong Kuei congratulated him, the classics in the Hongchen realm are also divided into 9 classes. This is the Shuji Sheng Sanliu, top 3 classes, that follows the master. He was surprised, top 3 classes of the Hongchen realm, and they gave SSR to start. Chen looked up at the butterflies flying around, thinking in his heart, the Hongchen realm is SSR, if the Xianxia realm is given SSR, he would improve rapidly. But as a person, he can't be too greedy. He reached out to catch a flying butterfly, let's see, what will it be? A bright light shone from the butterfly in Chen's hand. He was surprised, this is. Countless characters appeared in the air, it was Xiaoao Jianghu. The spectacular scene made Chen admire, damn, it's so cool. Chen opened his eyes wide and woke up. He was happy in his dream, Xiaoao Jianghu. What kind of spirit will Xiaoao Jianghu be? Chen dreamed that Xiaoao Jianghu would be a stunning beauty, or perhaps the world's #1 Dongfang Bubai. Haxing Dafa. Hey ha. Suddenly Chen was startled, sitting at the table was Xiao Huan, her face still sleepy, her saliva forming a puddle on the table. He looked at her, his face flushed, he coughed, Xiao Huan, why are you in my room? Xiao Huan rubbed her eyes, still sleepy, and replied, Miss was worried about young master, so she asked me to serve you here. Does young master need me to call a doctor to check you out? Chen flexed his arms, what do I need a doctor for? I'm very healthy, I don't need to see a doctor. Xiao Huan looked at him helplessly, then pointed to her head. She meant that young master clearly had a problem in his head. Chen lunged forward and grabbed Xiao Huan's cheeks and pulled them hard. What kind of maid are you? I'll fight you to the death. Xiao Huan also refused to give in and pulled his cheeks hard. Young master, I'm serious. There's definitely something seriously wrong with your head. After pulling each other's cheeks to their heart's content, the two sat down on the ground, panting. He panted, Phew. I didn't expect you to be such a small maid, but you're also quite strong. Xiao Huan rubbed her cheeks and glanced at Chen. Phew. I didn't expect that a young master like you, who eats and wears well, would also have such strength. Getting back to the main point, he asked, That's right, why are you in my place? Shouldn't you be with my sister? Xiao Huan stretched and yawned. Miss went out of the city with Ping Shushu early in the morning. The residents outside the city were frightened by the evil spirits. And Miss had to go and soothe their hearts. Chen was annoyed. Nonsense, hasn't she got a problem with her eyes? Why didn't they call me for that kind of thing? Xiao Huan tried hard to defend her Miss. Her eyes? Miss said that as long as she covers it up, no one will be able to see that there's a problem with her eyes. Besides, Ping Shushu said that it's no use even if young master goes. Hearing this, Chen felt uncomfortable and cursed the original owner in his heart, You useless trash. I will get back all the debts you owe later. Then he turned to Xiao Huan and ordered, Go and get me a basin of water, and put it in front of the door. Also, put lunch in front of the door, and call me when it's ready. Xiao Huan said worriedly, and he reassured her, You don't need to worry. Before he could finish his sentence, she said, I know, and turned to leave, leaving Chen stammering, Hey, you didn't even listen to my explanation. In front of the door, Xiao Huan put her hands on her hips and sighed. Miss said that young master has changed. Isn't he still the same old bookworm? Hearing that disdainful remark, Chen comforted himself, It's okay, Chen, am going to open their eyes soon. In the study, Chen was intently writing. Each line of characters on the paper sparkled. He wrote, The gentle wind sways the willow branches, the fragrance of flowers intoxicates the heart. This is the romantic scenery of spring on Shimen Street, Fuzhou Prefecture, Fujian Province. The bluestone road stretches straight to the west gate. An hour later, Chen was still sitting there diligently writing, even though his face was covered in sweat. 3 hours later, Chen cried out, Oh my God, Mom. 1 million characters written with a brush, it's too difficult. 10 hours passed. Chen's face was purple, his hands were trembling, he couldn't feel them anymore. He sighed, Well, it's good, I'm like a machine operating on its own. Switching to the evening at the county gate. Tai Tongchen and Li Jianxi were standing in front of the courtyard. Li Jianxi was holding a black box and asked, My lord, how much longer? Tai Tongchen raised his hand to calculate, and said, It's here. A sedan chair appeared in the air, it was Zuyuan Zhaogai. Li Jianxi's expression was serious, This is not an ordinary object, but an official art that uses the great Xuan Qi luck to activate. Qi luck detection is a 7th grade official art, while Zuyuan Zhaogai is a 3rd grade official art. The sedan chair landed in front of the two men, and both the county magistrate and Li Jianxi bowed respectfully. Student Tongchen pays respects to the Enshi. Junior Li Ruye pays respects to the Wei Da Shuesha. A man stepped out of the sedan chair, his hair and beard were all white. He was a scholar of the Wenxiong Pavilion, a 3rd grade Great Confucian, the Gawu realm. Wei Yanzi, Qiani. He told them both to rise, and give the Wensen to him. Li Jianxi respectfully handed the box with both hands, The Wensen is here. Opening the box, there were countless characters inside, he explained, There is chanting of the scriptures in the righteous Qi. It is a Wensen of establishing one's own theory. Li Jianxi asked, Enshi, do you know which predecessor it belongs to? Wei Yanzi glanced at him and said, Let's go inside and talk. Inside the study, both Tai Tongchen and Li Jianxi stood with their hands clasped. Tai Tongchen said, Enshi, everyone else has left, what is the situation now? Wei Yanzi said, the Wenxiong Pavilion checked all places with traces of registered Great Confucians, and used Qi luck detection on 1026 immortal Wensen across the Great Qian dynasty, and found no abnormalities. This result made Tai Tongchen exclaim in surprise. Wei Yanzi looked at the box lying quietly on the table, and said clearly, this Wensen belongs to a recluse Great Confucian. Tai Tongchen wondered, if it is an unclaimed Wensen, then where will it go? Wei Yanzi replied, the Wenxiong Pavilion has 3 suggestions. First, take it back to the Wenxiong Pavilion to suppress the Great Qian literary luck. Second, put it in the Great Qian treasury to bestow to meritorious subjects. Third, use it as a reward for the library, with the most flourishing literary style, during this year's imperial examination. Tai Tongchen frowned, appearing a bit surprised. What does Wen Xiang mean? Wei Yanzi said, according to the ancient rules, unclaimed Wensen should choose its own master. Tai Tongchen broke into a cold sweat. This is an immortal Wensen of a Great Confucian establishing a theory, inheriting the lifelong path of a Great Confucian. Even the imperial court agrees. Wei Yanzi took a sip of tea. That's how the ancient rules are. 3 days later, you will hold a ceremony for the Wensen to choose its master in Wannan County. During this time, Tongchen, I will temporarily take over Wannan County. The county magistrate said respectfully, yes. But in his heart, he thought, Master is worried that I can't control the scene of the master selection ceremony. So he didn't hesitate to come here from thousands of miles away. At this time, in the Chen mansion, Chen was tired and collapsed on the table, his head was spinning. He sighed, I can't do it anymore. I've only written 1/3 of it. I feel like my hands could be cut off. He looked at his trembling hands, poor hands, it's my fault. Suddenly, he said, huh? On his fingertips, colored circles appeared, and he wondered, what are these 7 colored qi? In this world, there are only 3 strict meanings of qi: blue qi, which is the righteous and awe-inspiring qi of Confucianism; purple qi, which is the innate primordial qi of Taoism; and golden qi, which is the true meaning of reincarnation of Buddhism. He looked at the circles growing larger and larger. So, what is this? Suddenly, Xiao Huan came in from outside, crying and shouting, young master, something bad has happened. Something bad has happened. There's someone outside, dead in front of our door. Chen was also flustered. Explain it clearly, what happened? Xiao Huan suddenly acted like a ragged beggar, holding a broken bowl, and described, there's a person, a beggar died in front of our door, he must have come to cheat us out of money. What should we do? She described it while crying, thinking about how she would be beheaded and buried, crying loudly, hic hic hic. Our entire Chen mansion will be beheaded. Hic hic hic. He ignored Xiao Huan, who was still holding her head and crying, and quickly scolded her, you're making more and more nonsense, I'll go and see for myself. In front of the door, a beggar was lying with his eyes closed. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. He was holding a sword in his hand. Chen sat down beside the beggar, and sighed, how eyes, what a miserable person, maybe he hasn't breathed his last breath. Xiao Huan had followed him out since when. She was horrified and clung tightly to Chen. Young master, let's report it to the authorities. Your body has just awakened. What if his soul clashes with yours? What if you get touched by him? I'll be the only one left in the house. I'm so scared. Chen gave Xiao Huan a bump on her head. He reached out to check the beggar's breath. He's not breathing. Is this kid dead? Suddenly, Chen saw a wisp of purple smoke coming out of the man's stomach. Chen's mind went into overdrive, and he began to murmur, high-end food, it only needs the simplest cooking method. The skin of a steamed bun is very thin, even transparent. Take a bite, the fresh and fragrant meat juice inside the bun bursts in your mouth. Chew the meat soaked in the broth, not greasy, smooth in the mouth. The beggar heard this, and vaguely imagined himself lying in a mountain of white steamed buns, his stomach unconsciously growling. Chen laughed ha ha. He continued to describe, LNGSN roast suckling pig is roasted whole, the pig skin is soft, the essence lies in the thick layer of meat, it is best when roasted until it turns golden. A piece of fragrant roasted meat, added to a mixture of ground chili, crispy soy, and fragrant sesame to make a dip, just talking about it is very fragrant. The beggar imagined himself lying on a golden roasted pig. The beggar's stomach growled louder and louder. Chen snorted coldly and said, "This person seems to be completely dead. Go inside and get some firewood and burn him." Xiao Huan, on the other hand, was constantly daydreaming about steamed buns. Meat buns. Her saliva had already turned into a stream. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Chen's hand. It was the beggar, who had just stopped breathing. He had opened his eyes, clutching his hand and begging, Tell me more." Chen turned to the maid who was drooling, and ordered, "Xiao Huan, quickly go and get a bowl of porridge here." Xiao Huan snapped out of her imagination, and said her and hurried to get it. Holding the bowl of porridge in his hand, Chen scooped a spoonful and brought it to the beggar's mouth. "It's a bit cold, don't mind, my maid and I are both very lazy." Xiao Huan put her hands on her hips and protested, "Xiao Huan is not lazy." When the spoonful of porridge was about to be fed into the beggar's mouth, they suddenly heard a her. Chen turned around and saw a monk approaching. "Namo Amitabha, young benefactor, there's no need to worry, he can't eat anything. This monk will put him in a 10-day closed-mouth meditation. He can't eat a grain of rice or drink a drop of water." Hearing this, Chen frowned, and Xiao Huan pointed her finger at the monk and scolded, "Monk, do you want to kill him? 10 days without food or water, do you want to kill him? Aren't you afraid of the authorities arresting you?" The monk took out a piece of paper, and explained, "This benefactor borrowed 300 taels of silver from this monk, and made a bet with this monk. If he can't eat a grain of rice, or drink a drop of water for 10 days, then the debt will be considered void." The beggar beside him said, "If I can't do it, I have to acknowledge him as my teacher, and go to the Western Buddhist realm with him." Chen looked at the beggar's ragged appearance and sighed, "You're wearing rags like this, even your sword is broken, what did you borrow money for?" The beggar replied, "To give it to others." Chen was surprised, "Borrow money to give to others? Is there something wrong with your head?" Seeing this, the monk began to recount. In Qiankong County, there was a pair of brothers. The older brother was a horse groom for a wealthy household. The younger brother was fond of playing with horses. The horse suddenly got startled. The older brother only had time to say, "Oh no." His younger brother had already been thrown off the horse. Not stopping there, the horse neighed loudly and raised its foot to kick the child. The older brother quickly pulled out his bow and arrow. He shouted, "Don't hurt my brother," and shot the arrow. The wounded horse fell to the ground, dust flying everywhere. The older brother coaxed the crying child, "Kick, it's okay, I'm here." Suddenly, the head of the household, along with 2 strong servants, came over. The head shouted, "You killed my good horse, if you can't pay 300 taels, you will be sent to see the authorities." The older brother was horrified. 300 taels. "Sir, we don't have that much money. I only did it to save my younger brother." The wealthy man said indifferently, "That's none of my business, I just want money. If you can't pay 300 taels, then wait to be beaten to death in court." The younger brother cried and thought, "It's all because of me. I'll have to find a way to get this 300 taels." The younger brother came up with the idea of selling himself, but looking at his childish appearance, he was only worth 20 taels. Someone in the gambling house said to the younger brother, "Little brother, people are worth more when sold separately than whole. 1 finger, 10 taels, stab yourself once with a knife, 20 taels, 1 ear, 30 taels, 1 eye, 80 taels." He lured the boy and told him to think about it. The man with the cunning smile led the child away, and the child was a little scared and grabbed his hand. "You're not really tricking me, right?" He laughed, "He. Why would I trick you, little brother?" After speaking, he closed the door with a sinister look. The door slowly closed. The beggar continued, By the time the older brother came to find me to save the child had already lost 2 ears and 1 pair of eyes. I was so angry at that time, I didn't know any better, and directly beat the owner of the gambling house to death. The underground gambling den was destroyed, and the authorities didn't investigate it. But the child was still holding his head, bleeding everywhere, and said while crying, "Hick hick, why did you kill him? He hasn't paid me yet hick." The older brother saw his younger brother like that, and he cried with a broken heart. From behind, the monk approached, putting his hands together and said, "Benefactor, do you need this monk's help? I just happen to have 300 taels here." The beggar looked at the older brother, who was crying and bandaging his younger brother's wounds, and he agreed to the monk's proposal. The beggar continued to tell his story. "I gave the 300 taels I borrowed from this bald head to them. I didn't have the money to pay him back, so I made a bet with him." The monk smiled, "Young benefactor, with your kind heart, you are truly destined for my Buddhist family." Chen said, "If that's the case, why don't you follow him? With such a kind heart, why don't you become a monk with him?" The beggar replied, "I am not seeking the next life, but striving in this life. I study Confucianism, and I seek the 4 phrases of the ancients. To establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish a mandate for the people, to continue the lost learning of the past sages, and to create peace for all generations. Not because I want to enter some Buddhist family." Hearing his reply, Chen's whole body was shocked. The monk said, "That's very noble, but unfortunately, how many people can truly face death calmly? You still have 2 days left in the 10-day bet with me." Hearing him say that, Chen pointed at him and said, "I'll pay the 300 taels for him, I'll pay you 1,000 taels, and you immediately dispel the spell." Xiao Huan beside him also had a fiery aura. His small fist clenched tightly. The monk immediately refused. This monk doesn't need money, only disciples. Or, he can make it through 10 days, this monk will definitely not make things difficult. Seeing him say that, Xiao Huan's eyes welled up, and she pointed towards the beggar, "But he's about to die." The monk said, "Benefactor, now you just need to nod your head, and this monk will immediately dispel the spell, how about it?" The beggar sighed. Then he spat out a mouthful of saliva. The monk's face darkened in anger. "So you'll use your life to repay the debt?" Xiao Huan's eyes were brimming with tears. She grabbed Chen's sleeve and begged, "Young master, what should we do? Are we just going to watch him die like this?" Chen frowned. He glanced at the beggar. "Kid, you're very lucky. I've decided to save you now. Hold on, I'll be right back." With that, the 2 masters and servants hurried inside. The beggar still didn't believe Chen and thought, if it weren't for people like you, then the brothers wouldn't have been forced to such an extreme. How could you possibly come back? A while later, they still hadn't returned. The beggar remained in the same posture as before. The monk mocked, "It seems like they are not coming back, kid, the only one who can save you now is yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard Chen's voice, "I'm back." In Chen's hand was a bag of something. Their return surprised the 2. Xiao Huan also followed, carrying a large bucket. "Young master, these things were all prepared according to your instructions, but do these things really work?" Seeing them return, the beggar was surprised and thought, "This guy is different." The 2 masters and servants sat down beside the beggar, and began to lay out the items. Xiao Huan counted, "Goose down was burned, goose intestines, and there's pig's bladder soaked in wine. And 10% salt water, what are these things for?" Chen held up the intestines and bladder while explaining, "In this era, the most I can do is a bit of salt water, you probably can't understand, although there are many impurities. But this might be able to save your life, because your physique is much stronger than the country people." He held up the self-made seawater bag in front of him and asked the beggar, "But I'm not sure, it might harm you. Do you dare to try it?" Chen looked at the beggar seriously, their eyes met. The beggar agreed, "Go ahead." Seeing the beggar's pained face, Chen gently comforted him, "This tube of mine is a bit rough, it will hurt a little, bear with it." The beggar's face was full of sweat. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" After inserting the tube into the beggar, Chen stood up and hung the sea water on the stone lion. The monk next to him saw Chen's series of actions, and thought, "This strange method also wants to save people, it's only increasing his death. As long as he dies, my goal will be achieved." He revealed a sinister smile, "Dying under my closed-mouth meditation, after death, his soul will turn into a ghost under my command. In the future, when I establish my Buddhist kingdom, he will naturally be my reincarnation protector." After a while, Chen asked, "How are you? Do you feel better? Are you still uncomfortable?" The beggar replied, "I don't feel as hungry anymore, your method is very effective." The monk heard that he was better and exclaimed in shock, "What? How is that possible?" The beggar bowed his head, "Old monk, thank you for the 300 taels you lent me, but now I have the ability to win this bet with you." The monk's face turned dark. This kid's vitality has indeed awakened. If this continues, my plan will be ruined. I absolutely won't allow this to happen. He roared angrily, "This method is a deception, this monk won't accept it." After his shout, a book spirit appeared, a demonic face with beads around its neck. And a skull formed what it wore on its head. Xiao Huan was terrified and covered her head, and Chen was also shocked. That's my Buddhist power of soul-shaking thunder, you can forget about moving in a moment." He reached towards the beggar, "Follow me." Chen's face darkened, "Damn, my body is stiff, am I just going to watch with wide eyes?" Suddenly, a blue circle surrounded the monk. Someone had used the Great Xuan official art drawing a prison on the ground. The circle formed a wall that trapped him, it was the Great Xuan official art. The county magistrate Tai Tongchen had arrived. He angrily pointed to the Western Buddhist sect, "You want to act presumptuously in my Great Xuan." Chen and Xiao Huan were able to move again. Chen happily called out, "Is that Magistrate Tai?" Xiao Huan was also equally surprised, "Magistrate, isn't he the county magistrate?" The monk was not afraid even when ambushed. "Magistrate, what do you mean? Is the Great Xuan dynasty treating its agreements like this?" "I and this young man made an agreement," Tai Tongchen said. "The agreements of trust and righteousness are naturally protected by the laws of the Great Xuan, but the laws of the Great Xuan stipulate that any agreement needs to be certified and sealed by the official authorities to be considered valid." Hearing this, the monk's face was full of black lines. "This betting document, which of this official's colleagues certified it for you, and which official sealed it for you? If there isn't, then you are guilty of putting a curse on a citizen of the Great Xuan, and that is a capital crime." Hearing what Tai Tongchen said, the monk's eyes went dark. He knew that he could not argue with Tai Tongchen. He clasped his hands and bowed. "It's because this monk is not familiar with the laws of the Great Xuan, and almost caused a great mistake. This monk will now return to the Western Buddhist kingdom, and I hope the magistrate will agree." Tai Tongchen snorted coldly. He suddenly saw a black lotus flower on the back of the monk's hand. "It's that thing." Tai Tongchen waved his hand, and the invisible wall that had trapped the monk disappeared. He ordered, "Dispel the curse, and leave now." The monk chanted a mantra to dispel the spell on the beggar. After he finished, he turned to leave, his face pale, and said, "The spell on his body has disappeared, this monk will take his leave." After taking a few steps, he called out to Chen, "You two young masters." Chen looked at him in confusion. Then he looked at Chen with a terrifying gaze. "When this monk reaches the Arhat realm, we will meet again." Seeing this, Chen thought, "Okay, this debt is going to be a tough one." On the other side, Xiao Huan was holding a bowl of porridge in one hand, and the self-made sea water in the other, and asked the beggar, "That's right, do you want to continue with this? Or eat porridge?" The beggar demanded, "If possible, I want to eat meat buns, and LNGSN roast suckling pig." Xiao Huan next to him was speechless. Xiao Huan held up the bowl of porridge and helped the beggar eat porridge for me. On this side, Chen respectfully said, "Thank you, uncle, for saving me." Tai Tongchen pointed at the self-made seawater and asked curiously, "My dear nephew, where did you learn this method from?" Chen sweated profusely and made up a story. It was a celestial being in the peach blossom garden. He said that people can go without eating for many days, but they cannot go without drinking water for many days. If they faint due to lack of water, you can use this method to save them. It's just that the water in this world is not clean, and the salt is not pure. So you can only use it as an emergency measure. Tai Tongchen was happy. Peach blossoms were fluttering above his head. Truly a great master. I want to drink wine with the peach blossom immortal. Chen was sweating bullets and changed the subject. Uncle, do you have official duties to attend to? Do you want to come into the mansion for a cup of tea? He thought that he had to change the topic of conversation immediately. If he kept asking, then he would be finished. Tai Tongchen said, "Oh, right, I came to find you." Chen was surprised. "Ah, to find me?" Tai Tongchen said anxiously, hurry and tidy up your appearance, and come with me to pay respects to your family teacher. Hurry and get ready, don't be too late. The family teacher is a great Confucian. Chen pointed at himself. A great Confucian wants to meet me. In this era, there are no saints in Confucianism, no celestial beings in Taoism, and no Buddhas in Buddhism. Therefore, great Confucians are the highest figures in this world. While walking, Chen thought to himself, a character of this level wants to meet me at this time. Could it be that my rebirth has been exposed? Tai Tongchen told him, come with me inside. Chen said yes. But he worried and thought, whether I live or die, it's the same, I don't care anymore. I don't have a choice now anyway. After going inside, Wei Da Nuzi was standing with his back to the wall. Tai Tongchen reported, Teacher, Chen has been brought here. He slowly turned his face, and said with a smile, You are Chen. Chen clasped his hands, responding to your honor, I am Chen. He thought to himself, from the time I woke up until now, I am Chen, Chen is me. With nothing hidden in my heart, I don't need to be afraid of him. Wei Da Nuzi sighed, How it's a pity, you are not a disciple of my Confucianism. He quickly apologized, this junior's aptitude is foolish. I do not have the talent for insight, and cannot produce righteous and awe-inspiring qi. In his heart, he cursed, damn, I was scared to death, I thought I was finished. Wei Da Nuzi sat down in a chair, waved his hand, it's okay, righteous and awe-inspiring qi is just a path of cultivation, it's not used for learning. Chen asked curiously, but, I don't know, why are you looking for me? Wei Da Nuzi stroked his beard, this old man heard that you have a book spirit that can eat ghosts and probe souls, I wonder if I can meet him. Chen said yes and then called out to Zhong Kuei. Zhong Kuei appeared, yes, master. His eyes sparkled, as a ghost body, but also belonging to Gui Ling, he also has the power of heaven's path on him. Wonderful. Wei Da Nuzi looked at Zhong Kuei and asked, he can eat ghosts? Chen replied, that's right, why do you ask? Upon hearing the answer, he rushed away like a gust of wind, leaving behind a sentence, wait for me for a moment. Chen and Zhong Kuei looked at his retreating figure, their faces full of confusion, what is going on? Tai Tongchen next to him also said, I don't know either. A moment later, he returned, bringing 2 demons, excitedly saying, Zhong Kuei, come try them, see how they taste. Zhong Kuei was excited, drooling, this one can really eat them. My lord. Chen Luo helplessly said, go ahead and eat. Immediately, Zhong Kuei grabbed the 2 demons with both hands, looking delighted. Wei Dan, watching from the side, was equally joyful. He kept clapping his hands, good, 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 excellent. Chen Luo thought to himself, excellent. It's just normal ability. Hearing Chen Luo's words, Wei Yanzi looked at him thoughtfully. This young man unexpectedly called this miraculous ability normal. It seemed he didn't realize how precious this ability was. He waved his hand, and green lights surrounded Chen Luo. He said, this is not a place to talk, let's go to my carriage. Over there, Tai Tongchen was dumbfounded, muttering, I have followed my master for so many years, and I have never even stepped into his carriage. Suddenly, Zhong Kuei flew over, blocking his master's path. His mouth still had a leg of a demon. He shielded Chen Luo, asking what do you want? Wei Yanzi did not answer the question. He smiled, and his eyes darkened. Seeing this, Chen Luo couldn't help but think, could this great scholar want to steal Zhong Kuei? But then, Wei Yanzi's actions surprised Chen Luo. He bowed respectfully to Chen Luo. Young friend has great kindness. I implore you to give me the original text to save the people of Daishuan. Chen Luo asked back, save the people of Daishuan? Me? Are you sure? He was just a 19-year-old playboy, who didn't know anything. Seeing this, Wei Yanzi immediately explained, indeed, Daishuan has 3 plagues, the man plague, the ghost plague, and the demon plague. The ghost plague is constantly clinging to Daishuan, and many of the dynasty's fortunes have been depleted by it. Then he placed his hands on Chen Luo's shoulders. Zhong Kuei was also shocked by his words. He affirmed, young friend is the son of heaven sent by the heavens to save Daishuan. Chen Luo was stunned. He said, wait a minute, you don't mean for my Zhong Kuei to eat all the ghosts in the entire vast dynasty, do you? In his head, he imagined Zhong Kuei as Pac-Man, eating monsters, and thought he would probably eat himself to death. Wei Yanzi laughed, young friend is joking. Your Zhong Kuei is a spirit book. As long as you spread your Zhong Kuei biography throughout the world, and people read it, they will naturally be able to protect themselves from ghosts. It's just, I don't know if young friend is willing to spread that precious Zhong Kuei biography. He said with a serious expression, but his hands were already restless, constantly rubbing his palms. Chen Luo asked, what benefits do I get? Zhong Kuei quickly exclaimed after hearing his master's words. Wei Yanzi clasped his fists, of course there are. I will immediately report to the Holy Emperor for your reward. A person who has done great service will have fortune infused into their body, living for 2 jiazi, 120 years, enjoying wealth, and having beautiful wives and concubines like a harem. He leaned closer to Chen Luo and said with a sly smile, and it is said that even at 100 years old, you can still enjoy conjugal life. Hearing this, Chen Luo's eyes lit up like headlights. He turned around, determined to show his heroic spirit, this matter of saving the world, I must do it. Wei Yanzi on the other side laughed triumphantly, very well. I'll go get the inkstone for you. Then, Chen Luo started to write the Zhong Kuei biography, while Wei Yanzi stood beside him, happily grinding ink. On this side, Tai Tongchen was grinding his teeth in anger, his whole body ablaze. His entire body was emitting smoke. His master had never invited him into his carriage, never ground ink for him, nor ever bowed to him, ka. When Wei Yanzi read the pages Chen Luo had written, he was so delighted that his eyes narrowed. The text was only a little over 200 words. Chen Luo proudly said, my Zhong Kuei biography is indeed only a little over 200 words. He thought, I have a sea of such texts, wouldn't that be unexpected? Wei Yanzi kept praising Chen Luo, no grand principles, no petty words, the whole text portrays Zhong Kuei's life, but it is strangely legendary. This old man has never seen such a text. Wonderful! Wonderful! Continuous praise made Chen Luo cock his hips in self-satisfaction. Then he asked, right, this old man has a question. In your text, you mentioned Tang. What era is that? And it also mentions Sage Wudaozi. Who is this person? Just based on this painting, it can ward off ghosts and subdue demons. Thousands of lightning bolts struck him. Chen Luo's face was covered in sweat. This. He made up a story, this story is all fictional. If there are any coincidences, it's just a coincidence. Wei Yanzi pondered, fictional. A writer is the inheritor of the will of heaven. That such a fictional work can become a text. The sweat on Chen Luo's face increased. He felt a pair of eyes scrutinizing him. Damn it, this old man is so inquisitive. If I can't convince him, I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble. Wei Yanzi's face gradually became frightening. He said, I still hope young friend will tell me, is this text really fictional? Chen Luo clutched his head. Think quickly, think of a good way. This old man seemed to be getting difficult. This man is not a good person, he tricked my text and now he wants to give me trouble. Chen Luo coughed a few times, then said, this text is indeed about a fictional story, but a fictional event, but it carries the hopes of people, why would the will of heaven not accept it? Wei Yanzi was shocked for a few seconds when he heard this. Then he stroked his beard and laughed, right. This old man is foolish. I will try to quickly deliver this text to the imperial court. The imperial court will naturally issue rewards. I thank you for the people of Daejuan in advance. After speaking, Wei Yanzi picked up the paper, intending to put it in a box, perhaps he was planning to leave. Seeing this, a light bulb went off in Chen Luo's head. He clasped his fists, calling out, Senior, please don't leave yet. I have something I would like to trouble you with. After saying that, he led Wei Yanzi to meet his older sister. Wei Yanzi looked at Chen Zhuan thoughtfully. On this side, Chen Luo was secretly calculating. This person is a great scholar with a transcendent status. Surely, his sister's eye problem can be easily cured by him. That's why he cooperated and handed over the Zhongkue biography. He didn't need the imperial court's reward at all. Wei Yanzi stroked his white beard. He said, if it were ordinary Heavenly Gate 13 needles, she could recover by drinking spiritual objects to nourish her essence. But Miss Chen's Heavenly Gate 13 needles is probably incomplete, right? Chen Zhuan replied to him, I obtained this technique from a beggar. She warned me that this needle technique was incomplete. Hearing his older sister say this, Chen Luo asked, if it's incomplete, what can we do? Is there no way to cure it? Wei Yanzi said, of course it can be cured, but only the man-bone pill can cure it. Both of them were confused. Man-bone pill? What pill is that? Wei Yanzi carefully explained, the man plague is the plague caused by the man people, the greatest disaster of Daejuan. The man-bone pill is a treasure of the man people. Each tribe of 50,000 people will only have one pill. The required ingredient is the new branches of the holy tree of the man tribe. It's very difficult to find. Hearing that it was difficult to find, Chen Zhuan intended to give up. She turned to hold her younger brother's hand and said, Xiao Luo, listen to your sister, let's not seek treatment. Chen Luo turned around and asked, can the merit I donated by giving the Zhongkue biography be exchanged for one pill? Wei Yanzi replied, Daejuan has not had a righteous Qi Great War for more than 40 years. There is no man-bone pill in the national treasury. Bhutan, the capital city. There is a Wanbao building, with heaven-reaching means. They auction off one man-bone pill every year. But last time's auction, it was said that the man-bone pill was exchanged by someone for 2 great scholar literary treasures. Chen Luo was puzzled, aren't you a great scholar? Can you sell me 2 great scholar literary treasures? I can pay 10,000 taels. Hearing that price, Wei Yanzi's face darkened. 10,000 taels. One great scholar literary treasure is enough to buy 10 county towns like Wann. Hearing that sky-high price, Chen Luo was shocked. Oh my God. Chen Zhuan still held Chen Luo's hand, gently advising him, listen to your sister, we won't get treated anymore, be a good boy. Wei Yanzi suddenly remembered Chen Zhuan's words. He also used to hold his older sister's hand. His older sister was lying weakly on the sickbed, saying her last words, sister is about to leave. You have to take good care of yourself after I'm gone, be good. At that time, Wei Yanzi could only watch his sister with wide eyes, unable to do anything. The flashback ended, he closed his eyes, then took out a small box, opened it, and said, this fruit was originally grown by the 1,000-year-old apricot tree in the Wenchang Pavilion. There are no more than 100 fruits every year. It is surrounded by vast and righteous energy. After using it, your eyes will be brighter. This old man has a few of these. I'll give you one. Although it can't cure you, it might have some effect. Then he handed it to Chen Luo. Chen Luo accepted it with both hands and bowed. Thank you, senior. He replied, it's just a fruit, how can it compare to family affection? What are you standing there for, take it. Perhaps in his heart, family affection was the most important. He added, don't let my little disciple Tai know about this. He has followed me for 20 years, and I haven't given him even one. Wei Yanzi turned and left. Before leaving, he said, 3 days later, the literary heart will choose its owner. You are the one who discovered the literary heart, remember to come. Chen Luo thanked him and promised, I will definitely come. After Wei Yanzi left, he took out the fruit and said to his older sister, quick, eat it. This was given by a great scholar, it might have some effect. But Chen Zhuan put her hand out to stop him. Seeing this, he asked, sister, what do you mean? Chen Zhuan said, you eat it. This fruit is infused with vast and righteous energy. If you eat it, you might be able to read supernatural classics. On the other hand, I'm already blind. The great scholar also said it can't be cured. No need to waste it on me. After speaking, Chen Zhuan held out the fruit in front of Chen Luo. Seeing his sister's action, he remembered the time his grandmother saved food for him last time. Thinking this, he held her hand gently and said, if sister doesn't eat it, I'll give it to Xiao Huan to eat. Chen Zhuan was surprised. Huh? Chen Luo urged, quick, eat it. Don't just talk about one apricot. I will definitely get the man-bone pill in the future. I don't need this at all. What if that immortal literary heart chooses me? Chen Zhuan accepted the fruit. Her face flushed as she said, okay, then. After speaking, she blushed and opened her mouth, ah. Chen Luo quickly thought, is this for me to feed her? He secretly cursed, TSK. There's good stuff like this. Chen Luo's face turned redder and redder. He was like a frog that had found water. Before the fruit could reach Chen Zhuan's mouth, suddenly Xiao Huan flew in, ruining his good moment. As he ran, Xiao Huan shouted, young master, young master. That little beggar you saved has gone crazy. Xiao Huan's sudden appearance startled Chen Luo. His eyes were as round as an O. Then Xiao Huan squeezed in between them and asked, puzzled, huh? What are you two doing? Both Chen Luo's siblings blushed like ripe pomegranates. Chen Zhuan picked up the fruit herself and ate it, while Chen Luo laughed and grabbed Xiao Huan's head, saying, hey kid, what are you crazy about? Quick, take me to see, ha ha. As he walked, Xiao Huan looked back at his young mistress. She was confused, sitting there wondering. When Xiao Luo fed her, she felt a strange feeling in her heart. In the study, a voice was reading a text, Kuei Mai goes to Wu Wang goes to Tongren goes to Dayo. Jia turns to Bing turns to Zheng turns to Gui. It turned out to be the beggar Chen Luo had saved before. At this time, he was holding a piece of paper in his hand, reading. Xiao Huan, who had already arrived with Chen Luo, pointed at the beggar and told his master, look, master, he has been like this for an hour, he clearly has problems with his head. He's not reading in a human voice. Chen Luo couldn't help but be surprised. This young man was reading the general principles of Dugu 9 Swords from Smiling Proud Wanderer. The paper he was holding was a handwritten copy of his own. Chen Luo walked over and touched the beggar's shoulder. At this time, he read out, sword skill nonsense. Sword skill nonsense. Immediately, a series of blue lights appeared. He turned around and attacked Chen Luo. Seeing that the beggar's hand was about to touch his face, Chen Luo didn't expect it to be sword skill nonsense. He thought, this kid is learning martial arts from Smiling Proud Wanderer. Recognizing that the person in front of him was his benefactor, the beggar retreated, his mouth still open wide. Benefactor, please forgive me. Chen Luo smiled and said, It's okay, what are you looking at? The beggar's face was completely red. He handed out the paper in his hand. I casually took some handwritten papers from my benefactor, without my benefactor's permission. Please punish me. Chen Luo didn't punish him. He just asked a little about his background. Again, your name is Ji Zhong, right? Looking at your appearance, you have some skills. You're a scholar of the Confucian school, right? The beggar clasped his fists and introduced himself. Yes, this humble one is Ji Zhong, 17 this year, a disciple of the Confucian school, currently a third-level Confucian scholar. In the City of Poems realm. Hearing this, Chen Luo was surprised. 17 years old and already in the City of Poems realm, the same level as Li Shijia. Oh my god, I picked up a little genius. Ji Zhong continued, Benefactor, I originally intended to go to Zhongjing to study at the Zhiliu Academy, but I have a request now. Ji Zhong was kneeling before Chen Luo. If Benefactor doesn't mind, Ji Zhong is willing to follow and serve Benefactor for a year, to repay your life-saving grace. I am willing to be your page, protecting you, grinding ink and washing your brushes. Chen Luo said directly, You don't want to study, but want to be my page. What's your purpose? Just say it directly. Discovering that Chen Luo had seen through his intentions, Ji Zhong blushed and replied, I won't hide it from Benefactor. It's those texts that Benefactor wrote. I don't know where the rest is. Ji Zhong is fascinated by it and can't seem to let go. Chen Luo frowned, secretly cursing the little brat. He doesn't want to be a page, he clearly wants to read my novels for free. He asked with a fake smile, You're asking about the rest, huh? Then he poured a bucket of cold water on Ji Zhong. The rest doesn't exist. Hearing that news, Ji Zhong was as if struck by thousands of lightning bolts. He was shocked. The rest doesn't exist. At this moment, in Tai Tongchen's mansion, Wei Yanzi said, Quickly use the cloud silk letter method to send this to the Qingya Bureau. I want the Wenchang Pavilion to see this text today. Tai Tongchen held the text in his hand, wondering, Teacher, why do you have to copy it again? Could it be that Luo's calligraphy is not good enough to see? Wei Yanzi's face changed to excitement as he looked at the text. This is the original text. This old man wants to keep it myself. Thousands of question marks appeared in Tai Tongchen's head. He didn't understand what was wrong with his teacher today. Wei Yanzi put the text in a box and closed the lid. The original text is naturally different. This thing is a treasure. Seeing this, Tai Tongchen said, My disciple also wrote some text a few days ago. I was quite satisfied. Would teacher like to keep them? The words were barely out when he was rejected directly. What would I do with those things? Seeing that he was directly rejected, Tai Tongchen froze completely. In the magnificent imperial palace, the emperor sat sighing. How eyes? A beautiful concubine appeared, carrying a plate of food, saying, Worry if you must, your majesty still needs to eat something. Otherwise, if you faint from hunger, there's no way you can worry anymore. The emperor said, Beloved consort, you're still so talkative. Are you intentionally laughing at me? The beauty quickly sat down next to the emperor. How eyes, isn't it just a small immortal literary heart? Let them go and fight for it. You are the emperor, don't bother with such small matters. The emperor explained, Immortal literary heart, that's no ordinary treasure. In the 800 years since the founding of Daishuan, no more than 86 literary hearts have been formed. And of these 86, those that truly belong to the imperial court don't even reach 10. Now, it's not easy to come across a masterless one. The concubine smiled and suggested to the emperor, How about the two of us go and snatch it back? The emperor's head was filled with question marks after hearing that. Seeing the emperor like this, the concubine slapped the emperor's back hard. I'm just kidding. But if it all falls into the hands of the scholars of Daishuan, It's not a bad thing. Don't be so fixated on things. The unexpected action made the emperor spit out the tea he had just drunk. The concubine laughed, "He, I accidentally used too much force. It's mainly because your body is too weak." The emperor sighed again, "How eyes, beloved consort. Let me show you the reason for my worry." The emperor waved his hand and countless images appeared in the air. He took the concubine's hand and began to explain, "This is the current fortune of Xuan. 9 tripods for a prosperous age, 8 for a flourishing dynasty, 7 for a strong nation. But now, we only have 6.5 tripods. That's why, in the reign of Emperor Lin, the 9 tripods were full of fortune, the demons and barbarians did not dare to call themselves kings, and all nations paid tribute. In my reign, there are only 6.5 left." The concubine gently stroked the emperor's shoulder and began to whisper, "When your majesty ascended the throne, the national fortune was only at 4 tripods. You have been the same for decades and have led Xuan from 4 tripods to the current 6 tripods of peace. In my eyes, your majesty is no less than the late Emperor Lin." The emperor closed his eyes, "How eyes? But if I lose them, can our son handle it?" Hearing that, the concubine directly became angry. She pouted, "Tsk. Every day you say such depressing things. If you say such nonsense again, I will make you die right now." Hearing the concubine's threat, the emperor's eyes widened. Then he laughed, "I know, after so many years, you're still as hot-tempered as ever. If the fortune of the dynasty could increase a little, that would be great." A eunuch entered, interrupting the conversation between the two. "Your Majesty, the literary minister requests an audience. He has presented a way to increase the fortune of the dynasty." The emperor ignored the concubine and rushed away, "Lead me to the literary minister." The emperor was in such a hurry that he forgot to put on his shoes. The concubine had to call after him, "Hey! You have to put on your shoes." A beautiful morning in the imperial palace. One of the 4 ministers of Xuan, the literary minister Yang Baichuan, said, "Your Majesty, every word of this old minister is true. Chen Luo of Wan County has written this sincere text. Reading it can ward off wandering spirits and evil ghosts." The emperor read Chen Luo's text and continuously praised it. 2 portions of our dynasty's fortune are spent on protecting the people from the suffering caused by ghosts. If this text spreads throughout the world and everyone reads it, wouldn't that help our dynasty save 2 portions of its fortune? The emperor was also worried, but literary minister, no more than 10 million people of Xuan can read elegant literature. Our dynasty has billions of people. Is there a way for them to also understand this method? Yang Baichuan replied, "Your Majesty, please carefully examine this text. At the end of the text, a method is mentioned. That is, a sacred painter draws the scene of Zhong Kuei eating ghosts into a painting, which can ward off evil spirits. This old minister has a friend. I will invite him to follow what Wu Deozi did in the text and draw a Zhong Kuei devouring ghosts picture. If it's really effective, we'll spread it throughout the world." The emperor quickly agreed, "Good, good, good." Yang Baichuan continued to present the family history of Chen Luo, respectfully saying, "As for that Chen Luo, this is his family history. Please look it over, Your Majesty." The emperor immediately opened it and read, "This Chen Luo's grandfather followed the late emperor on the southern expeditions. His father, Chen Buki, once served in the court. 6 years ago, when the small Man tribes attacked the border, Chen Buki rescued the city of Zisang and died in battle." After reading, the emperor asked, "Is he a descendant of loyal subjects?" The emperor happily said, "He must be greatly rewarded. Issue an edict." First, Chen Luo found the literary heart, then he wrote a rare text that protects the country. He shall be conferred the title of Wan Count. The eunuch who was recording on the side quickly asked, "Your Majesty, Wan Count. Do you want to make Wan County his fiefdom?" The emperor thought about it, not yet. Since he can write such a rare text, he must be a great talent. Continue the edict. Order the Ministry of Works to choose a prosperous area of the capital city, to build the mansion of Wan Count according to the regulations of account. The concubine, who had appeared from who knows when, said disapprovingly, "You have too much money. Building a mansion again. I think the abandoned general's mansion is very good." At this time, Chen Luo, the man who was being granted a noble title, was still unaware of such a huge event. He was annoyed by a different matter. He was lying on the table when someone suddenly called him. "Xiao Luo, wake up quickly, get up." It was Chen Zhuan. She was walking with a man. Chen Zhuan smiled sweetly and told Chen Luo to call him brother-in-law. Chen Luo's face turned green. Brother-in-law. A loud shout echoed everywhere. "I don't agree." Chen Luo, lying on the bed, slowly woke up, sweat covering his face. He was panting heavily, huff, huff, huff. Suddenly, Jizhong appeared from who knows where like a gust of wind. "Young master, you're awake." Jizhong's sudden appearance made Chen Luo jump. He startled and ran up the wall, shouting, "Why are you here? Where is Xiao Huan?" Jizhong said, "From today onward, I will be responsible for serving young master." Xiao Huan went to take care of the young mistress. "Also, will young master eat breakfast first, or?" "Right, smiling proud wanderer first." Jizhong's eyes were shining. It was the eyes of a fan demanding content. Chen Luo turned and walked away. He said, "I'm going to wash up first. I need to go out on the streets today." He thought, it's a good thing this morning was just a dream. Jizhong grabbed Chen Luo's clothes, not letting him leave. He was tearful. "Young master, please write just a little bit." Jizhong's actions left Chen Luo speechless. From morning till night, Chen Luo sat in the study, writing smiling proud wanderer. His face was covered in sweat as he cursed, "Damn it, who told me to spoil my fans?" On the side, Jizhong was holding 2 pieces of paper. Reading, his mouth stretched in a constant smile. "Not bad, reading the first handwritten copy, not bad." Chen Luo hugged his arm, thinking, just 1/3 more and I can finish smiling proud wanderer. The method to condense the spirit book of this rare book is almost done. He thought, or should I do a little more and finish it? But looking at his hands, which were as limp as boneless, Chen Luo sighed, "Oh, never mind. Remember, when the spirit book is condensed, I will also be spent. Then another rare book will be released, wouldn't I be losing out? I am going to take a walk on the streets." Having been in this world for so long, he still hadn't seriously looked at what it was like. Therefore, Chen Luo turned around and called out to Jizhong, "Come with me. Let's go out to the streets." Jizhong quickly agreed, "Yes, young master." At this time, the 2 of them were walking on the street. The streets of Dajuan at night were still bustling with people buying and selling. The hawkers' cries filled the air. Big steamed buns left from the morning, selling steamed buns here. Candied goods, sour and big candied goods here. Stinky tofu from Wan County, so stinky it's not fragrant. Wan's best here. The strange cries left both of them speechless. Chen Luo asked, sweating, "What kind of things do they sell here?" Jizhong replied, "The people of Wan County are too miserable." They didn't notice that, from a distance, a man was lurking, following them. His face was no different from a horse's face. He said, "The target has appeared." On this side, the master and servant were still unaware of this, and they were still strolling leisurely, chatting happily. Chen Luo asked, "Right, I asked about the cultivation of the Confucian school. Before. It's divided into self-discovery realm, lost path realm, city of poems realm. What else is there?" Hearing this, Jizhong scratched his head. "Who taught you such nonsense?" "That's indeed the path of Confucian cultivation, but the actual cultivation realms are divided into Confucian Scholar Realm, Master Realm, Great Scholar Realm, and Sage Realm. Chen Luo owed a little, so it was that guy who was wrong. Jizhong shrugged, although it's not right, it's not wrong either. The three realms you mentioned are actually all within the Confucian Scholar Realm. Jizhong scratched his head. It's roughly divided into upper, middle, and lower stages. Breaking through the City of Poems realm is the Master Realm, and in the Master Realm there are 3 stages. Chen Luo understood, so that means there are 4 major levels, and each level has 3 minor levels. On this side, question marks kept appearing on Jizhong's head. He wondered, major level, minor level. Young Master's way of understanding is truly unconventional. Before he could finish thinking, the horse demon from before had appeared. He launched a purple beam of light at the two of them, an attack meant to kill. On this side, Chen Luo still hadn't noticed that he was under attack. He was still muttering, so all cultivation is the same as leveling up in games. Level up every day. And reach level 100 to become an immortal. Jizhong had already noticed that they were under attack. He reacted quickly and chanted a spell, reversing the course of the heavens, trees springing out from the crowd. Immediately, a green tree emerged, shielding Chen Luo. At this time, Chen Luo realized that he was under attack. He turned to ask, "What was that?" Jizhong replied, "Young Master, be careful, that's a demon." The horse demon looked at Chen Luo with a dangerous gaze. He said to himself, Chen Luo must die. With that, he soared into the sky, preparing for the next attack. On this side, Jizhong had already shielded Chen Luo. He recited, "From the wind, a sudden gale sweeps the paintings. The spring flowers grow old, unable to bear the cold. The fallen red petals fill the stage, tomorrow, they will still be beautiful to see." A green force swirled into a large tornado. The tornado covered Chen Luo's entire body. Jizhong said, "Young Master, I." On this side, the horse demon had already used his writing divine power, demon. His whole body dived down from the sky, aiming to deliver a fatal blow to Chen Luo. Jizhong shouted, "Young Master." But the horse-faced man had already dived close to Chen Luo, and it seemed like he wouldn't be able to attack in time. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Stop." The horse demon from before was surrounded by a blue circle. He remained in that posture in the sky, just a bit away from hitting Chen Luo. Chen Luo exclaimed in shock, "That's a great scholar's divine power." The saviors of the two had arrived. It was Wei Yanzi and Tai Tongchen. Wei Yanzi pointed at the horse-faced man and shouted, "Demon! You are truly audacious. You dare to assassinate a talent of my Da Huang." Wei Yanzi interrogated the horse demon. "Speak, which clan sent you to raise?" Suddenly, a purple force appeared. It solidified into a sword, attacking Wei Yanzi directly. Wei Yanzi immediately raised his hand to block the attack, nether energy. But it seemed that he couldn't repel the attack. Wei Yanzi could only warn, "Everyone, be careful." The force attacked the horse demon. He only had time to shout "Aaaa" before being sliced into many pieces. It seemed like someone wanted to silence him. On this side, everyone was still in a panic. Wei Yanzi turned to ask, "Young man, do you know this horse demon?" Wei Yanzi's hand was still surrounded by purple light. Chen Luo sweated, "I don't know, but the people who want to kill me, there are probably only 2 groups. Wei Yanzi asked darkly, "Which 2 groups?" Chen Luo immediately said, "First, the different tiger tribe behind the tiger demon. Second, the mysterious force that traded the literary heart with the tiger demon. No matter which side it was, they all wanted the literary heart, but wasn't today's assassination a way for them to reveal their tracks?" Wei Yanzi patiently replied, "Because they weren't here for you, but to test the truth and falsehood of Wan County. I'm afraid they have wanted to snatch the literary heart from the beginning." At this time, Chen Luo noticed the light still on Wei Yanzi's hand. He asked worriedly, Senior, are you okay? Wei Yanzi clenched his hand, his expression unchanged, and said, It's okay, I can recover in a while. But the day the literary heart chooses its owner, I'm afraid this old man won't be able to recover. To my best condition. Chen Luo was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. He thought, even a great scholar can be injured. How strong are these people? Damn it, if I'm always so weak. Jizhong won't be able to protect me. As if he had made up his mind about something, Chen Luo and Jizhong turned and bowed to the great scholar. Senior, I suddenly remembered that I have something to do. Farewell. The great scholar replied, Okay, and urged Chen Luo to be careful. Jizhong still didn't understand why Chen Luo was in such a hurry. He asked, Young master, do we have something to do? Chen Luo was still running and thinking, things have come to this point, I need to grow stronger quickly. He said, Finish smiling proud wanderer. Hearing that he was going to finish smiling proud wanderer, Jizhong was so happy that he couldn't contain himself, his eyes wide open, shining brightly. On another side, an old woman arrived at the door of a bathroom, reporting, Young Miss, Marsan is dead. Inside the bathroom was an extremely beautiful woman, who seemed to be naked. The old woman continued, Beside Chen Luo, there is a Confucian disciple protecting him. This subordinate was unsuccessful. The voluptuous beauty casually replied, As planned, Mama. Did you investigate how many great scholars the Wenchang Pavilion sent out? The old woman replied, When Wei Yanzi made his move, this old one sensed that there was still the aura of a great master hiding in the east of the city, but it was not being released. The woman took a cloak and draped it over her hot body. She said, It's still that game of one dark one light. It's all within calculation. She lifted her hair. Even though she had already draped a cloak over herself, it couldn't cover her alluring figure. She continued, The different tiger tribes' actions are nothing but failures. Master will not forgive them. But I intend to snatch the literary heart and offer it as a birthday gift to Master. At this time, she revealed her beautiful face, indeed a beauty. She instructed, Be careful, prepare to go. On the protagonist's side, he was still trembling, his face pale, as he tried to write smiling proud wanderer. He said, Just a little bit more. On the side, Jizhong was also trying to encourage him, Young master, hold on. He shouted, Finished. Smiling proud wanderer was finally completed. He muttered, Come, spirit book. He wondered, who will the spirit book be? Yubu Chuan, Zwilingchan, or Dongfang Bubai? A light appeared above his head. A beam of light appeared. On this side, Jizhong was also happy, Young master, the spirit book has appeared. He eagerly waited for it to appear. Suddenly, something poked out from the beam of light. However, that hand was not a human hand, it was a paw. From within the beam of light, a black cat appeared. On its forehead, on its head, was a sword-shaped pattern. It meowed once and jumped out of the beam of light. Both Chen Luo and Jizhong, after seeing the cat that had appeared, both became dumbfounded. Chen Luo's eyes were blank, his mouth gaping. This is my spirit book. On the other side, Jizhong was equally surprised. He exclaimed, The spirit book of Smiling Proud Wanderer is actually a cat. Then, Chen Luo picked up the cat, facing it, and said, I don't remember having someone like you in the book. And I wanted a spirit book that enhanced my combat power, and you. The cat's entire body seemed to glow. Chen Luo continued, Little Black, quickly use 100,000 volts. On the side, Jizhong scratched his head, confused, 100,000 volts. He doesn't know what that is. It turned out that this black cat could speak. It looked at Chen Luo with watery eyes, Master, I don't know about the 100,000 volts you're talking about. Both of them jumped when they heard the cat's voice. Chen Luo panicked, a cat can talk. Jizhong was also surprised. He exclaimed, the cat has a sweet girl's voice. The black cat looked at Chen Luo and said, but I'm very powerful. With that, the black cat attacked the middle of Chen Luo's forehead. He unexpectedly fell backwards. After regaining his balance, Chen Luo said, as if he had thought of something, this turns out. Then he collapsed onto the floor. Jizhong quickly ran to support Chen Luo, asking worriedly, young master, are you okay? Chen Luo's mouth kept muttering, so it is. Chen Luo said, Ji, brother, how about we exchange a few moves? Jizhong's lips trembled, young master, are you sure? In his heart, he was thinking, young master has absolutely no strength at all, does he want to be beaten up? What a strange hobby. Seeing Jizhong's appearance, Chen Luo raised a finger, offering him a condition, are you looking down on me? If you win against me, I'll let you read the next book first. Hearing that amazing reward, Jizhong's eyes lit up like car headlights, there's also a next book. Truly, a genuine fan of Chen Luo. At this time, Jizhong was carrying Chen Luo on his shoulder as he ran, saying, it's not just about beating up young master once. As long as young master needs it, I can beat you up every day. He had been successfully seduced by Chen Luo. At this time, the two had arrived in the courtyard. Chen Luo said, in smiling proud wanderer, there's a martial art that no one has mastered, but it's more powerful than the Dugu 9 swords and the sunflower manual. Chen Luo looked at Jizhong and asked, do you know what it is? Jizhong said, there's no such martial art. Even if you're the author, you can't just say things randomly. I won't bully young master either. I'll just use 1/10 of my power. At this time, Chen Luo had already pulled out his wooden sword, ready to fight, and said, I'm ready, 1/10 of your power. Don't underestimate me. Jizhong also began to attack. Jizhong used disease. Immediately, a beam of light appeared. The black moon swallow flies high, the king's knight escapes and flees. Desire to fight a light war, in the heavy snow, a sword is drawn. A spirit book wearing a general's outfit, riding a horse, appeared. Jizhong's spirit book charged directly towards Chen Luo. Chen Luo didn't seem to be afraid at all. He calmly moved his hand. It seemed that Chen Luo's hand moved very nimbly. His eyes suddenly flashed, as if he had discovered something. He said, I see it. Swish, swish. Chen Luo flew past the spirit book. He glided and went to Jizhong on the other side. Jizhong was also surprised, but quickly regained his composure. He said, how can an attack like that touch me? Young master, you can't win against me. Chen Luo shouted, respect and defense. With that, a beam of blue light appeared, directly attacking Jizhong, causing him to fall backwards. Immediately, a wooden sword was placed against Jizhong's throat. Jizhong was extremely surprised, his entire body was as if struck by thousands of lightning bolts. Jizhong still couldn't believe it, what happened? Based on young master's speed, it's impossible. The cat from before had appeared on Chen Luo's shoulder from who knows when. It meowed once. Chen Luo smiled proudly, let me introduce my spirit book once again. Its name is Da Zong, how is it? Jizhong asked, his mouth agape, Da Zong is like a spirit book, unexpectedly, the first move. At this time, Chen Luo's face had darkened. He felt his body was tired and weak. He felt dizzy. With that, he fell towards Jizhong. The black cat on his shoulder also seemed to fade away. Jizhong put out both of his hands to support his master, asking worriedly, young master, are you okay? With a thud, the wooden sword that Chen Luo was holding fell to the ground. Sitting in the study, Jizhong was holding the text that Chen Luo had written, reading, Da Zong is like the highest sword skill of the Tai Mountain sect. The left hand calculates, the right hand knows. Calculating and discovering all possibilities, once calculated accurately, the sword will attack, never missing. Jizhong exclaimed, no wonder young master was so tired, he directly fainted. At this time, Chen Luo had been helped back to his room by Ji Zhong. He was lying on the bed. His eyes closed, resting. At this time, Chen Luo was lying on the bed, eyes closed. But at this time, Chen Luo was in a flowery dreamscape. He was sitting leisurely talking with the black cat. He asked the black cat, in other words, I obtained something that needs time to chant. And when activated, it consumes blood, but it's an all-hitting skill that doesn't care about defense. The cat was sitting next to Chen Luo, replying, that's right. Meow. Chen Luo continued, just activating it once will exhaust my mind, causing me to directly faint. So, this can only be used as a trump card, an all-killing skill. The cat said, because your soul is too weak, that's why it's like this, meow. Chen Luo directly lay down on the ground, hands behind his head, forget it. I obtained the law of cause and effect of martial arts, it's not bad. I wonder what else is above the mortal realm. He wondered. He began to use his imagination. He imagined himself standing on the shoulder of a robust spirit book with strong muscles. If I enter the immortal realm, wouldn't that be controlling the gods? Moving mountains, and transferring stars. Raising your hand is to grasp it all, the cat replied. The cat continued, but you need to cultivate to the peak of the mortal realm before you can enter the next realm. Chen Luo turned to look at the cat, asking, how can I cultivate to the peak? I want to cultivate to the peak now. The cat widened its eyes, looking at him, I'm just a cat, how would I know this? The cat laughed, to cultivate to the peak of the mortal realm, you just need to accumulate mortal energy. Master, every time you write a book of the mortal realm, it will generate a stream of mortal energy. Hearing that, he learned that writing one book and producing a spirit book will also bring a large amount of mortal energy. Chen Luo stretched out his hand. Streams of pink energy appeared on his hand. He asked the cat, is this what you mean by mortal energy? The cat nodded, that's right. But he wondered, how do I cultivate this? I don't have a method. The cat replied, you want to find a path that belongs only to you. As long as Master finds the correct path, then you could be the founder of a path, a sage in your own right. Chen Luo smiled proudly, sage. Just by mastering one path, I can become a sage. The cat said, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Suddenly, the streams of energy from before appeared more and more, surrounding Chen Luo, making him confused. General quelling stance, breaking stance. It's a stance that breaks multiple stances. Chen Luo widened his eyes in surprise, this is Dugu 9 Swords. The cat next to him said, someone is reading your book and comprehending Dugu 9 Swords. Chen Luo exclaimed, others can also use my buffs. The cat blinked its big round eyes, not replying. Chen Luo said, hey, I'm asking you. Why? The cat said, Master, the spirit of the secret realm asked me to tell you not to worry. The more people you have on your path, the stronger you will become. As long as you find that path, this entire secret realm will become your aid. Go and find it. As soon as the cat finished speaking, it disappeared. At this moment, Chen Luo woke up from the dreamscape. He sat up and shouted, path. Immediately, he saw Ji Zhong practicing with the wooden sword outside. He thought to himself, so you are the kid who comprehended Dugu 9 Swords. After seeing that Chen Luo had woken up, Ji Zhong was delighted, young master, you're awake. Let me tell you. Before Ji Zhong could finish speaking, Chen Luo interrupted. I know already, you comprehended Dugu 9 Swords. Ji Zhong, holding the text in his hand, asked in confusion, how did you know? Chen Luo said leisurely, I can write the books, what is there that I don't know? Ji Zhong said, that makes sense. Chen Luo looked at Ji Zhong's wooden sword and said, let me see you demonstrate. If you have comprehended this kind of martial art, then you should be able to perform it, right? Ji Zhong picked up the wooden sword. He said, let me try. Chen Luo stood on the side, thinking, is my childhood dream about to come true today? Who wouldn't want Dugu 9 swords? As soon as he finished thinking, Ji Zhong, holding the wooden sword, charged forward. Ji Zhong shouted, sword-breaking stance. Suddenly, 2 crack-crack sounds rang out. Then, the wooden sword was broken in half, and the tip of the sword flew far away. Chen Luo was also helpless at the sight. Ji Zhong slapped his forehead and said, "It seems that young master's moves cannot channel the righteous aura of the Confucian school. It's just a form, so I can't use it." Shit! Chen Luo thought again, no wonder the black cat wanted me to go and find my path. If there are only moves but no basic techniques, practicing is useless. The problem now is where to find this path. The door to the room suddenly opened. Outside were 3 people. Xiao Huan was respectfully bowing before Chen Luo, followed by a master and a soldier. The soldier clasped his fists and said, "Young master, the master invites you to participate in the great ceremony for the literary heart choosing its owner." Chen Luo thought, the literary heart is the treasure of the Confucian school. Perhaps I can find some clues about my path from it. He clasped his fists and said, "Thank you for the invitation. Please lead the way." The person next to him said, "You're welcome, please come with me." While walking, Chen Luo thought, the problem now is whether it will choose me as its owner. Xiao Huan on this side was happily saying, "Young master finally has some prospects. Young mistress can rest later. I hope young master won't lose face in front of everyone." At the place where the literary heart was to choose its owner, the Wen Temple Plaza, the true Confucian scholars of Wan County, who were qualified to participate numbered 836. Therefore, in reality, the probability of the literary heart choosing an owner was not very high. The master who was walking with Chen Luo spoke up. Chen Luo just pondered and remained silent. "That man in the blue robe over there is Da Zhu Ya Ching Song Ting, Shuji, Great Snow presses green pine stands straight." Chen Luo said, "That's great." Ji Zhong, who had been following him from who knows when, said, "No matter what happens later, whether it's fighting for power or falling into corruption. When the first breath of righteous aura is born, we disciples of the Confucian school are the most spirited." The person standing next to him shouted, "They are here." Wei Dayan appeared in the sky. He was standing on his carriage. Standing next to him was Tai Tongchen. He was holding a box in his hand. He said, "The Confucian school asks, what is the purpose of reading?" Everyone clasped their fists respectfully and replied, "For the heart of the heavens and earth, for the people to establish their destiny, for the continuation of the broken knowledge, for everlasting peace." Wei Dayan continued, "Today, the great scholar, a pioneer who refined his path for a lifetime, has condensed an immortal literary heart of his own words. If someone can continue his path, they will be close to becoming a great scholar. I only hope that you will not let down the path in your heart." He raised the box high, saying loudly, "The literary heart chooses its owner, open." As soon as he finished speaking, many beams of light flew out of the box, filling the sky. Below, many people watched with wide eyes. A beam of light fell on the spot where Chen Luo was standing. A table, a piece of paper, and an inkstone appeared in front of him. "Right," he asked, "what does this mean?" Ji Zhong said, "This is to express the path of the literary heart. The scholar who writes the text that best matches the literary heart will be chosen." Chen Luo was a little worried. "Then, there's a problem. I'm not a disciple of the Confucian school at all." Ji Zhong scratched his head and said, "If the literary heart has invited you, young master, you should still write something." Chen Luo closed his eyes and thought, "The pursuit in my heart. What should I write?" The best boasting has already been read by these scholars just now. But if I want to open my path, perhaps writing that line is good enough. This is my current pursuit. Then he picked up the brush and prepared to write. Chen Luo wrote 8 words, "Everyone is responsible for the ups and downs." Suddenly, A tortoise carrying a stone tablet appeared in front of him. On this side, Wei Dayan said, that's roughly the meaning. Jizhong excitedly said, the rise and fall of the world, the nobles are responsible. Chen Luo was surprised, huh? Suddenly, a Confucian scholar walked over and kicked the table hard. Bishi carries the tablet. Bishi is a mythical beast that carries stone tablets. Next to him, an old woman appeared. He said again, what did this kid write? Yet he's qualified to inherit a path. Chen Luo said, why is this person talking so weird? He's clearly a man, but he lets that old woman suddenly appear and call her young miss. The purple-haired Confucian scholar angrily shouted, who is that kid? When we leave, I'll turn him into a fool. After speaking, he ordered the old woman next to him, Mama, take action. The old woman next to him replied, yes, and purple energy surged out. Both Chen Luo and Jizhong were startled. Chen Luo shouted, oh my god, what is that? Before he could recover, Wei Yanzi had already blocked in front of Chen Luo. He waved his hand, blocking the old woman's attack from before. He said, this old man has been waiting for you for a long time. Since you're here, then stay. With that, he launched an attack back at the old woman from before. A rectangular block flew over, crashing into the two people. The old woman grunted and spat out a purple fog from her mouth. From the purple fog, ancient insects transformed, breaking apart Wei Dayan's attack from before. Wei Yanzi gritted his teeth, ancient insects. Who are you? The purple-haired Confucian scholar laughed and said, you don't need to worry about who we are, Wei Dayan. The Confucian scholar raised his right hand. In the plaza, the original literary heart, which had turned into a square table, now turned back into rays of light. Flying toward the purple-haired Confucian scholar, condensing back into its original form. The Confucian scholars shouted, my table. I haven't written yet. Wait. The purple-haired man laughed triumphantly. This literary heart was originally ours. Today, it returns to its original owner. The literary heart was now in the purple-haired man's hand. The Confucian scholars were furious, protect the literary heart. We cannot let it fall into the hands of demons. The old woman from before charged forward to attack. You are not qualified to stop our young miss. The old woman waved her sleeve, and once again, a black cloud shot out. Spreading out, attacking the Confucian scholars. The black cloud broke through the Confucian scholars' defenses. The Confucian scholars fell down, surprised, what is this? They all became dizzy, holding their heads. Some even said, I'm so sleepy. Chen Luo was sweating, oh my god, isn't this going into a death trap? After seeing Jizhong trying to attack, I need to go up too. Chen Luo scolded, you want to die too? Jizhong said, Confucian scholars are committed to becoming benevolent, they strive for righteousness. Until the end of righteousness, their benevolence can be perfected. Chen Luo said, since we are going to see our righteousness through to the end anyway, why not go for a big one? On this side, the great scholar was still fighting non-stop. He displayed his great scholar divine power, one stroke to erase all. The great scholar flew into the sky. From his side, a gigantic writing brush appeared. The tip of the brush drew a line in the air, and a black ink trail flew toward the two people. The mama was still not afraid. She said, it's just some sleep-inducing insects. Why be so angry? It was only then that the old woman took a deep breath. Her figure suddenly grew taller, revealing her graceful curves. Her old appearance from before was gone. The old woman had transformed into a beautiful woman. She jumped into the air, breaking apart Wei Yanzi's attack. Seeing that scene, Wei Dayan said, a transformation into an ancient form. The information from the Zhenchuan division was not wrong. You are indeed not extinct. Today, I will not let you leave. Hearing that, the purple-haired Confucian scholar smiled slyly and said to Wei Yanzi, look at the palm of your hand. The purple-haired Confucian scholar was also changing. He was no longer the person from before, but had become a graceful girl, wearing a black cloak and a mask. In her hand, she was still holding the literary heart. She said, "In the nether purple light, we also have ancient insects." Purple lights appeared on Wei Dayan's hand. She continued, "If you immediately channel your righteous aura, the ancient insects will naturally be forced out in an hour. If you want to stop us, then even a god would have a hard time. But that little brat, I have to." But before she could finish her sentence, the purple-haired girl let out a "huh." She looked to the other side, and Chen Luo was no longer there. Where did he go? Mama, who had now reached her side, said, "Young miss, don't look anymore. We need to leave quickly." But before she could leave, Tai Tongchen had descended from the sky. He folded his arms lightly and said, "You too, you should stay here." At this moment, Tai Tongchen's body also started to change. He seemed to have transformed from a lazy person into someone else. Half of his face had a huge scar. The two of them were surprised. Unexpectedly, "It's the great scholar who sells coffins, Su Lianqing. He was a great scholar with the divine power family, country, and the world." He said, "If you know it's me, then you should quickly surrender." The purple-haired Confucian scholar said, "Even a great scholar's family, country, and the world technique has its flaws. Mama, prepare to use 1,000-li burrow so that I can stop him." Mama replied, "Yes," and flew into the sky, beginning to use the 1,000-li burrow. She thought, "The 1,000-li burrow is our tribe's secret technique. It can pass through any barrier. But it takes a long time to cast. Young miss, do you need to capture that man? After all, he's a great scholar of the human race, a strong man among the top 10. She said, "Sudayan, our tribe is only here to take back the literary heart. We will not harm anyone. Why do you have to force us?" Su Lianqing said, "The literary heart is a treasure that can only be condensed by our Confucian sage race. How can there be any talk of taking it back? And who is the Confucian sage that you have harmed? You are all required to answer us." The purple-haired Confucian scholar continued to use her techniques. "Very well. Then we'll see if you, a strong man among the top 10 of the human race, have the ability to stop us." Su Lianqing used his techniques on the purple-haired girl. He said, "I have seen through your thoughts. All of you, stay here." On the other side, Mama was still flying in the sky, using her techniques. Lianai shouted, "The Lin Emperor Martial Tome is here. Who dares to cause trouble?" She unleashed a stream of purple light that turned into a shield, protecting herself from Su Lianqing's attack. Hearing that, both Wei Yanzi and Su Lianqing were surprised and cried out, "The Lin Emperor Martial Tome. The secret treasure of the Emperor's family, how does she have it?" The purple-haired woman began to attack Su Lianqing again. She said, "The Lin Emperor has ordered to bind great scholar Su Lianqing." With that, chains shot out. Those chains surrounded Su Lianqing. On this side, Wei Yanzi also began to use his techniques. He said, "Su brother, I'm coming to help you break this technique." Suddenly, his right hand flashed with a purple light. He only managed to say "Ua." On this side, Su Lianqing was doing his best to resist the formation. Su Lianqing said, "Wei brother, don't rush. I can break this seal in a few breaths. That martial tome is not real. It's just a simulation." On this side, the purple-haired girl started saying, as expected of Su Lianqing, "I didn't expect that even when using the Lin Emperor martial tome to suppress him, it would still take this much effort. If we continue like this, I won't be able to hold on for much longer." She turned to look at Mama, who was floating on the other side, and asked, "How much longer?" She replied, "Young miss, hold on. We need another 10 breaths." Su Lianqing seemed to be unleashing great power at this time. He said, "Hey." Power slowly surging. She thought, this martial tome won't last. The battle was still intense, and no one noticed that both Chen Luo and Ji Zhong had arrived behind them from who knows when. Chen Luo was asking doubtfully. Are you sure she can't see us? Jizhong replied, I don't often use this poem, but it's still considered my ultimate move. You need to trust me. The green lights surrounding them at this time seemed to have made them invisible. No one could see them. Chen Luo planned, okay, you go and distract her. I'll handle her. Jizhong agreed, okay. Jizhong began to use disease. The black moon swallow flies high, the barbarian king's knight escapes and flees. The desire to fight lightly, in the heavy snow. The sword is drawn. With that, Jizhong's spirit book advanced toward the woman. She looked down on him, you overestimate yourself, and spat out a cloud of smoke. That smoke repelled Jizhong's spirit book. She said smugly, a mere city of poems realm dares to court death. But what she didn't know was that the attack just now was only a distraction. Chen Luo knew that now was the time. He used Da Zong Ru He. The sharp sword was placed against the woman's throat. She panicked, what's going on? I can't escape. Suddenly, a force shot out, blocking Chen Luo's attack. He told himself, hold on, Chen Luo. The sword was very close to touching the woman's throat. Suddenly, the sword shattered into many pieces. Her throat now seemed to be protected by a thick layer of ice, causing anything that touched it to shatter. She was now furious. A piece of trash without any cultivation realm. You think you can hurt me? Chen Luo continued to use the Tai Mountain sword technique, Da Zong Ru He, edition of the Demon Tamer, take my punch. Chen Luo's fist directly punched the woman's face, causing her to fall backwards. Chen Luo said, didn't expect that, right? The skill of Da Zong Ru He can be used with both the sword and the fist. In the split second I stabbed with the sword. I had already calculated the punch attack. The woman fell backward from the punch. She stared at Chen Luo angrily and said, little thief, you want to die. Chen Luo raised his fist again, and gave her another punch. However, the literary heart in her hand suddenly glowed. It flew from her hand, and shot directly into Chen Luo. Chen Luo only managed to say "Ua." She looked at her hand in shock, the literary heart. Before she could recover, Chen Luo had already fallen to the ground. He was holding his chest, looking to be in great pain. Golden rays of light continuously radiated from Chen Luo's body. Then, those rays of light disappeared, and Chen Luo fainted. The woman was shocked at this scene. The literary heart was assimilated by this brat. On this side, Mama had finished casting her spell, creating an escape route. She shouted, young miss, it's ready. The purple-haired woman grabbed Chen Luo by the collar, and dragged him along as she ran. She said, since you have assimilated the literary heart, then I'll extract it from you even if I have to squeeze you dry. Seeing that she was about to carry Chen Luo away, Su Lianqing began to redirect his attack toward her. He shouted, release the people of my Da Zhuan. He began to recite a poem, today, I will see the king's army. After 10 years of sharpening, this one sword. If there is any injustice in the world, the blade will not spare any. He infused his life essence into it. The woman quickly said, a sword with a great scholar's life essence infused into it. This young lady can't block it, but what if we use the people of Da Zhuan, who have signed a contract with the literary heart, as a shield? With that, she pulled Chen Luo out to shield herself, as if she truly wanted to use Chen Luo as a shield. Su Lianqing gritted his teeth. He let out a hey. Immediately, he retracted his attack. The strange woman laughed, he, farewell, you two great scholars. We will meet again. With that, she picked up Chen Luo and walked away. Su Lianqing on this side was still not giving up. He said, don't even think about running. Another beam of light attacked her. The attack was so powerful that it created aftershocks, causing dust and rocks to fly everywhere. However, there was nothing left, not a single soul. Chen Luo and the literary heart had been taken away by her. Seeing that she had taken Chen Luo away, Su Lianqing furiously cursed repeatedly. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! At Wan County's government office, an eunuch was holding an imperial decree in his hand, walking away with a smile. The guard behind him asked, "Eunuch, shouldn't we be going to the Marquis's residence?" The eunuch smiled and said, "Even if he's a Marquis, we still need to inform the local magistrate." You wouldn't know this, would you? In front of the eunuch, he saw Wei Dayan and Su Dayan. However, their faces were smudged with dirt and full of wounds. The eunuch was puzzled and asked, "Aren't those great scholar Wei and great scholar Su? Why are their faces so dirty?" Wei Yanzi clasped his fists respectfully and said, "Eunuch, why are you here? Shouldn't you be by the Holy Emperor's side?" The eunuch smiled and said, "I am here with the imperial decree to congratulate Chen Luo. The Holy Emperor has conferred upon him the title of Wan Count, and has ordered him to come to the palace to receive his reward." "That's right, where is Chen Luo?" When asked about Chen Luo, the atmosphere seemed to sink. Everyone wore a sad expression. Wei Dayan clutched his head and said, Chen Luo is gone." The eunuch was surprised. On this side, Chen Luo was wondering, where is this? He was walking up some blurry steps. He was floating somewhere in the sky. In front of him was a long series of steps leading to a strange door. He wondered, what is that? While walking on the golden steps, Chen Luo wondered, this is not the flowery dreamscape. Logically, if I fainted, I should have gone there. Where exactly is this place? He stepped 1 foot onto the steps. Suddenly, he noticed that something was stopping him from opening that door. The golden rays of light on the steps turned into threads, wrapping around Chen Luo's feet. The way of the heavens is elegant literature. A blue figure appeared before Chen Luo. He asked, "You, the one who came after, are you the one who will inherit my path?" Chen Luo thought, isn't this shadow the master of this place? The path he's talking about, is it the path of the Confucian school? Seeing this, Chen Luo bowed and said, "Junior Chen Luo, your path, I might be able to." He thought, I'm not a disciple of the Confucian school at all, and I don't have righteous aura either. Sigh. My whole life, I've searched for this path of cultivation, and in the end, I have nothing. Thousands of questions arose in Chen Luo's mind, but he didn't ask directly, just called out, "Senior." The blue shadow continued, "But I am not convinced. My human race is born in such great numbers, with countless talented individuals, surely they will not let my Tao be buried." Chen Luo, listening to the blue shadow, was dumbfounded. He just stood there, stunned. So it's a replay. The blue shadow continued, Confucianism, Taoism, Buddhism, all are the heavenly Tao, and one can enter to learn, but I do not take them. I traveled across the wild lands to the demon origins, visited the cave heavens, and entered the Buddhist kingdoms, and discovered that throughout the world, my human form is revered. Sages, Tao ancestors, Buddha ancestors, all are in human form. Demon ancestors, demon heavens, insect gods, when they descend, they are also in human form. He wondered and asked, why? Chen Luo raised his hand and said, probably. Before he could finish, he was interrupted. I, with my 100 years of lifespan, forcibly seized a power of the heavenly Tao, only to discover that this power also condensed into the shape of a human. I am certain that my human race must have some hidden art. Then the shadow continued, I spent my whole life, and finally explored a thoroughfare to heaven, but no matter what, the Tao can be achieved, but there is no qi to use. Chen Luo, hearing the blue shadow speak so much, his face turned purple. He opened his palm, pointing to the pink light on his hand. He said, I have qi here, but I lack a Tao. He didn't know if Chen Luo's words had touched something, but the shadow suddenly became enraged. Sages give birth to blue qi, Tao ancestors give birth to purple qi. Buddha ancestors give birth to yellow qi. Why is it that my Tao cannot produce qi, and I have no qi to use? I am not convinced. I am not convinced. I am not convinced. Chen Luo, seeing the indifferent look of the blue shadow, slowly said, dispirited, I have it here. He thought to himself that it was just a remnant image, and couldn't possibly have the ability to talk. The blue shadow continued, the one who comes after, find the fourth type of qi. The blue shadow moved closer to Chen Luo's face, and said, so that our people, everyone will be a dragon. Suddenly, the blue shadow dissipated and formed a powerful force that enveloped Chen Luo. He groaned as the blue light seeped into every part of his body. Chen Luo held his head and wondered, this is martial Tao. Martial Tao, use martial arts to temper the physical body, and use martial arts to enter the Tao, dividing it into the meridian opening realm, qi nourishing realm, and blood joy realm. In the meridian opening realm, those who reach this realm can change their tendons and bones, have keen ears and eyes, and their physique is strengthened. Walking on water is not difficult at all. In the qi nourishing realm, those who reach this realm can release the qi from their acupoints to kill enemies. The blood joy realm can change blood 9 times. And those in this realm have a physical defense that is no less than the Vajra of Buddhism. Chen Luo wondered, martial Tao, 3 realms. But why do these 3 realms look like the basic training for children? Right now, the qi had flowed through all his meridians. He looked at the door in front of him and wondered, could it be that the rest are behind that door? Then he hesitated slightly as he looked at the steps, but just now when he wanted to step forward, he remembered the light threads that prevented him from moving, something was stopping him. But he ignored it, saying, I don't care anymore. I have to go and see, if I miss this opportunity, it won't come again. Suddenly, he laughed happily when he realized he could move forward. He was excited, I didn't expect to be able to reach this place. It seems that this Tao is mine. He continued excitedly, then I'll take a few more steps and directly open the door. But it seemed like something was preventing him from going further, the golden qi was like threads tightly binding him and stopping him. Chen Luo was surprised, what's going on? Chen Luo saw that he was being tied by invisible threads, and he exclaimed in shock, what's going on? Could it be that I can only go to the place where the human figure is standing? Then he looked at the long staircase ahead, and muttered to himself, could it be that the rest of the path must be found by myself? Next, Chen Luo was very surprised as the invisible threads slowly released him. Then, the steps and the door in front of him gradually disappeared before his eyes. With a groan, Chen Luo slowly opened his eyes, wondering where this place was. In front of him was a purple-haired woman lying unconscious on the ground. Struggling to stand up, Chen Luo cursed, shit. His whole body felt like he had been stabbed by hundreds of needles. Every inch of his flesh throbbed with pain. The black cat suddenly appeared on Chen Luo's shoulder, its face cheerful, and said, Master, you're awake. The black cat slowly explained to Chen Luo what had happened, saying that their teleportation path was destroyed, and he and this woman were pulled here. This woman was injured by the chaotic space and couldn't wake up for a while. The cunning black cat said, just now, the secret realm spirit saved you, Master. Should we take advantage of the fact that she's not awake and quickly run away? Chen Luo gritted his teeth and said, then why didn't the secret realm spirit just kill her directly? The black cat turned its eyes to the woman, sighing, a woman as beautiful as this, are you sure you want to? Chen Luo didn't know when he had sat up, holding a stone in his hand. He seemed to be preparing to act, what's the use of beauty? When she wakes up, I'm still the one who dies. The black cat asked suspiciously, you want to smash her to death? Chen Luo held the stone and approached the woman, saying with a head full of sweat, let me think. But for some unknown reason, he threw the stone away, forget it, what if this woman has a protective magical treasure? I'll still be the one who dies. The black cat directly exposed the reason why he didn't kill her. Is it really because of this? Isn't it because her chest is big? Chen Luo began to limp away, the black cat still sitting on his shoulder. He scolded the black cat, "Shut up. That woman can't be dealt with using normal logic. Who knows, her appearance might be a demonic illusion. Her true form is old and ugly, a monster." The black cat on his shoulder, after hearing its master say that, turned its head in doubt, old and ugly, and a monster. As he walked, Chen Luo held his stomach, thinking that he was quite far from the woman now, so he should be a little safer. His face was terrible, it seemed he was both thirsty and hungry now. He could only hold out for at most 1 day. Chen Luo found a rock to sit down and rest, knowing that in his current state he definitely couldn't find food, so now there was only one solution. After thinking, he began to assume a cultivation posture. His intention was to try cultivating martial Dao. The cultivation method was to temper the physical body. If it was effective, it could help him last a few more days, which would be good. In just a moment, qi surrounded Chen Luo's body. He felt as if his acupoints had been opened up, and he praised, "The Hong Chen qi can indeed operate this cultivation method. My acupoints are being opened." Sweat poured down Chen Luo's face. He opened his eyes, taking a breath, and the qi from before had disappeared. Chen Luo took off his outer garment. The inner clothing was stained with black stuff, which he thought was marrow cleansing fluid, which was forcing out impurities accumulated in his meridians. His whole body was sticky with filth, so he thought he needed to find a place to bathe. He then ran off to find a place to bathe. After using Hong Chen qi to open his acupoints, the feeling of weakness and hunger had indeed lessened a lot, but the feeling of his whole body being sticky was really not pleasant. The sun had risen high, and the woman slowly opened her eyes. She used her beautiful purple eyes to look around. She slowly sat up and said, "That little brat. I didn't expect him to wake up before me, and even be able to move. Is it Wenshin's help?" She began to plot against Chen Luo. "If that's the case, then I can't let him escape even more. I'll place a GU worm on him. If I follow the scent of the GU worm, I can find him." It turned out she had placed a GU worm on Chen Luo at some point. She threw out something green, and it opened its wings, revealing itself to be a GU worm. The GU worm could speak, and it knelt before her, saying, "Yes, miss." Chen Luo was standing under the scorching sun, sweat dripping from his forehead. He wiped his sweat and sighed, "Why can't I find even a drop of water here?" Suddenly, his body flashed with light. He said in surprise, "Huh. My meridians are automatically operating, and I've broken through 2 more acupoints." Suddenly, Chen Luo's body released a powerful burst of qi, startling him. At this moment, Chen Luo was lying down, his body still continuously emitting that qi. It turned out he was farting, and Chen Luo's face began to turn red, or rather, as he put it, it was turbid qi. He sighed, "Damn, after breaking through the acupoints, I still have to expel turbid qi. I must cultivate in seclusion from now on." Zhong Kuei and the black cat suddenly appeared in front of them and congratulated their master. Zhong Kuei said, "My lord, you've leveled up. You've awakened a new talent." The black cat was also happy, "Master, me too." Suddenly, Chen Luo raised his hand and patted his chest, "You two seem to be a bit different than before." Zhong Kuei happily showed off, "Now, I can command 5 little devils." As he finished speaking, Zhong Kuei released a chain with 5 small devils on it, who made adorable sounds. Cheap, O-Y-A-W-A, ha. After witnessing this scene, Chen Luo clapped his hands continuously, "Well done, well done." He thought, at this rate, he might be able to transform into the underworld judge of his previous life. Then Chen Luo turned to the black cat and asked, "And what about you?" The black cat giggled and said, "Master, look carefully." Suddenly, the black cat darted forward. A barrier appeared around where Chen Luo was standing. Chen Luo asked the black cat, "You awakened a domain-like ability?" The black cat said, "That's right." Chen Luo said in satisfaction, "Although the range isn't large right now, it's clear that my perception within the domain has become exceptionally strong. In the future, if I become stronger, if I use the Great Collapse technique in the domain state, then it will truly be a guaranteed kill. Suddenly, Chen Luo felt a strange chi and looked suspiciously at the light, making a sound. Suddenly, he turned and punched, asking, "What is it?" His punch landed directly on the face of a mantis demon. He exclaimed, "Damn," and panicked as if thousands of lightning bolts had struck his head. The mantis demon was immediately sent flying. He exclaimed in panic, "Damn. It actually worked." The mantis demon quickly regained its balance and landed on the ground, saying, "You have some skills, no wonder my master values you so much." Chen Luo asked curiously, "Master, did that woman send you?" The mantis demon suddenly became angry, adopting a fighting stance. "You who are about to die don't need to know these things. I will take your head with my next blade." Chen Luo was not frightened by this, and began to hold a branch. He pointed the branch straight at the mantis demon, saying, "Okay then, who would have thought that I would have the chance to show off?" The mantis demon angrily said that Chen Luo was talking nonsense and charged at him. "Go to hell." Chen Luo deployed the 9 swords of Dugu, defeating blade stance. In front of Chen Luo was the charging mantis, but there were 2 circles on its body. Those were the mantis demon's fatal points. The black cat's domain perception combined with the 9 swords of Dugu, he could see the trajectory of the fatal points of the attacks. The mantis demon only managed to say, "How is this possible?" Immediately, it was struck in its fatal points by the branch in Chen Luo's hand, and the mantis demon grunted as the branch pierced right through its face. At this moment, the mantis demon's head had been pierced by the branch. Chen Luo said, "As long as you follow the trajectory of the fatal points and strike randomly, no one can use normal attacks. What is impossible about that? Simply put, in front of me, you can't even use your skills." After the attack, Chen Luo called Zhong Kuei to appear, ordering him to devour the mantis demon's soul. Zhong Kuei obeyed, saying, "Yes, master," and charged at the mantis demon. After obtaining the soul of the mantis demon, Zhong Kuei laughed, "He, thank you, master." After saying that, Zhong Kuei ate the mantis demon's soul. After eating, Zhong Kuei was deep in thought, so Chen Luo asked if there was any useful information in its soul. Zhong Kuei said, "This one is not a complete demon, and its soul has already been refined, but there is still some useful information. That Lian Ai, she will be here very soon." Having just defeated the mantis demon, Chen Luo threw away the branch and started running, saying, "That woman is indeed not ordinary. Luckily, I didn't play around and stab once. But in this situation, being caught up is only a matter of time." He hurriedly picked up his clothes and prepared to flee. Zhong Kuei next to him asked, "Then what do we do now?" Chen Luo ran while saying, "What else can we do? Now, we have to find a place to bathe first and then hide. I don't believe she can follow me to the ends of the earth." Elsewhere, inside a purple cocoon, the woman was cursing, "Useless thing." Then she stretched her hand out of the cocoon. She said, "It seems I still have to go myself. Run away. Run to the ends of the earth. You still won't escape from my palm." On this side, Chen Zhuan was being supported by Xiao Huan as she entered. She walked while worrying and asked, "Wei Daren, is there any news about my younger brother yet?" Wei Yang said, "We have calculated 3 possible destinations of that spatial passage, but we haven't determined the final location yet. We've already sent people to those places." Chen Zhuan was sad, and she closed her eyes. Then she and Xiao Huan both knelt before Wei Daren. "Wei Daren, please save my younger brother no matter what. He's the only family I have left. If he's gone, then I will too." Wei Yang hurriedly helped her up, saying, "Don't worry, we will definitely do our best, Chen Luo will definitely be fine." He reassured her, but Wei Daren was still worried, thinking, people from the Zhenchuan division have been sent to all 3 places, and they've also mobilized the help of the demon race. "Chen Luo, you must live." Dusk was falling. Although everyone was very worried about Chen Luo was not only safe, but also enjoying himself. He was soaking in a lake. Chen Luo seemed to be very happy to be bathing after a long time, saying, "Luckily, I found this stream, otherwise I would have been stunk to death by my own smell." Suddenly something startled him. He said, "Huh?" and turned around. A force shot towards him, making Chen Luo, who was bathing, have to dodge. Someone had attacked Chen Luo. Chen Luo shouted, "Who is it?" He asked in surprise. It seemed he didn't expect to be attacked while naked. From the darkness, a pair of eyes lit up. Something was appearing here. Something was appearing here. Then, a plop sound rang out. It turned out to be a green frog. This frog was very different from normal frogs, and it was wearing something on its back that looked like a bag. At this moment, Chen Luo's head was full of question marks. He scratched his head and said, "A frog." The frog croaked and took the bag off its back and placed it on the ground, reaching inside as if searching for something. Its actions made Chen Luo not understand at all. Then, from the bag, it took out something white and fluffy that looked like a cloud. The frog sat on the cloud and then flew slowly towards Chen Luo. It croaked. What was it trying to say to him? Suddenly, light began to penetrate Chen Luo's body. He began to understand what the frog wanted to say, and he scratched his head and asked, "You're saying that you attacked me because I have the smell of insects, and you hate insects?" The frog croaked. Chen Luo said, "It's okay, no need to apologize, I just killed an insect, it must be because of that." As soon as he said it was okay, the frog, along with the cloud, turned and left. Chen Luo, standing next to him, sighed, "Tsk, it's also very cold." In a tower, a shout echoed throughout the place, "What? The only grandson of Jin Chen Granny has also disappeared." At the great demon assembly, there were demons sitting all around. Some had cow horns on their heads, some had rabbit ears. A bull demon said, "Isn't that a common occurrence?" A rabbit demon next to him said, "It seems like there have been many times in the past few months." Another demon said, "The young master is really a worrisome demon. I wonder who will be lucky enough to encounter him this time." A clattering sound rang out. The surrounding demons all broke out in cold sweat, and became quiet. A foot stepped in. It was a demon granny leaning on a cane. Behind her were two beautiful demons with fox ears on their heads. She said, "Have you all received the reward from the Zhenchuan division?" The surrounding demons bowed, reporting to Granny, "We've all received it." "Yes, Granny. Everyone has received it." The Granny sat down on the main seat, looking dignified, and said, "Good. The reward from the Zhenchuan division is 5 moonflower pearls, and I, old lady, will add to that." After that, someone brought 3 sunstar pearls. The remaining demons were all surprised and gasped. The moonflower pearl contains the essence of 100 days of moonlight, while the sunstar pearl contains twice the essence of sunlight. If you get these treasures, it's like suddenly gaining several years of cultivation. Worthy of Jin Chen Granny. With such generosity, she is indeed worthy of the name of Great Demon. The Demon Granny continued, "The person we are looking for this time, that Uncle BA is definitely important, but I, old lady, am also acting generously for my own reasons. I hope everyone will conveniently find my only grandson. That beast stole a sky-leaping talisman, and now we don't know where he went." Upon hearing about the sky-leaping talisman, all the demons were shocked. That is a godly treasure, only earned after 2 or 3 years of luck. A life-saving godly treasure. Such a treasure was stolen to be used for running away from home. On this side, Chen Luo was still naked, looking at the frog in confusion. The frog was still carrying a bag on its back. Chen Luo watched the frog's back, thinking, "Didn't this guy say goodbye already? Why has he come back several times?" Then the frog, who had just left, came back and sat down again where Chen Luo was bathing. After that, the frog continued to run away. Chen Luo looked at the frog's confusing actions and said, "Okay, I think I understand now. It turned out that the frog was lost. Chen Luo stood behind and watched the frog hiding under a rock. Hearing Chen Luo expose him, it only croaked, meaning it was asking Chen Luo how he knew. Chen Luo explained, "You've come back and forth several times already. It would be a problem if I didn't notice." Even though it was lost, the frog was still very arrogant, standing up and saying, "Croak. I, the Great One, am not lost." After saying that, the frog ran away again. Chen Luo watched him and thought, this frog is also very stubborn. But then his stomach suddenly growled, and he said, "I don't care about him anymore. I have to find something to eat and fill my stomach first." Chen Luo had now found some kind of fruit to eat. But he didn't eat it immediately, but picked it up and complained, "Why does this fruit look so bad?" Suddenly, a sound attracted his attention. An object flew straight into his face, making him yell, "Wa!" It turned out to be the same frog from before. He didn't know where it came from, but it had landed directly on Chen Luo's face. Chen Luo was in pain and fell backward. His face red from the pain. "Why is it you again?" The frog, despite hitting someone, was still very loud, "Croak. You dare to follow me, the Great One." Chen Luo's face now had the imprint of the frog from the impact. He said irritably, "Not only did you not apologize for hitting me, but you dare to blame me." The frog not only didn't apologize, but was also very arrogant, jumping into the bag on its back and saying, "Croak. I'll let you follow me, the Great One. Croak. I, the Great One, will make a deal with you using a pearl from the East Sea." After saying that, the frog took out a pearl from its bag, a pearl that was even bigger than the frog's head. Chen Luo looked at the giant pearl before him and was sweating. "This pearl seems very precious, and the space behind you is a magical treasure. Are you the young master of some great demon family?" The frog crossed its arms and said, "Croak. That's not important. As long as you take me out of this floating cloud mountain, this thing is yours." Hearing such an attractive condition, Chen Luo began to think, he can casually take out this pearl, he must have a great background. If I can have a good relationship with him, then when the demoness catches me, I will have an extra guarantee, right? After thinking, Chen Luo crossed his arms and smiled, saying, "Okay, I'll do this deal." Chen Luo was carrying the frog on his shoulder. He was eating some kind of fruit, and as he ate, his face was terrible, his eyes rolled back, showing only the whites. And he cursed, "Shit. This is too sour. If I wasn't so hungry, I really wouldn't want to eat this." But the green frog didn't seem to share his unpleasant expression. It was also eating something and then spitting out a round black object. After spitting, the green frog took out a round yellow object, ready to eat it. Chen Luo asked in surprise, "What are you eating?" The frog said while chewing, "Croak, blood refining pill. A pill that can help me refine my bloodline." Chen Luo continued to ask, "Then what did you spit out? Can't you eat those?" The frog held a pill, ready to eat it, saying, "Croak, that is also the blood refining pill. It has a sugar-coated shell on the outside. I only eat that shell." Hearing this, Chen Luo's expression darkened. He glanced at it and thought, is this how the rich are? Sure enough, the rich in any world cannot be understood by normal logic. In an open space, a purple teleportation gate appeared. Two demons fell out of the teleportation gate. Both cried out in pain, "Rya, Rya." The squirrel demon rubbed its butt and said, "Huang, third brother, this teleportation talisman is too powerful." The weasel demon also rubbed one cheek and said, "Song, old brother, if I had money, I wouldn't use this kind of teleportation talisman." Then the two demons began to stand up. The weasel demon said, "It wasn't easy for us to work as guards for someone for 10 years to earn this little money, we should still save a bit. After all, it's very expensive to exchange for blood refining pills on the black market." He thought, if I had a blood refining pill, and cleansed my bloodline, I could also become a demon king of one side. The squirrel demon scratched his head and said, I don't have such grand ambitions as Huang third brother, I just hope to exchange for a few blood-refining immortal pills. So I can step into the blood-refining realm. That way, when my children are born, the chance of them opening their minds is very high, and I'll be considered to have honored my ancestors. The weasel demon patted the squirrel demon's shoulder and said, "You are really a practical person, ha 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 ha." The other demon only smiled shyly, he 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 he. Suddenly, his foot kicked something. The weasel demon only managed to yell, "Yo, what's this?" and fell directly to the ground. With a stern face, he asked, "What dares to block my path?" Then the weasel demon directly picked up the pill and said, "Little song, we don't need to buy blood-refining pills anymore." The other demon was confused, huh? The weasel demon held up the pill, shouting happily, "This is it. We are rich today. Quickly keep looking, there might be more nearby." After saying that, the two demons began to look for pills. "Huang third brother, there's one here too." "Little song, I also picked one up." "There's one here too." On this side, the green frog, a big shot, was still leisurely sitting and eating pills, eating and spitting. It called out, "Croak, human." Chen Luo asked, "What is it?" The green frog replied, "Croak, I feel the smell of insects on you is getting stronger and stronger. Did you bathe properly at the lake just now?" Chen Luo quickly pulled up his sleeve to look, saying, "I did bathe properly, and I even threw away my outer garment that was hit by the smell." The green frog lay down and said, "Croak, then why is that?" A graceful figure with purple hair appeared. It was Lian Ai. She walked while saying, "Little brother, I'm almost there to find you." On this side, the green frog was still lying on Chen Luo's shoulder, spitting out blood-refining pills. The two demons behind them were trembling when they saw this. The weasel demon said, "It seems we weren't picking up discarded items from a merchant, but from the young master of a demon clan." The other one said, "Then isn't that a good thing? We can follow behind and pick up more. We should stay a bit away, so they don't notice us. Once we've picked up enough, we can." The weasel demon began to raise his claws, saying, "Look carefully, it's just the strength of one person and one frog. They are not the opponents of us brothers at all. If that's the case, why not just directly grab their bag of stuff?" Seeing that the weasel demon was acting so rash, the squirrel demon was shocked. The weasel demon continued, "Inside, there might be treasures that we brothers won't be able to buy in our whole lives." The squirrel demon quickly knelt down and grabbed the weasel demon's hand, saying, "Third brother, no, I, Song Shu Hang, although I have a low status, I have always been honest and diligent. I have never done anything bad. And if we do something that involves bloodshed, then the great Xuan won't have a place for us." The weasel demon laughed cunningly, "Song old brother, this is wealth being offered to us, why do you keep stopping me? Don't tell me you think I can deal with them alone." The squirrel demon continued to beg, "Third brother, don't be reckless, calm down." The weasel demon kicked the squirrel demon away angrily, saying, "Useless, someone like you should be controlled and killed by others for your entire life. Once I kill them, I will go to the southern demon land and live a carefree life." After saying that, it rushed out, "This matter, I will definitely do it." On this side, Chen Luo suddenly sensed a murderous intent. He quickly dodged a sword that stabbed directly at him. He yelled, "Who is it?" The frog was also startled and croaked. The weasel demon deployed a blood rune divine power, poisonous fog burst. After saying that, he continued to attack Chen Luo. He said, "No one can withstand my blood rune divine power." Chen Luo was now trapped in that poisonous fog. The weasel demon just said, "Go to hell," and prepared to end Chen Luo with one sword. But suddenly, Chen Luo held out his hand, and then grabbed the weasel demon's neck, broke through the fog, and shouted, "You are too bold." The sword in the demon's hand fell to the ground. It was being choked, and it was terrified. "Great One, spare me." It thought, "I've messed with someone too tough." Chen Luo gripped its neck tighter. He was furious and said, "Give me a reason to spare you." He thought, if I hadn't opened up the Hong Chen martial Dao, and stepped into the meridian opening realm, this stench would have killed me. This demon is really trying to kill me. The other demon just stammered, unable to say a word. I. Suddenly, the demon's cheeks puffed up. Gu. The green frog warned, "Croak, the smell of insects. Throw him away." The weasel demon's body was getting bigger and bigger. Chen Luo took aim and threw the demonic beast into the air. A loud explosion rang out, the demonic beast detonated. The blast created a force so strong that it pushed Chen Luo several meters away. A round of applause suddenly sounded. Lian Ai appeared from nowhere, clapping her hands while praising, "A demonic creature at the blood refinement realm, combined with my violent Gu. Yet it didn't hurt you. I'm becoming more and more interested in you." Chen Luo was shocked, "So it's really you?" The green frog still sat on Chen Luo's shoulder, asking in confusion, "Ribbit, what's that?" Lian Ai saw the green frog and asked, "A new friend. Won't you introduce us?" But Chen Luo didn't pay attention to her words. He started to run with all his might. Seeing Chen Luo panicking, Lian Ai laughed triumphantly, "Run, try to run, can you escape from this young lady's palm?" The green frog now realized it was in danger. It said, "Ribbit, enemy." Chen Luo asked in a panic, "Great frog, do you have any powerful treasures on you? Preferably something that can explode and blow that monster to smithereens." The frog replied, "Ribbit. What kind of treasure are you talking about? Are you even in your right mind? Plus, I ran away from home." Suddenly, Lian Ai appeared in front of Chen Luo. She stood with her arms crossed, relaxed. "Little brother, where are you running to?" Chen Luo quickly braked. He widened his eyes in horror, "I can't run anymore." Seeing the urgent situation, Chen Luo grabbed the frog's neck. The frog scolded, "Ribbit, what do you want? Put me down this instant." Chen Luo said, "This has nothing to do with you, run away quickly." After that, he used all his strength to throw the frog far away. The green frog, having just been thrown away, was still in shock. It thought, "This fool." On this side, Chen Luo quickly grabbed a branch, preparing it as a weapon. He said, "Don't underestimate me like that. Even if I can't beat you, today I'll tear your clothes, to benefit the passers-by." Hearing Chen Luo say that, Lian Ai replied, "Humph, you're about to die and still talking nonsense. Today I'll chop your head off, and tear open your chest to take out the Wen Xin." After speaking, she flicked out something green from her hand. Those things transformed into praying mantis demons. Chen Luo also went into a battle-ready stance. He called out, "Little cat." The black cat appeared, saying to his master, "Here, meow." Chen Luo grunted, "Humph, killing one is still killing five is still killing." 5 purple beams of light began to attack him. On this side, Chen Luo used the branch to strike at the vital points of the praying mantis demon. He performed the Dugu 9 swords breaking saber style. The praying mantises were defeated under his hands. Lian Ai clapped her hands in praise, "Not bad, so that's how you kill them. Once I understand this, things will get more interesting." With that, she unleashed the raging wind Gu. Chen Luo held the branch, his face showing no fear. "I can see through it." Suddenly, the branch in his hand broke, making Chen Luo very startled. An attack from Lian Ai broke the branch and struck Chen Luo directly. Blood splattered everywhere. Chen Luo painfully fell backward, thinking, "Shit. Is this the difference in power? Even if you can see through it, it's meaningless." Lian Ai said contemptuously, "I hate weakness. I hate small, weak humans resisting." With that, she continued to inflict fatal blows to Chen Luo's chest and legs. She continued, "After extracting your Wen Xin, I'll turn your body into a puppet, to stay by my side. How is it? Being by the side of a beauty like me, you should be happy." With that, She was about to deliver a final blow to Chen Luo. But suddenly, Zhong Kuei and the black cat appeared angrily. Don't even think about harming our master. The black cat also raised its claws, meow. She unleashed her technique again, splitting Zhong Kuei and the black cat in half. She said disdainfully, raising little ghosts. This kind is not worthy to be my opponent. After being split, Zhong Kuei and the black cat gradually dissipated. On this side, Chen Luo was horrified to see that scene. He shouted, Zhong Kuei. Little cat. He recalled the moment when Zhong Kuei first appeared before him, clasping his fist respectfully, greetings, Lord. He remembered the moment the cat meowed on his shoulder, introducing it to Ji Zhong. Let me introduce to you my spirit book. Its name is Da Tong. What do you think? He also remembered the moment Zhong Kuei and the black cat happily announced to him, Master. I've leveled up. Awakened a new heavenly talent. Master, me too. With all the pain and anger, tears welled up in Chen Luo's eyes. He used all the remaining strength he had to rush towards Lian Ai, saying, I'll kill you. Even though he was bleeding. He did not falter. She said, I've changed my mind. Killing you, my master can also extract the Wenshin from your corpse. With that, she swung another blow towards him. Suddenly, a frog's tongue appeared from somewhere. The frog's tongue wrapped around Chen Luo's waist, pulling him away, helping him avoid Lian Ai's attack. Lian Ai stared at the frog in anger, saying, You don't know what's good for you. The frog kept pulling Chen Luo away. Lian Ai got angry and kept attacking continuously. Chen Luo worriedly looked at the frog and said, Don't mind me, go quickly, go instead of me. Qingju, Wan County. Chen Mansion. Take the message. But he was interrupted by the frog, Ribbit. Don't you dare leave your last words. Ribbit. Ribbit. You threw me away, I'm so moved by you. This time consider it you benefited. Lian Ai's attacks came, Chen Luo was struck, and blood spurted out. Seeing that, the frog unleashed, soul fusion technique. The green frog shouted, Open. The frog flew into the air. Then, a force from the frog's body pulled Chen Luo into the air, avoiding Lian Ai's attacks. Her attacks created a huge explosion. Chen Luo didn't know if he was alive or dead. She looked upwards, saying disdainfully, Just a small demon, only came to die as well. This is the consequence of not knowing one's place. Then, something appeared from the explosion, making her surprised, The green frog had now transformed into a huge frog. Seeing that scene, Lian Ai was startled. A great demonic beast. A celestial devourer. Why did it appear here? The great frog roared. Then a massive aura appeared. She asked, That little brat, he's not dead. What happened? From the aura, Chen Luo jumped down. His body no longer had the wounds from before. All over his body appeared green streaks of light. He seemed to have merged with the green frog. He said, I will kill you, to avenge Zhong Kuei and Da Tong. Lian Ai started attacking again. You think creating this spectacle can help you win against me? The power gap between us is like heaven and earth. Die. Faced with that attack, Chen Luo reached out and summoned his sword, come here. From the bag behind the frog, something shot out. It was a purple sword. Chen Luo shot out like an arrow. Chen Luo used the swords to cut apart Lian Ai's attacks. Seeing this, she said, You think that's all I got? Crush him. In her hand appeared a ball of energy. She used all her strength to attack Chen Luo. Chen Luo started performing Dugu 9 swords, breaking Chi style. His whole body was like an arrow piercing through her previous attack. He put the sword to Lian Ai's throat. Before this event, she was shocked. Just like last time, when the sword touched Lian Ai's throat, it was also the moment when her throat turned into ice. And the sword could not cut through. Lian Ai was angry. Her eyes widened as she said to Chen Luo, Don't underestimate a 6th grade Jiu master. There is only a thin line between me and your great scholars. After saying that, she unleashed the green Gu, iron cage. Her hair suddenly became sharp like swords and attacked Chen Luo. Chen Luo quickly dodged some of the attacks. Faced with those attacks, Chen Luo could only retreat backward. He thought to himself, this is as far as I can go. Lian Ai began to get angry. I didn't expect you to force me to this point. I really underestimated you. Next, you'll know what it means to be on different levels. With that, she started cutting a line on her hand. What flowed out was not blood, but a green fluid. From the green fluid, a white leg appeared, then slowly a beast was revealed. It was the 6th grade blood beast Gu, Ba Feng. Chen Luo began to perform one sword breaks all. On this side, the demonic beast also raised its sharp claws and charged, combined with Lian Ai's attacks. She said, "You're about to die and still talking nonsense." Chen Luo was trying his best to evade her attacks and also counterattack the beast. His shoulder was scratched open by the beast, blood flowed out non-stop. He thought to himself, must deal with the hair carefully, these living creatures are not easy to deal with. The demonic beast was licking Chen Luo's blood greedily. Seeing that scene, he frowned, got it. He probably thought of a way to defeat the beast. On this side, Lian Ai continued to command the beast, Ba Feng, suck his blood dry for me. The demonic beast roared terrifyingly. As for Chen Luo, he was using his strength to draw out his own blood essence. Lian Ai smiled mockingly, "Ha ha, are you crazy? You dare to draw out your own blood essence." Ignoring her words, Chen Luo held the blood essence he had drawn out earlier in his hand. The demonic beast smelled the blood and became excited, its eyes lit up. With that, Chen Luo used all his strength to throw the blood essence far away. Seeing that, the demonic beast howled and quickly followed the blood essence, disappearing. Before that scene, Lian Ai's eyes no longer had pupils. She called out, "Ba Feng, come back quickly." But before she could finish her sentence, she received a sword strike from Chen Luo. Her blood splattered everywhere. Chen Luo continued to attack with more strikes. He said, "When fighting with your life on the line, looking around like that will lead to a miserable death." With that, he raised his sword high, preparing a fatal blow. He said, "It's over." But she caught Chen Luo's sword. She glared at him, saying, "Don't be too arrogant." Although her blood was flowing non-stop, she still resisted Chen Luo's attack. She said, "To force out my natal Gu, I'll admit that you have some ability." Behind her back, a pair of blurred butterfly wings appeared. She still held Chen Luo's sword tightly. Chen Luo was shocked. "I can't pull out the sword. She is using a special ability to hold my sword." The frog on Chen Luo's bare shoulder said, tiredly, "Quickly think of a way to finish her off in one go. My power is almost depleted." Lian Ai said triumphantly, "But now, you must regret getting so close to me." Her eyes gradually turned vicious as she said, "Turn into nutrients for me." Chen Luo said, "I understand." His whole body was bursting with power. He thought to himself, "Mortal Chi, the last power I can use." The power gradually accumulated and grew stronger. Chen Luo slashed at her with his sword. The colliding energies created a chaotic scene. He couldn't see clearly in front of him. Only hearing a miserable scream, "A." Chen Luo panted. Lian Ai, hit by Chen Luo's attack, had fainted and fallen to the ground. Her clothes were also torn to shreds. Chen Luo said, "It's over." He approached Lian Ai, sword in hand, and said, "I want you to pay for their lives." He raised his sword, preparing to stab down, "Zhongkui, little cat, I've avenged you too." But before the sword could reach Lian Ai's chest, her eyes snapped open, staring at him. His sword froze. A hand appeared, using magic to block his sword. An ray of light enveloped her. Chen Luo exclaimed in panic, "What is this?" The moment that finger touched Chen Luo's sword, the sword instantly disintegrated. Chen Luo was astonished as his sword turned into dust and slowly disappeared. His expression couldn't have been more horrified. In front of Chen Luo was another woman. She emerged from a portal. It was a finger that had touched Chen Luo's sword, causing it to vanish. Lian Ai's eyes widened as she said, Master, why are you here? Lian Ai's master said, I didn't expect the natal Jiyu to be so severely injured. No wonder the shadow Jiyu activated automatically, luring my mind here. If I hadn't planted the shadow Jiyu on your chest, you would have surely died today. Lian Ai said, I'm ashamed in front of Master. But this kid is really troublesome. He obtained the Wen Xin, and his strength has become unfathomable. Lian Ai's master looked at Chen Luo with a probing gaze. Are you the one who stole our Wen Xin? Chen Luo was sitting on the ground, feeling uneasy. No, this guy's aurate's impossible to sense his true strength. And mine. Before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed. The green frog was ejected from Chen Luo's body. Lian Ai's master continued, Wen Xin, come out. She used magic to make Chen Luo's body glow. The green frog beside him had fainted some time before. The energy in Chen Luo's body slowly escaped and gathered into a small circle. She said, extract the Wen Xin. This guy won't survive a few more moments. Suddenly, the fainted green frog's body started to glow. Chen Luo's whole body was enveloped in a barrier. On the barrier were talismans. The woman was startled. This is the highest level of protective talisman of the Taoist sect. Heaven's official bestows blessings. She turned to her disciple and asked, Is this place Fuyuan Mountain? Lian Ai said, Yes, Master. Why Fuyuan Mountain? As soon as she finished speaking, a spatial distortion appeared. The master grabbed Lian Ai and said, Leave quickly. Even though Lian Ai was still struggling, they left. The Wen Xin is still. She explained, Fuyuan Mountain is the place of the Taoist prison. That green frog is probably closely related to the Taoist sect. I'm just an illusion. If we attract a Taoist master, I won't be able to protect you. Before leaving, she gave Chen Luo a dangerous look. Wen Xin, I will come and take you. As the two master and disciple left, only Chen Luo and the unconscious frog remained there. After fainting, he found himself in the dreamlike flower forest. Chen Luo, clutching his wound, said, Are you Zhongkue and Little Miao? He stood there, looking at the two withered trees, and said sadly, It's my fault for not being strong enough to protect you. Suddenly, a vague green figure appeared behind Chen Luo. The figure said, They are not dead. Book spirits are the manifestation of the power within the book. As long as the book is indestructible, the book spirits are indestructible. Chen Luo turned around in surprise and asked, Who are you? Why have I never seen you before? The figure bowed and said, I am the spirit of the secret realm, paying my respects to the Lord. Chen Luo said in surprise, The spirit of the secret realm. Little Miao once mentioned it. Then he continued to ask, If they are not dead, how can they be resurrected? The spirit of the secret realm replied, The more people who read the book, the more naturally the spiritual energy can condense again, and they can reappear in the outside world. Chen Luo clenched his fists with determination, so it needs more readers. But if I don't become stronger, even if they are resurrected, I won't be able to protect them. Then Chen Luo cupped his hands and bowed, Spirit of the secret realm, tell me, how can I get more books? Facing the spirit of the secret realm, he thought to himself, I need to become stronger, I need to become stronger than anyone else, so I can protect everything I have. The spirit of the secret realm continued to explain, You need chi luck. In the eyes of the heavenly Tao, our books are non-existent. The Lord needs to accumulate enough chi luck, and use chi luck to trade with the heavenly Tao so that we can manifest in this world. Chen Luo asked, Trade with the heavenly Tao. In his mind, he imagined a balanced scale. The spirit of the secret realm said, Someone has noticed me. Lord, you will understand later. Even when facing the heavenly Tao, you don't need to lower yourself. After finishing, the figure slowly disappeared. Chen Luo stood there, thinking, heavenly Tao. So, reading human books goes against the heavenly Tao. He looked at the two withered trees in front of him, then, I must be going against heaven. The scene shifted to another place. A squirrel demon was pulling a cart. But the man who wanted to defy heaven, Chen Luo, was now lying with the green frog on the cart. Chen Luo and the green frog were unconscious. The squirrel demon said to himself, Huang Sanji is unrighteous, but I can't be ungrateful. I'll pull them to the nearest medical hall, and then I'll leave. Consider it repayment for the favor of the blood refinement pill. Suddenly, something flashed behind the squirrel demon. Two bear demons were eyeing them. That seems to be the young master of Luo Di Sheng Qian Pavilion. That human must be Wan and Ba that Zhenjuan Sai is looking for. They are conspiring, let's go and rob them now. A crow demon sitting on a tree with its arms crossed said, Are you guys crazy? Those two are seriously injured now. Jin Chan Po Po and Zhenjuan Sai would think we hurt them. What then? The two bears said, We just want the reward for finding them, we absolutely don't want to hurt anyone. One of them chimed in, That's right, that's right. We are all good demons. We buy our meat at the market. The cunning crow demon said, So you need to think carefully. How should we act in the end, to be foolproof? The two bears started to ponder. To let that squirrel take them there. It's so unfair, we clearly saw them, but the reward will slip from our hands. The crow said, That squirrel, at a glance, is not a local demon. What gives him the right to claim the reward? And, the announcement said to bring them back. We just need to participate in bringing them back, wouldn't we get a reward too? Hearing that, the eyes of the two bears lit up. They immediately ran out, right, as long as we help bring them back, we will be credited. The two bear demons suddenly running out startled the squirrel demon, Bears. Are they local demons? But the two bears were very amiable. Squirrel brother, are you going to Fuyuan Ward? We are going the same way, we'll help you push the cart. Hearing this, the squirrel demon kept turning around in confusion. Then the bears started to urge, let's go. The squirrel just sat there thinking, what's going on? I've met good demons. In the distance, many pairs of red eyes were staring in this direction. They whispered, oh no. Zhong Da, Zhong has taken the lead. What should we do now? Just watch them get the reward. The crow immediately became anxious. Don't worry about it anymore. Go and help push the cart. Even if we don't get the reward, we can still get acquainted with the master of Luo Di Sheng Qian Pavilion. The other demons also started to rush. Right. Getting acquainted would be good. That's a favor from Luo Di Sheng Qian Pavilion. Quickly. Go and push the cart, get a good position. I'll push the cart too. I want to push the cart too. The actions of the demons surprised the squirrel demon. Are the demons in Fuyuan Mountain so enthusiastic and hospitable? Now, the demons escorting Chen Luo and the green frog had formed a long line. They pushed and shoved each other as they went. Move aside. Move aside. Two crow demons wearing guard uniforms panicked. Why are so many demons coming at once? Has something big happened? Go and report to shopkeeper he. Shopkeeper he swaggered in and said, what's there to panic about? So what if there are so many fools? Fuyuan Ward is not a place where anyone can just enter. We've arrived at Fuyuan Ward, said a bear. Shopkeeper, he flew down in front of them and asked, what are you chieftains doing at Fuyuan Ward? The demons all moved to two sides, revealing a cart. Shopkeeper he, there's something. Something big. Look at the cart. On the cart lay a beast and a demon, both unconscious. Shopkeeper, he was so startled that he broke out in a cold sweat. Young master. Oh no. How did you get hurt like this? Now the squirrel demon, after rescuing Chen Luo and the green frog, was invited in. He was sweating and thought to himself, I didn't expect that a casual rescue would involve 2 big shots. He looked at the steaming cup of tea and leaped. Is this legendary dragon blood wood? And this tea, just the smell makes my blood boil. It's definitely good for cultivation. He glanced to the left, thinking, the most amazing thing is still this. He was staring at a maid with a pair of fox ears. This young lady is the most beautiful female demon I've ever seen in my entire life. Who could have known that these 2 ordinary-looking individuals were the only grandson of Jin Chan Po Po, the local landlord, and a newly conferred Earl of Da Xuan dynasty? He sighed, Huang San Ge, you really are blind. Shopkeeper, he cupped his hands and said, Song Yi Shi, feel free to make any request. What reward do you want now? Luo Di Sheng Qian Pavilion will definitely not let you down. Hearing the word reward, the squirrel's face gradually turned red. He glanced at the beautiful fox demon standing beside him. He thought, reward. The scene shifted to another place. In a room, an old woman was looking at her unconscious grandson, scolding, you damn brat, see if you'll be so stubborn again. You had to suffer such a great hardship. A silver-haired female demon appeared and asked, Po Po, what happened to the young master? The old woman replied, there's nothing wrong with his body, it's just that the demon spirit fragment in his body is completely depleted. But this beast's soul has merged with someone else. Ning Bing was immediately furious upon hearing this. She unleashed her power and said, who is so bold? This servant will tear his soul to pieces right now. The old woman turned to look at the female demon and reminded her, calm down. She grunted and retracted her power. Suddenly, a fox maid came in, Po Po, Aunt Ning, that Wan and Ba has woken up. The old woman looked at the female demon and explained, the one he merged souls with is the newly conferred Wan and Ba of Da Xuan. On Chen Luo's side, he was slowly sitting up. He clutched his aching head and said, it hurts so much. I don't know how long I've been unconscious. Chen Zhuan must be going crazy with worry at home. He looked around and asked himself, where is this? Suddenly, the door in front of him opened. Stepping in was the old woman and a maid. The old woman bowed, I, Taoist Jin San Shun, pay my respects to the Earl. Chen Luo scratched his head, thinking, Jin San Shun, the name sounds familiar. Isn't it a drama that Mango TV bought the rights to? Chen Luo quickly stood up and cupped his hands, you two saved me, thank you. By the way, did you see a green frog? A very small one. He raised his hand to make a small circle and said, about this small, he's my brother. The old woman said, the green frog you mentioned, we didn't see it. Hearing that they hadn't seen the green frog, Chen Luo panicked. He hurriedly tried to run off to find the frog, you didn't see it. It must have fallen somewhere. I have to find him. He must be injured too, I can't leave him alone, something might happen to him. The female demon immediately grabbed his arm. She said, he's fine. We were just testing you. Chen Luo turned to ask, what do you mean? The old woman said, Earl, please don't rush. I was just teasing you. That frog is my only grandson. He's resting in his room now. Hearing this, Chen Luo cupped his hands and said, so that's how it is. Your grandson has saved my life. Chen Luo is extremely grateful. The old woman smiled kindly and replied, if you consider my grandson as your brother, then I'm older, so I'll call you grandson and stop calling you Earl. Chen Luo said, of course. Then, Grandmother Jin, can I go and see him? Ning Bing immediately interrupted, not now. We need to know what you went through. Chen Luo started to tell the story, this story is very long. He began to recount the events that had happened. The old woman said, I didn't expect so much to happen. The Jiu tribe, which was just a legend, has actually appeared. The white-haired woman continued, so, to defeat the Jiu woman, you had to merge souls. Chen Luo replied, yes, that's right. But, from your tone, that woman is very strong. The old woman began to explain, Legend has it that when heaven and earth were first created, the first life form was the Jiu insect. It absorbed the primordial chaos energy and became extremely powerful, and wanted to devour the heavenly Tao to become the master. The spirit of the heavenly Tao defeated it, and it fell apart into 3,600 parts, called Jiu. The Jiu poison is terrible, ordinary people can't withstand it. And the organization that seeks out the Jiu gods, wanting to recreate the Jiu god, is called Jiu sect. They seek great power to slaughter innocent people. The righteous path couldn't bear it. So the 5 great paths Confucianism, Buddhism, Demon, and Barbarian joined forces to kill them. But unexpectedly, some remnants survived. Ningbing asked, "The Jiu sect is hateful, but the important thing now isn't this." Hearing that, Chen Luo was puzzled. The important thing? What do you mean? Ningbing respectfully said, "My young master is young and ignorant, full of passion. He used the soul-merging technique, and gave all his power to the Earl to help you defeat the enemy. Now that the Earl is safe, can you dissolve the soul-merging technique, and return my young master's independent soul?" Hearing this, Chen Luo asked, "Independent soul? So what do I need to do?" Then he received the answer, "It's simple, you just need to separate your soul and my young master's soul. Then my young master can have an independent soul again." Chen Luo asked in confusion, "It's that simple?" The old woman immediately said, "Of course not. After separation, you might become an idiot. But our Luo Di Sheng Qian Pavilion will take care of the Earl for the rest of your life. You will never lack wealth or glory." Hearing this, Chen Luo was alarmed and thought, "My frog brother really saved my life, but to spend the rest of my life as an idiot, wouldn't this journey through time be pointless? But if I don't agree, then I'd be an ungrateful villain." He was sweating as he said, "Let me think about it first." Seeing that he didn't want to agree, the two of them immediately turned dark. No longer with their respectful attitude, the female demon said contemptuously, "My young master is a 1,000-year-old toad spirit bloodline. He was born with pure blood, as bright as the ancient demons. And what about you? Are you a seed of a great Confucian, or a Taoist from the Taoist sect? You are not worthy of merging souls with my young master. You're just a mortal." Hearing those rude words, the old woman scolded her, "Shut up." She just laughed. The old woman's attitude was completely different. She said, "Young people are ignorant and have offended the Earl. Please consider it slowly. We'll take our leave first." After the two of them left, Chen Luo gritted his teeth in anger. Then he mocked himself, "So, I'm not worthy. Ha ha." Then he frowned, "Are you bullying poor youths?" On the other side, the two of them were still plotting against Chen Luo. The female demon said, "Po Po, are we really going to just?" Before she could finish, the old woman said, "Kwa Kwa's mother was the rarest heavenly luck toad in the history of the toad tribe, using the chi luck of the heavenly Tao as food. She had a natural ability to seek good fortune and avoid disaster. She could have had 10,000 years of life if not for giving birth to Kwa Kwa. But will a normal person like him be good fortune for Kwa Kwa? Will he be good fortune for the toad tribe?" She began to give orders. "Ningbing, my junior sister Yuan Ha gave me a magic treasure called the Soul-Quelling Pagoda. It can separate souls without harming them. I'll give it to you." After saying that, she gave a golden pagoda to Ningbing. She said, "If Da Zhuan blames me, I'll go and take the blame." Ningbing, with a serious expression, said, "There's no need. Po Po, I did this, so I will take the blame." After saying that, she flew into the sky with the pagoda. The old woman stood there watching her and thought to herself, "The soul-quelling pagoda is said to not harm the soul. But the suffering it causes is not something ordinary people can withstand. That pagoda, in reality, is a torture tool of the Taoist sect." Night began to fall. Chen Luo was sitting alone, circulating his energy to open his meridians. He sighed and said, "Only half of the 12 meridians are open. I don't know when I'll completely break through the meridian opening stage. When that time comes, I wonder if there will be any unusual signs. Suddenly, the soul of the toad woman from before appeared, hovering above Chen Luo's head. She approached Chen Luo, thinking, today, I must separate my young master's soul. Even if he becomes an idiot, it is his destiny. Chen Luo was surprised and couldn't believe it. Ningbing's soul rushed over, grabbing Chen Luo's neck and saying, come with me. The old woman stood watching Ningbing fly into the sky, and said, Ningbing, I'm leaving everything to you. Suddenly, shopkeeper he rushed down to report, Master, Taoist Qianlang Dao Jun is here. The old woman was surprised and asked, why would Qianlang Shiba come to me at this time? Could it be because of the soul-quelling pagoda Yuan Ha lent me? The man in white was Qianlang Dao Jun. He smiled and cupped his hands, San Shun. Congratulations on your happy occasion. I heard that Fuyun Mountain rescued the Dajuan Wan and Ba. The old woman looked at him in surprise, oh, yes. What's wrong? Qianlang Dao Jun replied, quick, invite him out to meet us. Qing Wei Zhenren, the sect leader, and the 6 elders of our Taoist sect have jointly decided to appoint this Dajuan Wan and Ba Chen Luo as a virtuous teacher of our Taoist sect. Hearing that news, the old woman was shocked, oh, why? Qianlang Dao Jun answered, Teacher Chen has a book spirit named Zhongkue, who can devour ghosts. That is very beneficial for our Taoist sect. The ghost-dispelling spirit must not fall into the hands of the Confucian or Buddhist sects. The old woman's eyes widened in surprise, oh, this. Suddenly, a beam of blue light appeared in the sky. Somewhere a voice said, Dajuan Wei Yang. Here to greet Wan and Ba. Hearing that Wei Yang had arrived, thousands of lightning bolts shot through the old woman's body. The old woman started sweating profusely. Wei Yang slowly appeared, surrounded by light. He said, Taoist Qianlang, we already know of your appointment of the Dajuan Wan and Ba, what about him? He turned to ask the old woman. Is Wan and Ba resting? Qianlang Dao Jun also turned to ask, yes, is the virtuous teacher of our Taoist sect resting? Hearing the questions of the two people, the old woman's mouth dropped open and she couldn't speak. Her face was filled with fear as she began to stammer, Master, Wei Da are you so Wan and Ba virtuous teacher? On the other side, Chen Luo was floating in mid-air. He looked at the surroundings in surprise, wondering, where is this? Suddenly, Chen Luo clutched his head and let out a cry. Thousands of rays of light seemed to pierce through his body. Ningbing had just activated the soul-quelling pagoda. Chen Luo's soul was in constant pain. Chen Luo clutched his head, his soul seemingly trying to separate from his body. As the soul and body struggled, Chen Luo suddenly screamed and his soul stopped separating from his body. It seemed to be returning to Chen Luo's body. At this moment, Chen Luo opened his eyes in shock. His whole body seemed to be glowing. People born are not perfect, except for child prodigies, the soul and body are still slightly misaligned. Chen Luo is no exception, but the soul quenching this time made Chen Luo's soul and body completely integrated. The Confucian sect called this the Wenchu entering the mortal world, the Taoist sect called it innate Tao. The Buddhist sect called it immaculate spirit. Now Chen Luo's body was erupting with unprecedented energy. Outside, Ningbing was still relentlessly knocking on the pagoda. Ningbing was confused, why have I knocked so many times? There's no reaction. What is going on with this soul-quelling pagoda? Suddenly, Ningbing was surprised to see that the soul-quelling pagoda was getting brighter and brighter. She looked up at the glowing pagoda in awe. This is just like 200 years ago, when I followed Po Po to see Qing Wei Zhenren's tribulation. But why would it appear here? Suddenly, a strong vibration occurred. The pagoda seemed like it was going to shatter. Ningbing only had time to cry out before the sky turned hazy, and she couldn't see anything clearly. She covered her face with her hands and asked herself, what in the end is going on? A 7-colored light slowly appeared around the pagoda. Ningbing was surprised. This is. Ningbing's eyes were now wide with shock as she looked in that direction, the path to heaven. Then, a light gradually appeared before Wei Yang and Qianlang Dao Jun. Everyone present was shocked when they saw the light, the path to heaven. It's unexpectedly the 4th path to heaven. Qianlang Dao Jun was drenched in sweat. He said in surprise, the sage's teaching, the blue color fills the sky, opening the path to heaven of the Confucian sect. The Taoist sect says, the purple color comes from the east, opening the path to heaven of the Taoist sect. The Buddha said, golden lotuses bloom on earth, opening the path to heaven of the Buddhist sect. The 2 people below were so shocked that their eyes had no visible pupils anymore. Now, the essence is colorless, the moonlight recedes, which means there is a great sage that has opened the 4th path to heaven with 7 colors. The old woman was just as shocked. She widened her eyes and looked ahead, saying, 2 seniors, it seems the Qi luck is descending upon Wan and Ba Chen Luo's place. At Wenchang Pavilion, streams of multicolored light still swirled in the sky. When Xiang Yang Baichuan looked at the anomaly and said, Teacher, your wish is about to come true. He remembered his teacher's words, the only wish I have for this life is for the world to have people who are like dragons. It's about to come true. As soon as he finished thinking, he turned and gave orders to his subordinates, where is everyone? A subordinate appeared, yes. He ordered, tomorrow morning, spread the story of Chen Luo's life, especially the Zhongkue biography, all over the capital. The subordinate replied, understood. Following the instructions, they spread the word. In short, it was a Xianxia version of the story. With storytellers in every corner, new poems and news were shared. The entertainment novels written by Chen Luo were included, of course. This time, Chen Luo would be famous all over the capital, and it would even popularize multi-part novel storytelling methods. Obviously, they would still end on cliffhanger. At Shouyang Mountain, the great master Qing Wei Dao Jun stood on a cliff, looking at the anomaly and stroking his beard. The 4th path to heaven has appeared. And this world is about to change. In the western region, in the yellow sand, at the peak of the great pagoda, the Bodhisattva said with his hands clasped, the person who opened this path has an affinity with our Buddhist sect. He should protect our Buddhist sect. Then, a voice echoed, we will respectfully follow the Bodhisattva's orders. In Nanxiong, in the 10,000 mountains, in the Holy Army Hall, conversations were still echoing. Could it be Henqing Zhu of the human race, who has achieved Tao? No. Then who is it that opened the 4th path to heaven? In the room, many shadows of demons were discussing non-stop. The 3,000 miles of the path to heaven are enough to cultivate to a level equivalent to blood refinement. This is not important. The important thing is whether this person can continue to open up the path. The Confucian, Taoist, and Buddhist paths of heaven are all 10,000 miles. If this person opens another 3,000 miles, then our demon clan needs to prepare. Then, a pair of red eyes flashed in the darkness, then, put him on the agenda of the Holy Hall, and pay close attention to him. In the Manhwa, in the northern region, at the Golden Wall, a voice echoed, Alang, it's late at night, why haven't you returned to your palace to rest? A monster with 4 arms, with 2 hands folded in front of his chest, replied, Selina, the human race has another path to cultivation. They are cheering now. A red-haired female demon beside him, who seemed to be named Selina, replied, Alang, if you are worried, why don't you try to find the person who opened the path? The 4-eyed monster said expectantly, it's just a path to heaven of 3,000 miles, it can't change the big picture. I do look forward to him opening another 3,000 miles. At Fuyun Mountain, the power of the path to heaven was growing stronger. Ningbing was sweating and covering her head. How is this possible? An ordinary person, Someone who can't even awaken their heavenly talents, how can they open the path to heaven? Ningbing looked at the light of the path to heaven destroying everything and thought, the person must be nearby. It must be. A continuous stream of power flowed into Chen Luo's body. Looking at the male lead, Ningbing said in shock, Heavenly Dao Qilak. The sweat on her forehead increased. The heavenly Dao is rewarding him. It really was him who opened the path to heaven. She started to panic. What did I do? To underestimate a prodigy who can open the path to heaven. Even counting 10,000 years before, the Confucian sage. The Taoist founder, the Buddhist Buddha. In her eyes, there was only the image of Chen Luo and his immense power. This person's talent can be considered a disciple for all ages. The power from before gradually disappeared. Chen Luo had already turned to face Ningbing and said, Do you still have something else? Out of nowhere, Ningbing picked up an ice blade and held it to her throat. She said remorsefully, All the mistakes are mine. I have eyes but did not see Mount Tai. Please don't involve Po Po and Kwa Kwa. Seeing that Ningbing was about to stab the blade into her throat, Chen Luo quickly ran over and knocked the blade out of her hand. When you thought I was useless, you wanted to quench my soul and tear my soul apart. Now that you see I have ability, you immediately want to commit suicide to atone for your sins. He continued, In your minds, is there only Orion? Hearing Chen Luo use those strange words, 3 big question marks appeared above Ningbing's head. Suddenly, the old woman rushed over like an arrow and yelled, Ningbing. We were foolish. Seeing that Ba Ta, Chen Luo, cupped his fist respectfully, thanking her for her previous help, but the matter of tearing souls was indeed a bit immoral, so let's consider it a wash. As he spoke, he produced a round, purple ball, in which the divine soul of Gua Gua was curled up. Keep this divine soul, we won't have any relationship after this. Ba looked at her grandson's divine soul, stunned. This was originally a great opportunity, but was ruined by us. Chen Luo scratched his head and continued, But Gua Gua is my brother, he risked his life to save me, so I should repay him, but currently my pockets are empty. Suddenly, a voice interjected, it was Qianling Dao Jun, he said excitedly, My Dao Palace has a secret realm called Star Seed. Throw a devouring star toad into it, and you can receive a great opportunity, enough to repay the life-saving grace. The male lead cupped his fist and asked, Who are you? Why are you helping me? Qianling Dao Jun beamed like a flower. I am Qianling Zhenren of the Qianling Dao Palace. I came here to find you because of a great opportunity. Why, as long as you agree to be the sage teacher of my Dao Palace, what I just said will absolutely be true. Chen Luo put his chin in his hand and thought, Sage teacher, what kind of position is that? If it's too troublesome, I won't be able to do it. Wei Daru landed from the sky and began to explain, the Dao Sect sage teacher is the one who distributes money and resources to people, and doesn't require you to work. You can think of it as someone collecting protection fees for the Dao Sect. Hearing about distributing resources without having to work, Chen Luo's eyes lit up, and the air around him filled with the smell of money. He was excited, it's that good. Qianling Dao Jun was also rendered speechless by the air full of money. Yes, that's right. In his heart, he thought, but this way of speaking of collecting protection fees, it feels a bit strange. Somehow, Chen Luo, with his eyes blazing, grabbed Qianling Dao Jun's hand and agreed, Please let me collect your protection fees. Faced with Chen Luo's understanding of collecting protection fees, Qianling Dao Jun could only sweat profusely. Okay. After that, he turned around and ordered Ba and Ningbing, You guys go down, this place has nothing to do with you. The two of them dejectedly said, Yes. Watching Ba's back, Qianling Dao Jun thought to himself, Jin San Chun is really muddled. She almost let her grandson cling onto this 10,000 ages forth. She also realized her mistake, and said sadly, This old one is muddled. Over here, Chen Luo started to cup his fist and said to Wei Daru, can we go home now? Wei Daru replied, of course. Qianling Daojun called out and jumped in front of Chen Luo, sage teacher, don't rush. My Dao sect has a soul contract technique. Take someone as the master, bond your soul with a suitable demon. It's much stronger than devouring Star Toad's bloodline. The male lead waved his hand and laughed, no, I have to go home. Seeing this, Qianling Daojun made his move. He said, my Dao sect has a heavenly dragon pond. Choose a dragon girl with excellent aptitude for the sage teacher. What do you think? Upon hearing this, the image of a beautiful dragon girl with a pair of huge breasts appeared in Chen Luo's head. Chen Luo's eyes lit up. A dragon girl. Chen Luo looked at Qianling Daojun with a dangerous gaze. Are you telling the truth? Qianling Daojun smiled. Absolutely true. Wei Daru's voice cut through Chen Luo's thoughts. That place is just a bunch of fake dragons who cross the dragon gate to transform into dragons, much inferior to the devouring star toad. In the pond, this old one remembers the youngest dragon is an electric eel that transformed 260 years ago. Are you still interested? Hearing what Daru said, the male lead got angry and shouted, damn. I almost fell into the trap. As expected, wives that are given away are never good. On the side, Qianling Daojun was pouting and secretly blaming this hateful guy. He was about to agree. Daru said, come with me, you still can't go home, you have to go to the central capital to receive the imperial decree first. Little guy, you are now the WAN Baron of the Great Xuan. Chen Luo responded with a yes and followed, leaving Qianling Daojun scratching his head non-stop. The only opportunity to tighten the relationship is gone. Suddenly, the male lead turned around and asked, are you Qianling Daoren? I still have one thing I want to ask. Qianling Daojun smiled like a flower, and it seemed that there were many more flowers around him. Sage teacher, just ask, I will tell you everything I know. The male lead scratched his head in confusion. Why do you want me to collect protection fees from you? I mean, be the sage teacher of your Dao sect. After that, Qianling roughly explained to Chen Luo the importance of Zhongkue. Because Zhongkue. After hearing this, the male lead was very surprised, so it turns out it's because Zhongkue has the ability to eat souls. You don't want to give up this specialized skill of exorcising demons. So you hope my Zhongkue will have the name of your Dao sect, right? Qianling Daojun replied, that's right. As expected of the sage teacher, your ability to understand is truly admirable. Even though he said that, Qianling Daojun still thought secretly. But in this way, Zhongkue will no longer be an ordinary book spirit, and Chen Luo will also bear responsibilities to my Dao sect. He glanced at the male lead, full of worry. This person is close to the Confucian school, I'm afraid. Chen Luo said magnanimously, well, let's just take the reputation then. It's all about exorcising demons. It's a good thing if it works, the name doesn't matter. Hearing Chen Luo's answer, Qianling Daojun was surprised. The sage teacher's state of mind is unexpectedly so lofty. He watched Chen Luo's back as he ran away and secretly regretted, it turns out the standards of my Dao sect are too low. Qianling Daojun bowed and performed a salute. Qianling, thanks the sage teacher for pointing the way. Over here, the male lead kept asking, if I have been made the WAN Baron, then is the mansion large? Are there many maids? Are they beautiful? Wei Daru was asked so much that he couldn't respond. At this moment, Chen Luo was fundamentally unaware that he was showing off without realizing it. On Wei Daru's sedan, Chen Luo sighed, I didn't expect so many things to happen on this trip. The Jiu sect is really too bullying. He hugged his wounds. Luckily, I had the opportunity to risk my life together with the book spirits to protect each other. But because of that, I also gained the favor of Wen Xin. Wei Daru said, you've worked hard, we won't let this matter go. Chen Luo wondered, but senior, regarding my cultivation path, I want to ask. Before he could ask anything, Wei Daru raised his hand to stop him. This matter is beyond my authority. No need to say anything to me when you get to the central capital. There will naturally be a literary minister who will personally ask you. But before that, I have one thing I want to ask, you must answer truthfully. Wei Daru asked, is the cultivation path that you opened related to the great Confucian Wenshin before? Chen Luo closed his eyes and answered, it is related. Seeing that Wei Daru didn't reply, he asked, is there a problem? Wei Daru explained, the Confucian school has some extremely stubborn old men. You are not a disciple of the Confucian school, yet you obtained the great Confucian Wenshin. And even opened a cultivation path. I'm afraid some people will have unrealistic ideas. Chen Luo angrily protested, Wenshin chose me, what does it have to do with them? If they want to cause trouble, then let them come and fight with me, it'll be refreshing. Wei Daru took Chen Luo's clenching hand, don't be agitated, matters related to status and righteousness, these are the foundation of propriety, and it's hard to stop them. But we also have ways to deal with it. Are you willing to join the Confucian school? Chen Luo was surprised, take you as a teacher. Wei Daru strongly denied, no, I don't have that qualification, those who accept you as a disciple must have status above me. You have opened up a 3,000-mile passage to the sky. While I have just entered the great Confucian realm, I'm afraid I cannot protect you if I were your teacher. Hearing this, Chen Luo bowed respectfully, I understand. No matter what, senior is my elder, I will treat you as a teacher. Scene changed to Shouyang Mountain, the deepest part of the Zhuandan Palace, the underground palace. A man with long hair was standing in front of a door. He was Qingwei Daojun. In his hand appeared a yellow talisman. Then the door that was closed earlier suddenly opened. Inside the door was a huge block of ice, and it seemed that there was a silhouette of a person inside that block of ice. Qingwei Daojun approached the block of ice and said, Senior sister, it seems like I made the wrong move again. Qianling came back and said, the sage teacher that I appointed is actually the person who opened the fourth cultivation path. If I had known this earlier, wouldn't it have been better to directly take him as a disciple? Sai, if you were the one sitting in this grand heavenly master position, you wouldn't be as muddled as me, right? Even though he said that, the person inside the block of ice probably couldn't hear anything. Inside the block of ice was a beautiful woman with pink hair. Her eyes closed. In the central capital, early in the morning, a servant was reporting, the writings of the Wan Baron have been distributed to the morning storytellers, just waiting for the market to open in the early morning. Yang Baichuan stroked his beard and hummed a response. The servant exclaimed, the literary minister really chose the right talented person, an unknown figure like the Wan Baron, yet his writings were personally arranged for distribution by you. It's truly great fortune for him. Yang Baichuan coldly looked at the servant, be careful with your words. This isn't his great fortune, but mine, Yang Baichuan's, and the great fortune of our great Xuan. The servant still couldn't understand, how can something written by an unknown miner be the fortune of our great Xuan? I don't understand. At the morning market, at a storytelling place, a crowd was sitting in a tavern, they were constantly discussing, why hasn't the storyteller arrived yet? It's probably the male storyteller who went to see little He Xiang again. We are sober-minded, and the founding emperor himself issued the decree, how could he be so late? Right. Also at that place, Chen Luo was eating greedily, tears welling up as he ate, it's so good. I haven't eaten a normal meal in Daishuhu. On the side, the waiter was trying his best to stop him. Sir, please eat slowly. If you eat too much and get a stomach ache, I won't be able to compensate you. Suddenly, a man who was rushing bumped into his table. Chen Luo sighed, a smell of rouge and powder. It seems that this scholar's lifestyle is a bit chaotic. What good things can this kind of person say? What you guys call sobriety is actually a cover up, right? The waiter standing next to him scratched his head, puzzled, a cover up. What is that? The scholar from before was now standing on the stage. He was the storyteller Nan Wan Shi. He was covered in sweat and cupped his fist. I'm late. I apologize to everyone. This morning I will be telling a relatively special story. Chen Luo was chewing while paying close attention. Special. How special can your kind of goods be? The storyteller began to talk about the special situation. Today's news only has one thing. About Chen Luo, Chen Dongliu of Qingju Wan County, who was conferred by His Majesty of Great Xuan as the Wan Baron. And the text I will read is the extraordinary writing written by the Wan Baron, the tale of Zhong Kuei. As soon as Chen Luo heard this, he spat out the tea in his mouth. The male lead took out a handkerchief to wipe his mouth, thinking to himself, the Wei seniors group is too fast, they spread it around so quickly. The other people in the tea house were still discussing Chen Luo. Who is that? Never heard of him. Wan Baron, is this a hereditary title? Isn't everyone against conferring hereditary titles, right? Now? Our dynasty has ancestral rules, titles are not conferred without merit. Where does this Chen Luo have merit? Over here, the male lead was sweating profusely, at a loss for words. The servant standing next to the male lead scratched his head at those questions. How old is Chen Luo? Is he a Confucian or a Taoist? Then the storyteller began to speak eloquently. Chen Luo, 19 years old, a loyal subject, who wrote the extraordinary story The Tale of Zhong Kuei. Reading it can ward off ghosts. And even those without talent can read it. Chen Luo's eyes lit up. This storyteller is good. The storyteller continued to say, Zhong Kuei is a person from Zhongnan Mountain in Shaanxi, whose talent was outstanding in his youth. Below, everyone was listening attentively. With almost no more discussions. At 4 places in the central capital, the sound of storytelling echoed everywhere. Zhong Kuei is a person from Zhongnan Mountain in Shaanxi, whose talent was outstanding in his youth. Zhong Kuei is a person from Zhongnan Mountain in Shaanxi, whose talent was outstanding in his youth. At the same time, all the tea house storytellers in the central capital. All the storytellers slowly read out the tale of Zhong Kuei. Zhong Kuei is a person from Zhongnan Mountain in Shaanxi, whose talent was outstanding in his youth. Everyone listened to the story and discussed, is there such a strange story? Zhong Kuei is truly a remarkable person. The story is so meaningful. When Chen Luo heard everyone telling stories about Zhong Kuei, he closed his eyes to listen, and in his head he saw the image of Zhong Kuei and the black cat. He smiled slightly. Old Zhong, you guys will soon be reunited. Above, the storyteller continued to tell the story. Chen Luo thought, this person tells stories very interestingly. In the future, when writing serial stories, I can also use him. Suddenly the servant turned around and whispered to Chen Luo, Baron, it's getting late, we should go see your mansion, right? Chen Luo replied, okay, and said he stood up to leave. Suddenly, loud cheers rang out, making Chen Luo stop in shock. The audience who had been listening to the story just now were now excitedly jumping and yelling. With a completely worshipful tone, wow, an extraordinary story. It is indeed an extraordinary story. This Wan Baron is really not simple. I really want to get to know this remarkable person. What kind of extraordinary person can write such an extraordinary story? Chen Luo was praised and became complacent. He thought to himself, a small story like this can also lead to such a bombardment in this world without entertainment books. Then if I release multiple installments of Xiao Ao Jiang Hu, how would that be? I dare not think. At the Wan Baron's mansion. Wei Yang was standing in front of the Wan Baron's mansion, waiting for Chen Luo. He said that he had been waiting for a long time, when he saw the white horse stop in front of the mansion. Chen Luo looked up at the magnificent building in front of him, unable to hide his shock. This is mine. The servant next to him said respectfully, that's right. This is the mansion of the Wan Baron. Chen Luo used one hand to shield his head and said, Are you sure you are showing me a house, and not an entire district? Hearing this strange language, the two people didn't know what Chen Luo meant by district. The servant said, Baron, you jest, please come in, let this servant take you to look around. Chen Luo made an okay sign with his hands. Okay, if I go by myself, I might get lost. Wei Yang next to him suddenly coughed. Ahem, I won't go in, I just came here to greet you. Next, I still have to go meet the literary minister, 3 days later. When the court session begins, I'll come back to pick you up. Chen Luo bowed and thanked Wei Yang. Wei Yang disappeared in a flash, leaving behind only a ray of light. On the side, the servant still couldn't understand what the okay sign Chen Luo made earlier meant. At the Wenchang Pavilion, Wei Daru walked leisurely, thinking, the Enshi is also here. If Chen Luo can be accepted as a disciple by the Enshi, then his future will surely be immeasurable. No matter what. Stepping through the door, Wei Daru said, Teacher, I'm back. Inside, there was a man wearing a red and black robe, frowning. This was the person who had the same rank as the literary minister of Great Xuan. Wei Yang's teacher asked, Have you finished settling the little guy? Is there nothing else to do? He was currently playing chess. Wei Yang cupped his fist respectfully and said, Someone is taking care of him already. I came here to inform the literary minister. Another person spoke, Go down, do you want to go meet that little guy? Song Tuizi laughed, Why would I meet him? Old man, you're 2 steps behind, you have lost. That's bullshit, Song Tuizi, don't you think I can't see? You used your divine sense of foreseeing before you played chess with me, did you? Song Tuizi also argued back. Don't be a thief crying stop thief. It was old man, who used his divine sense of foreseeing 2 steps before. The eyes of the two of them flashed a dangerous red light, and continued to argue, Song, you old man, see how I predict your next move. Yang old man, watch how I predict your prediction. Wei Yang could only stand there, petrified, watching his two Enshi arguing like children, great Confucian divine sense of foreseeing. Wei Yang spoke to cut through the noisy atmosphere, Enshi, I have a matter I want to ask you. Can you accept Chen Luo as a disciple? Both the two lords, upon hearing those words, stopped arguing, they let go of each other and Song Tuizi widened his eyes, staring at Wei Yang. At Wan and Marquis Manor, the servant kept explaining to Chen Luo, My lord, the entire Marquis Manor has a total of 20 wing rooms, 12 independent courtyards, 2 main halls, 6 side halls, and 2 large servant courtyards. Besides, there are also 8 utility areas like stables, water rooms, kitchens. Chen Luo's eyes lit up like car headlights upon hearing this. So big. If I resell it, wouldn't I be able to live in Wan County for the rest of my life? The servant continued. All the furnishings are complete. Please check if there's anything you need, and this servant will call people from the Internal Affairs Department. Chen Luo was overjoyed. Such a big house, how many square meters is it? What's the current price per square meter in the capital? Hearing the male lead's intention to sell the house, the servant was stunned, his mouth agape. My lord, you want to sell the imperial residence? That's a capital crime punishable by death. Hearing he couldn't sell it, he asked again, Huh? Then can I rent it out? And he received the same answer, No, that's also a capital crime punishable by death. Chen Luo crossed his arms, thinking, seriously? This so-called imperial residence is actually a disguised prison to trap me in the capital. And I might even be taxed on the land. Oh dear, so I still have to figure out how to make money. After thinking it over, Chen Luo scratched his head in frustration. Damn it, wasn't I here to enjoy the good life? On the side, the petrified servant just watched his master going crazy, helplessly calling out, My lord. Scene changed to another location. On Wei Yang's side, Wei Yang was respectfully saying to Song Tuizi, Teacher, why won't you accept Chen Luo as your disciple? Song Tuizi rested his chin on his hand and replied, it's not that I won't, but I can't. Wei Yang began to explain, Chen Luo is a good seed. Although he hasn't awakened his spirit connection talent, he has opened the fourth sky passage. Such talent, not accepting him isn't. Song Tuizi looked helplessly at Wei Yang and said, it's not that I won't accept him, but the Grandmaster wants to accept him. Wei Yang felt like lightning had struck him. The Grandmaster wants to accept Chen Luo. Song Tuizi smiled, his eyes now wide open, yes, that kid will be my junior brother from now on. Not stopping there, Song Tuizi continued, and your granduncle. Hearing the shocking news, Wei Yang turned to stone, his mouth agape, unable to believe it. On the male lead side, he didn't know what had happened, but he was also petrified. Now this is troublesome. Chen Luo looked at the grand house before him, such a big house, and I don't have a single coin, no servants, no food, not even a carriage. Chen Luo held his head in grievance. Why does even a carriage cost 300 taels of silver in the capital? Do they think I'm a billionaire? Chen Luo was still sitting on the roof, sighing with his head down. Maybe I could ask Chen County to send me money, but wouldn't that show how poor I am? Chen Luo held up his empty hands and thought, is there a way to make money quickly? Money, money, money. Then he jumped off the roof and ran away. Never mind, I'll go out and have a look. I'll starve to death if I stay here. I never thought that transmigrating would bring about money troubles. When Chen Luo opened the manor gate, he saw the servant from before. He asked in surprise, why are you still here? The servant smiled brightly, my lord, you're now the emperor's favorite. This servant has nothing to offer, only this. As he spoke, he presented a silver note. This little silver note, please don't disdain it. Seeing the amount on the silver note, a blinding light seemed to shine upon Chen Luo. He was overjoyed, wow, 1,000 taels. The servant continued, it's just a small amount of money. Please don't dislike it, my lord. Chen Luo gave the servant a thumbs up, smiling brightly, young man, you're promising. I appreciate you very much. The servant replied, my lord, if you turn 2 main streets, you'll reach the most prosperous part of the capital. If you are free, you can go for a stroll. Chen Luo raised his hands excitedly, okay, let me see how prosperous this capital is. Seeing Chen Luo like this, the servant couldn't help but think, as expected of a newcomer, who hasn't seen the world. It's just 1,000 taels, there will be many more people who want to please him. Later, Chen Luo happily ran off, but he didn't notice that 2 figures were following him in the distance. It was the WAN and Marquis. Yes, the one the master wants is him. Chen Luo looked at the bustling streets ahead in surprise. No wonder it's the capital, this level of prosperity can crush WAN and County. The 2 figures that were following earlier were tailing Chen Luo. One of them said, the information is reliable. The WAN and Marquis hasn't awakened his spirit connection talent. So he's just an ordinary person. The 2 of them then blocked Chen Luo's path. Are you Chen Luo? The newly conferred WAN and Marquis. Chen Luo, still holding a half-eaten pastry, replied, you've got the wrong person. My name is Chen Xiang. Xiang as in soaring, TSK. How can you mention Xiang when you're eating? He continued to walk, ignoring the 2 men. One of them grabbed Chen Luo's hand. My lord, stop joking around and come with us. Chen Luo, seemingly unafraid, continued to eat the pastry. After swallowing the pastry, Chen Luo frowned, very well, you want to cause trouble with me in the middle of the street. Fine, today I'll make a name for myself in the capital. One of them said, pardon us, and swung his fist towards Chen Luo. Chen Luo nimbly blocked the punch with one hand and punched the other man in the face with the other. The other man was caught off guard and cried out before falling backward. Not stopping there, Chen Luo made a fist and punched the other man again. He said, then I'll be rude too. Both pursuers were knocked to the ground. Chen Luo victoriously turned and walked away. Two chickens trying to kidnap someone. The two were still moaning, "Oh, oh, my eye." Suddenly, someone flew into the air and prepared to kick Chen Luo's head. He only had time to raise one hand to block the attack. "You are?" A man in black with brown eyes and feathers on his head replied, "Hawkeye, the #1 swordsman in the world." Hawkeye said, "Stop talking nonsense, my master wants to see you, follow me." He then continued his leg attacks on Chen Luo. Chen Luo used his hands to block his attacks. "My master, what? I don't know him. My mom taught me since I was little not to follow weirdos." Hearing this, the man became angry. His eyes turned red, and his hands grew claws like a hawk. "My master is Marquis Chu Li. The Marquis invites you for a drink. Don't be ungrateful." The sharp claws were about to attack Chen Luo. Before his hands could touch him, a force sliced through the air, and his claws were instantly severed. Chen Luo was shocked by the scene. A sword fell from the sky, piercing into the ground. The black-clothed man fell back after his hands were cut off. A woman then gently landed on the sword, respectfully saying, "Lingbao first line, Cheng Yu, pays her respects to the wise teacher." Her sharp eyes looked at the black-clothed man, "Attacking our sex-wise teacher, those two claws are just a small punishment." Hawkeye, who had just had his claws cut off, was sweating profusely. "Thank you, immortal Cheng Yu." At that moment, a dark figure standing on the tea house spoke, "The WANN Marquis is valuable. I just want to invite the Marquis for a drink. Are you not going to give me any face?" No one knew when that person had been observing from above. Chu Li Marquis was a man holding a fan with gloomy eyes. He was looking at Chen Luo angrily. Chen Luo looked up and coldly asked, "You are Chu Li Marquis?" Immortal Cheng Yu coldly replied, "My young prince has some matters to discuss with the WANN Marquis. Please, Marquis Chu Li, delay your appointment by a few days." Chu Li Marquis snorted coldly and turned away. Seeing this, Chen Luo cupped his hands in thanks, "Thank you for your help." Immortal Cheng Yu replied, "The person you should be thanking is not this humble Taoist." After speaking, Immortal Cheng Yu slowly flew up into the sky, leaving Chen Luo puzzled below. Then who should I thank? Why did they leave? By this point, Immortal Cheng Yu was so far away that she was just a small blue dot in the sky. Down below, Chen Luo was still pondering, the young prince Chu Li Marquis. "I didn't do anything, why are they targeting me?" After a while, Chen Luo had rented a carriage. The driver then slowly asked, "My lord, are you ready?" Sitting in the carriage, the male lead was still thinking, "The waters in the capital are too deep. I can't be sure of anything, but it's all small matters. Chu Li Marquis had servants earlier. And I'm empty-handed, not befitting my status. I still have to make money." Suddenly, Chen Luo's attention was caught by a roll of paper in the carriage. He said, "Huh." He opened the paper, and it was full of writing. It was a small street newspaper, about fake medicine. At that moment, a light of truth seemed to shine in the male lead's heart. His eyes lit up, "Isn't this my big chance to make money?" Chen Luo held the news he had just read and asked the driver, "Brother, where did you get this?" The driver replied, "This is the morning news. Any tea house, pub, or brothel has people selling them. 1 copper coin per copy. We, common people, like to read them and then take them home to use." In the outhouse, Chen Luo carefully looked at the paper, thinking, 1 copper coin per copy. So cheap. Even if I sell 10,000 copies, it wouldn't be enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Chen Luo then asked, "Is this the only morning news? Is there something more expensive?" The driver, while driving, replied, "Of course, there's the news issued by Wenchang Pavilion. That's where the money is. It's said that it contains the latest essays. And even scholars and great Confucian scholars annotate the classics. It's just too expensive, not suitable for common people like us. As soon as he heard money, Chen Luo's eyes brightened. He asked, "How much money is it?" The driver held up one finger and said, 10 taels per copy, and it only comes out once a month. Hearing the number 10 taels, Chen Luo was enlightened. So expensive. Are there people who buy it? The driver replied, there are far more scholars in the Great Xuan than you think. Not only are there buyers, but you have to line up early to buy one. I once saw a line stretching from the east to the west of the city just to buy one copy of that news. Chen Luo happily shouted, "Oh my, I'm going to get rich. I remember now." Memories flashed back. He saw the original owner excitedly going to buy the newspaper. "Sell me 10 copies of the mid-grade." At that time, Chen Ping, carrying a box of money, reminded him, "Young master, we can't afford that with this box of money." In his memory, books were divided into superior, mid, and lower grades. The author writes the superior grade, the big shots copy it into the mid-grade, and readers copy it again into the lower grade. But even the lower grade was a treasure that needed at least 100 taels of silver to buy a copy. And because books in this world had the power of the heavenly Tao, they highly respected authors, and there was no concept of copyright violation. Authors could receive a portion of the money spent by readers on their books. Truly, every penny spent on a hobby went back to the author. Recognizing the opportunity to get rich, Chen Luo was joyful. In this world, writing books is the real way to make money. With all the entertainment books in my head, won't I become rich? Chen Luo jumped onto the roof of the carriage, going crazy with excitement. The old driver thought, another madman. Writing books isn't that simple. A scholar or great Confucian might not be able to produce one essay in a year. As if those precious words are just vegetables. After that, the carriage stopped at a large house. The driver said, "Sir, we've arrived." From afar, a dark figure looked at the carriage with confusion. Chen Luo opened the curtain and stepped out, thanking the old driver. The dark figure lunged from behind, making Chen Luo jump in surprise. The dark figure yelled, "Young master." It turned out to be Ji Zhong. Ji Zhong pounced and hugged Chen Luo. "I finally found you, young master." After the unremarkable reunion, the two of them went to a roadside noodle shop. By now, Ji Zhong was on his 5th bowl of noodles, eating like a starving tiger, his face covered in grime. The waiter watched Ji Zhong eat, sweating profusely, thinking that the man must not be planning to eat himself to death and skip out on the bill. Chen Luo looked at Ji Zhong and reminded him, "Slow down, there's more. How long have you been starving?" Ji Zhong wiped his mouth with his hand and said, "It's enough." After the young master was taken away, Miss Xuan was out of shape in a matter of days. Chen Luo broke out in a cold sweat. He thought about the scene of Xuan crying tears of worry for him and said, "I went through a near-death experience, but why is Miss Xuan acting like we've been separated by life and death?" Ji Zhong reached into his clothes and took out something. He replied, "But we quickly received news from Grand Scholar Wei, saying you were safe and sound in the capital. Miss Xuan immediately ordered me to find you at all costs." Ji Zhong took out a stack of money from his pocket and respectfully handed it to Chen Luo. "Miss Xuan asked me to give you these 30,000 taels of silver notes. She said you don't know how to make money and must be worried. I didn't dare ride a horse the entire way. I just ran like crazy on one breath and dared not stop. Which is why I'm so hungry." Looking at the stack of money, Chen Luo was moved. "Xuan," Ji Zhong continued, "young master, don't look down on it. I didn't let these silver notes suffer a bit of hardship the whole way. They are very clean." Chen Luo hugged Ji Zhong, tears welling up. Thank you all." Chen Luo was so moved that tears streamed down his face. He said to himself, "I will definitely become a great person, so you don't have to worry anymore." Ji Zhong also replied happily, "Young master, don't cry anymore. I know you must have suffered a lot. Because of running for a long time without stopping to eat or rest, the smell from Jizhong's body rushed straight into Chen Luo's nose. His face began to turn purple. Suddenly, Chen Luo fell backward, his eyes rolling back. Jizhong panicked, young master, please hold on. Returning to the Wan Earl's mansion, Chen Luo was pouring water into a basin. He saw Jizhong's figure looming in the distance, calling out, Gongzi, Gongzi. I've brought back the things you asked for. Jizhong held up a newspaper, saying, this is the newspaper you wanted. It seemed Jizhong had already washed himself clean, his face was no longer dirty. He approached, looking at the newspaper Chen Luo was intently reading, and asked. Gongzi, you're not a Confucian scholar, what do you need this newspaper for? Chen Luo replied, to understand what my competitors are writing. Jizhong didn't understand what Chen Luo was saying. Chen Luo continued, TSK, why is there such a long name at the end? Jizhong said it was a ranking list of Confucian scholars called the Tai Chi BNG, and the scholars called it the SHA with macron N, high BNG. Chen Luo asked, then why isn't your name on it? Jizhong rolled his eyes, indignantly saying, sooner or later, I'll be on that list. Chen Luo folded the newspaper, asking, are there many of these newspapers? Jizhong held up one finger, there aren't many of these. They come out once a month. You see more of the daily newspapers in the market, but they are not nutritious and not worth much money. Chen Luo smirked slyly, it seems this world is still that world. Jizhong was confused, his lips pursed, his head full of question marks. Chen Luo began to reminisce. When he started writing Zhong Kuei's biography, an invisible force seemed to seize his head. The heavenly law of this world was like the mindset of a parent. Everyone was under its influence, turning into bookworms who ignored worldly affairs, focusing solely on the classics. Besides debauchery and gambling, there was no entertainment in this world. Chen Luo's eyes gradually became sinister, he chuckled wickedly, this is truly a wonderful world. Jizhong, seeing Chen Luo's sinister appearance, said, Gongzi, you've gone crazy. Chen Luo still looked at Jizhong with that sinister gaze and wicked smile. Xiaoji, what do you think about Gongzi starting a newspaper? At the Wei Yang mansion, Wei Yang looked up at the sky, calculating as he walked, judging by the time, master should be returning soon. A moment later, a beam of green light shot down, and Song Tuizhi appeared. Wei the great scholar called out, Master. Wei the great scholar asked, Master, how was your observation of that boy? He saw Song Tuizhi's grumpy expression and thought, this must be because that boy Chen Luo has done something again. Song Tuizhi said, what do you mean by that boy? Song Tuizhi explained to Wei Yang, if I acknowledge him, he'll be your junior master. Are you unhappy with that? Wei Yang's face turned purple, he could only say, yes, master. Inside the study, Song Tuizhi, chin in hand, pondered and asked, Chu Li Hu, do you know who he is? Wei the great scholar hurriedly said, Chu Li Hu is the former vice minister of rights, Qi Xingming. But when he was colluding with several small barbarian tribes against Da Xuan, he was killed by the great barbarian king. He sacrificed himself for the country long ago, and the title was granted posthumously. The great scholar continued, the current Chu Li Hu is his only son, Qi Huaiyu. He relies on his father's merits and his grandfather, the great scholar Qi Kehu, so he's a bit arrogant. Then he asked curiously, I just don't know why master suddenly mentioned this person. Song Tuizhi frowned, this person made things difficult for your junior master today on the street. The great scholar asked back, he made things difficult for Chen Luo. Song Tuizhi pointed with his finger, from what I see, Qi Huaiyu is jealous of the popularity of Chen Luo's Zhong Kuei's biography, so he forcibly took a copy. In his eyes, Chen Luo is just a country bumpkin from a remote place, with no backing or support, extremely easy to bully. Wei Yang was furious, if not for his grandfather and his father, what right does he have to the title of Chu Li Hu? He's got a huge nerve. Song Kueji then stood up and turned around, saying, "Let's go." Wei Yang immediately asked, "Where are you going, master?" He raised his hand, the veins on his arm now bulging. "I'm going to go catch that Chikahu and give him a good beating." Wei the great scholar looked dumbfounded, thinking, master's temper hasn't changed over all these years. Over here, after hearing that Chen Luo wanted to start a newspaper, Jizhong said, "Gongzi, you want to make daily newspapers? That's just toilet paper, what do you need it for?" Chen Luo grinned, "I don't know formal writing, but what if I publish Xiao Ao Jiang Hu serially on the daily newspaper?" Jizhong suggested, "Gongzi, why bother wasting time? You can just publish it as a book." Chen Luo raised his hand, stopping Jizhong's suggestion. "The problem lies here. How many people do you think can afford to buy an entire book of Xiao Ao Jiang Hu?" Chen Luo excitedly calculated, "If we divide it into chapters to sell, everyone can read it, and the price would be acceptable, right?" Jizhong recalled the memories of being bullied as a child, how many times he was turned away for not being able to afford books. People told him, "You can't borrow it to read. If you can't afford it, then don't read." Jizhong said, "Gongzi, doing it this way, poor scholars across the land will be able to read books." Jizhong suddenly kowtowed, startling Chen Luo. Jizhong reverently said, "Gongzi, you are truly virtuous. Jizhong will follow you with all my strength." Looking at Jizhong's puppy-like eyes, Chen Luo scratched his chin, saying, "Did I just emanate the aura of a king?" Chen Luo began to consider, "Okay, the problem now is, what else can I write on this newspaper besides novels? Just writing novels won't be enough, I need to find other content too." He started thinking, what to write. Expose news. But I don't have reporters. Write poems. My inventory is limited, how will I show off later? Invite others to write. But I don't even have enough food. Chen Luo held his head and cried out, "So, what am I going to use to fill up the other sections?" Jizhong, seeing his young master like this, could only stare blankly. As night fell, the moon was high in the sky. Chen Luo was asleep, lying in bed, his head sweating. Somewhere in his ear, a voice faintly called out, my lord, my lord." Inside the dreamlike flower forest, Chen Luo stood before a tree. Red lights emanated from the tree. He asked, "Who is calling me?" Zhong Kuei appeared at that moment, clasping his hands respectfully, "My lord, it is I." Seeing that Zhong Kuei had returned, Chen Luo was so moved that he cried and hugged Zhong Kuei tightly, calling out, "Old Zhong." Zhong Kuei immediately reminded him, "Easy, easy, I'm still very weak." Chen Luo let go of Zhong Kuei, stepping back, "What's going on? Why have you suddenly come back to life?" Zhong Kuei explained, "Because more and more people are reading Zhong Kuei's biography, my spiritual energy has recovered so quickly." Then Zhong Kuei's eyes welled up with tears, "It's also thanks to my lord." Chen Luo woke up from his dream, his eyes full of joy. He thought, so telling stories is actually effective. I have to go and investigate how popular the first volume of Zhong Kuei's biography has become. He imagined the black cat sitting on his shoulder. If the investigation goes well, I must quickly push out Xiao Ao Jiang Hu. Chen Luo changed his clothes and called for Jizhong. Outside the door, Jizhong replied, "Gongzi, I'm here." Chen Luo opened the door and stepped out, saying, "Let's go out and investigate." Walking on the bustling street, Jizhong excitedly kept talking, "I've heard about it. The storyteller at Beifeng Lu is called Hua Junan Sheng. The things he tells are so vivid. Like they have a soul. He's the best storyteller of Zhong Kuei's biography in the entire capital." Jizhong pointed at a sign, "It's right there." In front was a crowd of people as packed as a fair. They were waiting to go in and listen to the story. "Let me in. I've already booked a spot inside." Some people couldn't get in and started climbing. "If I really can't get in, I'll climb onto the rafters." Others said, I can sit on someone else's shoulders to listen. Seeing the chaotic crowd, Chen Luo broke out in a sweat. Is this Hua Xiansheng that famous? The waiter was constantly stopping people. We are full today, please come early tomorrow. Chen Luo was worried. Oh no, it seems I won't be able to see Hua Junansheng today. Ji Zhong, standing behind Chen Luo, began to clasp his hands together. Then he started to cast a spell, pulling Chen Luo along with one hand, shouting, mighty righteous energy. Gongzi, don't worry, I'm here. Ji Zhong pulled Chen Luo and they flew as fast as an arrow, leaving the waiter at the door spinning like a top. He was full of questions, wondering what had just flashed by. Inside, Chen Luo squeezed through the crowd. It's too crowded. I didn't see this many people last time. Then everyone shouted, Hua Xiansheng is here. It was the same storyteller Chen Luo had heard before. He said, I'm deeply grateful for everyone's love. Next, I will tell today's story, Zhong Kuei's biography. The crowd below roared and shouted, Start. Start. Tell it quickly, Xiansheng. We've been waiting for you for so long. He reached down and picked up something black. Chen Luo looked up, puzzled. It turned out to be a Zhong Kuei mask. He put it on and transformed into Zhong Kuei. I, Zhong Kuei, have arrived. Both Chen Luo and Ji Zhong were so surprised that their mouths hung open. Manhwa began to perform, You bold demons, don't even think about harming people. Oh AAA. The people below kept shouting, Exterminate demons and defend the Tao. Banish the 5 ghosts. So cool. Great judge of the underworld. Chen Luo and Ji Zhong were stunned after watching the performance. Ji Zhong exclaimed with delight, Wow. Chen Luo thought, so this is it. In a world without entertainment, this is how it is. Chen Luo's expression then changed to a wicked one. Even if it's just one volume of Zhong Kuei's biography, it's enough to get them excited. Isn't a lack of culture an ocean for me? Chen Luo, to swim in. Kakaka. After finishing the performance, Manhwa took off his mask, saying, Today's storytelling of Zhong Kuei's biography ends here. Next, I will tell you about the court situation, the state of the world, and some wild guesses about the past and future. Just listen to it for fun. Manhwa began to use all his power of speech to tell stories. Recently, the barbarian tribes have invaded the borders, Bala Bala. The crowd below nodded in agreement. Very logical. That's how we should treat the barbarians. The demon race is not good either. Chen Luo touched his chin, discussing current events. Isn't this an editorial? An idea sparked in Chen Luo's head. I've got it. My newspaper will publish novels on one side and editorials on the other. Chen Luo's eyes lit up. Isn't this paying respect to the old Xiansheng who created this path? Chen Luo turned to look at Ji Zhong. Ji Zhong, help me with something. I want to make an appointment with that guy. Ji Zhong smiled and replied, yes. A moment later, Manhwa came over. This Gongzi, the storytelling is over for today. If you want to watch, please come again tomorrow. Chen Luo smiled, saying, Nan Xiansheng, I am Chen Luo. Manhwa said oh, and calmly replied, oh, Gongzi Chen. Suddenly realizing something, he was a bit flustered. Wait, Chen Luo. Which Chen Luo? Chen Luo smiled without replying, while Ji Zhong raised his hand and introduced, Wan and Earl, Chen Luo. Manhwa didn't believe it. He pointed at the two of them and said angrily, what proof do you have that you are the Wan and Earl? Chen Luo's gaze turned cold, and he softly called out, Zhong Kuei. From behind, Zhong Kuei appeared. Manhwa was startled, his mouth agape. A spirit of books, Zhong Kuei. Having believed this was Chen Luo, he clasped his hands in salute. Student Manhwa was blind and didn't recognize you. Greetings to the Wan and Earl. Chen Luo helped Manhwa up, smiling, it's nothing. Nan Xiansheng, your storytelling today was very good. Being praised, Nan Wanxiu was very happy. It's because the Earl's writing is good. Chen Luo continued, no, I'm not talking about Zhong Kuei's biography. I'm saying your analysis of the public reports is very good. Nan Wanxiu was stunned, thinking, does the WAN and Earl mean he has set his eyes on me? He wants to accept me as a follower. Chen Luo continued to smile, I don't know. Before he finished his sentence, Nan Wanxiu hastily interrupted, I'm willing. Chen Luo quickly said, do you have any friends as outstanding as you? After the slip of the tongue, Chen Luo stared blankly at Nan Wanxiu, you're willing to do what? Nan Xiansheng also froze for a few seconds. Chen Luo explained, Nan Xiansheng, what I mean is, I want to publish your and your friends' argumentative essays in my newspaper. Moreover, I want to invite you to be the chief editor of this new newspaper, in charge of selecting suitable argumentative content. Nan Wanxiu waved his hand, refusing, that won't do. Wanxiu is a Confucian scholar, and knows the principle of the humble and lowly cannot be moved. I don't want my articles to be on the same newspaper as those brothel and merchant news. Jizhong crossed his arms and said coldly, do you think Gongzi from my family would make those trash newspapers? Nan Wanxiu was also surprised to hear Jizhong. Chen Luo placed his hand on his chest and said sincerely, the official newspapers are too highbrow, and the tabloids are too vulgar. Can't Da Zhuan have a newspaper for the common people? Therefore, I plan to make this kind of newspaper. A new newspaper for the common people, so they can afford to buy it, enjoy reading it, and find it valuable. So everyone can read it, everyone can afford it, Chen Luo said as he gestured. Then, Jizhong suddenly pushed Chen Luo, startling him. He panicked, something's happening. Gongzi, stand behind me. Outside, Song Tuizhi was holding a teacup. He thought, I was still a bit careless, to have been discovered by a junior. But Chen Luo is indeed interesting. Song Tuizhi held the teacup, then let me see, what kind of waves can you stir up in the capital? Jizhong shielded Chen Luo, saying, that feeling is gone. Was it some great scholar passing by? Chen Luo argued, not necessarily, maybe it was a young and beautiful rich woman, who had nothing to do and liked to peep at me. Jizhong looked at Chen Luo with contempt, Gongzi, you need to have some self-respect. At this time, Nan Wanxiu hurriedly said, what the Earl just said was truly admirable, but I have a question. Nan Wanxiu worriedly said, can the arguments that people like us write really shoulder the words valuable? Chen Luo patted Nan Wanxiu's shoulder, reassuring him, Xiansheng, you are being too modest. Your articles are aimed at current events, of course, they have their value. Moreover, if we want the newspaper to sell, we still need a secret weapon. Nan Wanxiu immediately asked, secret weapon? Chen Luo said smugly, yes, this secret weapon is my story. A story even better than Zhong Kuei's biography. After hearing the news, Nan Wanxiu's jaw dropped. A story even better than Zhong Kuei's biography. He rubbed his hands together, then, can I see that story? Chen Luo interrupted him, Nan Xiansheng still has time to think about it. Starting a newspaper still needs to be discussed with the Wenchang Pavilion. As for the new story, I will have someone deliver it later. After speaking, he turned around and left. Looking at Chen Luo's departing figure, Nan Wanxiu thought, opening a daily newspaper still needs to be discussed with the Wenchang Pavilion. I would never have the chance to set foot there in my entire life. He then clenched his fists, but if the Earl is telling the truth, then tonight's new story must not be bad. I must see what kind of story he can bring me. Jizhong chased after him, Gongzi, do you want to give Xiao Ao Jiang Hu to Nan Xiansheng first? Chen Luo smiled and said, did you think I only have one Xiao Ao Jiang Hu? Hearing Chen Luo say this, Jizhong was also startled. Chen Luo raised one hand and said, I will give him a completely new one. Fanboy Jizhong hurriedly ran over, begging, then I want to see it first. Please, Gongzi. At this time, in the dreamlike flower forest, Chen Luo went in and said, Zhongkue, I want to find a book called Nai In Yang. Zhongkue raised both hands, My lord, the books here require you to use your heavenly Dao luck to draw. You cannot specify. Hearing this, Chen Luo was surprised, Huh? I can't specify. Chen Luo's head was full of sweat. I originally wanted to use the story of the legendary female hero to become famous. Now I can only draw. What if I draw something weird? After thinking, he asked, if it's drawing, then there must be rules, right? Zhongkue looked up at the sky. In the sky, lights were gathering, which was the heavenly Dao luck. After looking, Zhongkue replied, the books my lord draws are related to your consumption of luck. I only know that much. Chen Luo raised his hand to the sky, I understand. There's no use thinking, just do it and see what happens. At this time, the heavenly Dao luck gradually accumulated on Chen Luo's hand. The heavenly Dao luck gradually accumulated like a small cloud above Chen Luo's head. Seeing this, he said, let me see what I can exchange for in the end. The heavenly Dao luck from Chen Luo's hand was constantly emitting bright golden lights. After a while, red butterflies gradually flew across the sky from those lights. Chen Luo was surprised, wow, so many. Standing amidst those butterflies, Chen Luo hesitated, which one should I choose? He looked at one butterfly and commented, this one seems a bit hot-tempered. Since you're so hot-tempered, then I'll choose you. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Luo reached out to catch the butterfly. The butterfly chosen by Chen Luo burst into a burst of pink light. Those lights flew into Chen Luo's mid-brows. Chen Luo closed his eyes. Red characters appeared in Chen Luo's mind. He thought, so, it's you. No wonder you were so angry. Jizhong saw Chen Luo holding a pen in contemplation. He asked, Gongzi, are you about to write a new work? Chen Luo replied, oh, but the protagonist this time is no longer as dashing. Jizhong asked in surprise, no longer dashing. The story Chen Luo was writing was extremely simple. He was writing about Du Shenyang angrily sinking her treasure chest, describing the famous courtesan Du Shenyang who, in pursuit of love, resolutely redeemed herself and entrusted herself to the imperial student Li Jia. But this Li Jia was no good. After discovering that Du Shenyang had no money left to support him, he directly chose to sell Du Shenyang to the wealthy Sun Fu. Then, Du Shenyang took out her treasure chest, which was full of gold, silver, and jewels, and threw all of it into the water to vent her anger on Li Jia. Finally, Du Shenyang, full of hatred, jumped into the river and killed herself. After he finished writing, the pen in his hand also fell to the ground. Chen Luo was stunned, with tears falling. Suddenly, a stream of water flew from the paper into the air. Chen Luo quickly said, it's here. The stream of water condensed into a wave, carrying a wooden box. It was a spirit of books. That wooden box was presented to Chen Luo. Chen Luo held the wooden box in his hands. Jizhong said happily, who will the spirit of books be this time? Suddenly, the wooden box directly opened, and a beam of red light flew directly into Chen Luo. He only had time to exclaim, oh eh. Cuck cuck cuck. A red bird appeared and started pecking at Chen Luo's face with all its might. He was in pain and wanted to push it away, hey. 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 Chen Luo shouted loudly, stop. Stop for me. After that shout, it transformed into a stream of light and flew into Chen Luo's mid-brows. Chen Luo clutched his face, in pain from the bird's pecks, and because he had slapped himself hard. In pain, Chen Luo fell to the ground. Seeing his young master like this, Jizhong panicked and rushed over, Gongzi, are you all right? When Chen Luo let go of his hand, a handprint from his earlier slap appeared on his face. Chen Luo was surprised, I'm fine. So it turned out to be. At this time, a notification board appeared before his eyes, Mortal Realm Divine Power, 7 Emotions Rage. Explanation: to activate this divine power, there will be no pain or fatigue. The power of martial arts and techniques will increase exponentially, but when used, one will lose their rationality, and the physical damage suffered will also be quite high. Chen Luo thought, mortal realm divine power, berserker mode with the body of a tyrant. He looked at the notification board in front of him, thinking, 7 emotions rage, could there be 6 more? Jizhong was anxiously patting Chen Luo's face. My lord, are you all right? Please wake up. Chen Luo sat up, grabbing Jizhong's hand to stop him from patting his face. If you pat me again, I'll be in real trouble. Go give the manuscript on the table to Manhwa now. Jizhong was as excited as a bird. Wait, let me read it first. Chen Luo watched helplessly. This kid. Then he thought, just let him take a look. It's good to see his reaction. Jizhong was engrossed in reading the manuscript that Chen Luo had just written. After a cup of tea, Jizhong seemed to have gone mad. His face was filled with anger as he slammed his hand on the table, shouting, my lord. Jizhong was so angry that smoke was practically coming out of his head. Where are Li Jia and Sun Fu? I'll get those 2 dogs' lives to avenge Du Shenyang's spirit. As he spoke, Jizhong drew his sword, ready for a fight. Chen Luo, seeing his crazed appearance, couldn't help but sweat. He grabbed a pen and wrote something. This story is purely fictional. Any similarities are purely coincidental. Quickly take it to Manhwa, don't think too much. Jizhong, still furious, grumbled as he left, I don't care if it's fictional or coincidental. I will kill anyone who dares to do this. Seeing Jizhong so incensed, Chen Luo wondered if the kid was being too sensitive. Jizhong walked with a fire burning on his head. He was so angry that he didn't notice a dark figure following him from above the roof. Suddenly, Jizhong's body was enveloped in a blue light. Unexpectedly, a red-clad figure blocked Jizhong's path. This old man also wants to see the manuscript, it said. The red-clad figure was none other than Song Tuizhi. He carefully read the manuscript. After a while, he sighed, what a great fictional story. The characters are so vivid, the plot is tight, and the story, though ordinary, is very touching. Then Song Tuizhi looked at the spot of light on his hand. Is this the chi of the 4th path of cultivation? Just by reading it, Song Tuizhi recalled what his master had said, indeed, my master was not wrong. This is a path for all living beings, where anyone can enter the Tao. Song Tuizhi quickly stuffed Chen Luo's manuscript into his robes. Although he stole it, he remained calm. This disgrace. How could the original work be sent out like this? This must be a treasure of my bamboo grove lineage. After he finished speaking, he used his power to write something on paper. Even if a great scholar copied this for you, Manhwa, it wouldn't be a loss. Jizhong started to lose it, watching as the manuscript was being copied, while still holding his stack of papers for Song Tuizhi. Suddenly, Jizhong snapped out of it. Huh? Something feels wrong, forget it, taking the manuscript is more important. At a brothel, a woman was soliciting customers, come on in, sir. Jizhong wondered, I didn't expect Master Nan to come to a place like this. Should I go in or not? The image of Du Shenyang appeared in Jizhong's mind. There are people like Du Shenyang in this brothel, too. As long as I have integrity, what's there to fear? Suddenly, a woman with ample curves appeared before Jizhong, greeting him warmly, you look like a stranger, sir. Are you looking for a particular lady? Jizhong blushed and stammered, pushing the stack of manuscript into the woman's chest while closing his eyes. I'm looking for Master Manhwa. Is he here? The girl tilted her head, Master Nan. Scene change. Inside a room, a green-haired girl was combing her hair. Hearing a knock, she asked, who is it? She was Xiao Haxiang, Manhwa's lover. The girl who was delivering the manuscript said, Miss, a young man asked me to give this to Master Nan. Xiao Haxiang hugged the stack of manuscript, feeling emotional, so thick. It's from Morning Post. Xiao Haxiang glanced at the manuscript and suddenly exclaimed in surprise, huh? Inside the room, Nan Yuan was soaking in a bath, thinking, exposition. Story. The new newspaper for the people. What kind of newspaper will it be? Suddenly, Nan Yuan heard sobbing from outside. He panicked, that sounds like Xianga. Nan Yuan quickly threw on a robe and rushed out. Xianga, what's wrong? Xianga was holding the manuscript, tears streaming down her face. Nan Yuan had no idea what was going on. Suddenly, Xianga slapped Nan Yuan hard across the face and scolded, "You're all disgusting men." Nan Yuan was hit for no reason, wondering, which bastard is trying to get me? Meanwhile, Chen Luo kept sneezing. He wiped his nose with a handkerchief and muttered, "Who's praising my handsomeness behind my back? I have to go to the palace to face the emperor tomorrow. I hope there won't be any trouble." Chen Luo remembered, "That's right, Senior Wei said he would arrange a master for me. Why hasn't he arrived yet?" While Chen Luo was worrying about why his master had not arrived, on the other side, his senior brother was preparing to send a package. Song Tuizi wrote all the information about Chen Luo he had collected from everywhere in this Please Deliver package report, including opening a newspaper, and writing fantastic stories. Respected master. The one who opened the fourth path of heaven has been found. I've observed him for days. His name is Chen Luo, 19 years old, somewhat talented, but sadly lacks the talent for comprehension. Which is a pity. Chen Luo had just entered the capital, and was targeted by Chikahu's grandson, because he wanted to steal the tens of thousands of silver taels of royalty from Zhongkui's biography. Please don't be angry, master. I already fought with Chikahu. I broke 2 of the old man's ribs and shattered a third of his luck, as punishment for not disciplining his grandson. There will probably be a dispute in the court tomorrow. I will convey your will and bring Chen Luo into the bamboo grove lineage. Attached is the full text of Du Shenyang angrily sinking the treasure chest. Please take a look, master. The next day, at the imperial palace, a coachman said, "Sir, I can only take you this far." Chen Luo got off his horse and walked inside. Looking at the guards, he sighed, "This is the imperial palace. It doesn't seem much different from what I saw in the movies." A man approached and bowed respectfully. "Are you Marquis Weinan, Chen?" "I am Xiao Xiuan, the recorder of the Wenxiong Pavilion." Chen Luo smiled and asked, "You know me?" The recorder extended his hand. "Chancellor Wen specially instructed me to come and greet you. Please follow me, Marquis." As they walked, Chen Luo asked, "Where are we going?" Xiao Xiuan replied, "One of the 4 great halls of Great Xuan, the Wenxiong Pavilion." When they arrived, Chen Luo exclaimed in admiration, "Oh, this place is amazing." Inside, 2 people were sitting leisurely on their chairs. Xiao Xiuan announced, "Sirs, Marquis Weinan has arrived. This gentleman on the left is Chancellor Wen Yang Baichuan, and this gentleman on the right is General Han Qingzu." Chen Luo cupped his hands and said respectfully, "Young Chen Luo greets Chancellor Wen." Yang Baichuan gestured towards Han Qingzu and said, "Very good. This is General Han Qingzu, a pillar of our human race." Chen Luo's eyes sparkled, admiring, "Wow, 2 big shots." Suddenly, a loud voice echoed, "The court is open. Summon the officials." Chen Luo whispered, "It's time for the court session." Scene changed to North Wind Tower. After Nan Yuan finished reading Du Shenyang, he couldn't sleep all night, filled with anger. He resolved, "Today, I will not read the official reports. I must read this entire 10,000-character epic." A plump man in green approached with a smile, "Master Nan, yesterday, Mr. Wang from Willow Academy heard your exposition, and was full of praise. He has brought a group of students from Willow Academy to listen to your exposition today." Nan Yuan asked in surprise, "Willow Academy? One of the 8 great academies of Great Xuan?" The plump man laughed, "That's right." Nan Yuan thought, back then, I didn't get into a top academy. Today, they are here to listen to my exposition. Today, I must give them an extraordinary exposition. Back at the great Zhuan court, an eunuch held an imperial edict and read, bestow Chen Luo the title Marquis Weinan, to be inherited by his descendants. Grant Weinan County as his fiefdom, with an annual income of 10,000 silver taels. Chen Luo knelt and said respectfully, I accept the edict, Your Majesty. Suddenly, a voice spoke up, Your Majesty, this old minister has a question for Marquis Weinan. An old minister with a menacing expression pointed at Chen Luo and demanded, Marquis Weinan, I ask you, did you steal the great scholar Wen Xin that was discovered in Weinan County? Chen Luo was dumbfounded. Who is that? Someone secretly transmitted a message to him. This is the head of the Ministry of Rights, Lu Dazhe, a fifth-rank official. Upon receiving the transmission, Chen Luo said, Lord Lu, don't talk nonsense. The great scholar Wen Xin knows how to choose his master, so where does the theft come from? Lu Dazhe looked at Chen Luo with a sullen face, nonsense. The great scholar Wen Xin is the treasure of our Confucianism. I see that you have no aura of righteousness. You are not a Confucian at all. He then smiled cunningly, how could Wen Xin choose you as his master? Wei Yang, who had been silent all this time, spoke up, don't talk nonsense. Chen Luo has the Tao in his heart. He clearly understands the times and is a follower of Confucianism. Lu Dazhe said triumphantly, your words don't count. The only person qualified to acknowledge Marquis Weinan as a Confucian disciple is the current master of Confucianism, the half-sage. The emperor was observing the situation below, wondering where this was heading. The other officials also began to murmur, Lu Dazhe is so bold, not afraid of forcing the bamboo grove's half-sage out. It's not that easy. Hu Xiang caused a riot that year. But he didn't show up. Why would he appear just for a piece of Wen Xin? Another said, what is Lu Dazhe plotting? Even if Marquis Weinan agrees to reforge Wen Xin and hand it over, it wouldn't fall into his hands. Another added, I heard that Lu Dazhe recently took a concubine, who is the cousin of the Fang family of Suiju. Oh, the Fang family of Suiju. So this is a deep scheme, be careful, be careful. Chen Luo looked at Wei Yang, his eyes dark. Chen Luo wondered, Senior Wei, what's wrong? Why don't you answer? Seeing that Wei Yang was silent, Lu Dazhe became more aggressive, Lord Wei, do you have anything else to say? Or are you going to pass on a message to your ancestor to ask? This humble official can wait. Wei Yang's face was red with anger. I don't care anymore. It's just face. I don't need it. With that, he bowed to Chen Luo and said, Disciple Wei Yang greets junior uncle. This sudden action shocked Chen Luo to the core. The officials below were all wide-eyed in astonishment. Wei Yang is not holding back at all. Is this the Grand Master acknowledging a disciple? Isn't he afraid his master will beat him to death? The emperor, who had been sitting silently, also stood up and pointed, Wei Yang, do you know what you are saying? The great Confucian scholar, his face flushed, bowed his head and said, I not only know, but also speak the truth. Chen Luo stood beside him, feeling panicked. Senior Wei is sacrificing so much to help me. Lu Dazhe, hearing this, became furious and shouted, You said the bamboo saint has taken him as a disciple, what proof do you have? We don't believe empty words. The great Xuan Chancellor Yang Baichuan stepped forward and said, I can vouch for it. Lu Dazhe panicked upon hearing that, Chancellor Wen, you. Yang Baichuan continued, Your Majesty, the Bamboo Grove's half-sage has accepted a new disciple, Marquis Weinan, Chen Luo. It was I who personally recommended him. The emperor smiled, good, good. I didn't expect the bamboo saint to accept another disciple, and it is the newly appointed Marquis Weinan. This is truly something to celebrate. Then the emperor ordered, announce the decree. Appoint Marquis Weinan as a palace attendant of Changming Palace, reward him with 10 pieces of barbarian blood ink. 100 bolts of heaven-spun silk, and an imperial estate outside the central capital. The emperor continued, "The matter of Wenshin is settled here, and shall not be mentioned again. Court is dismissed." At that moment, a plump official, the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Rights, Wan Budong, spoke up, "Your Majesty, this minister has a request." The emperor frowned, thinking, what is this little rascal up to again? The Vice Minister of Rights looked at Chen Luo and then announced, "This minister has been researching literature for over a decade and has found that the poetry of our dynasty is far inferior to the previous dynasties. How about inviting Marquis Waynan to compose a poem to sweep away the decaying literature of our dynasty? Wouldn't that be wonderful?" The officials below began to clamor in agreement, "Yes, yes. Marquis Waynan must be extraordinary to be chosen by the half-sage." Lu Dazi also took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. "Poetry, that's right. Marquis Waynan, you must have some talent." The emperor smiled brightly, "Marquis Waynan, the generals are about to go to war. How about you write a poem for the generals?" In truth, the emperor also wanted to see if Chen Luo truly had talent. Wei Yang and Yang Baichuan were sweating with worry, "This is bad. Junior uncle can only write stories. I've never heard him write a poem before." Wei Yang looked at Chen Luo anxiously, then he was surprised. "Huh? What's that look on junior uncle's face?" At this time, Chen Luo was smiling, and he was laughing like a madman. Chen Luo's eyes flashed with a dangerous light. Thus, Chen Luo respectfully cupped his hands, then, "I will respectfully obey." But in his heart, he was overjoyed, "Ha ha ha. Isn't this exactly what I'm good at?" Wan Budong looked at Chen Luo with disdain. "A person whose talent for comprehension has not yet awakened, what can he possibly write?" Chen Luo thought for a moment, then decided, "Let's do it." Having made up his mind, he waved his hand and asked for ink. Chen Luo now sat down, brush in hand, starting to compose poetry. The court officials, witnessing this scene, were all surprised. They discussed animatedly, "Ode to Bamboo. Is he borrowing the two words Qingzu from General Han Qingzhu's name to compose poetry? It's quite fitting." Another said, "It's not just that, this kid is making a double entendre. Don't forget he just joined the bamboo sage's lineage. From ancient times, poems about bamboo are like passing travelers. Let's see what kind of poem he can write." Chen Luo finally finished 2 lines, clinging tightly to the green mountain, never letting go, its roots firmly embedded in the distant cliffs. The court officials, after reading it, all praised it. Amazing. With just 2 lines, he's vividly depicted the green bamboo growing on the rocks. Exactly, especially the 2 words Jiaoding. Truly lifelike. This isn't gentle, it's resolute. The 3 times 10,000 battles at Wan Ren City, where millions of soldiers risked their lives without retreating. Looking at those 2 words clinging tightly, it's indeed fitting. 10,000 different thoughts, speechless, only 2 words can express it, this person. Wan Budong glanced at General Han Qingzhu, and sarcastically said, "Wan and Bo is indeed extraordinary in literature, but presenting a poem of bloodshed to a general going to war might not be very auspicious." Hearing the sarcasm, Han Qingzhu's eyes darkened. Chen Luo still held his brush, "Is that so? Then I'll finish it." He continued to write, "1,000-pound hammers and 10,000 blows cannot bend it, the 4 winds may blow as they will." As soon as he finished writing, a green gust of wind appeared. Everyone was surprised, "What is that? Quickly release the great righteous Qi, what kind of strange wind is this?" Yang Baichuan closed his eyes to enjoy the wind, "No need to block it, this is the wind of pure heart. After being cleansed by this wind, when you scale mountains of books and cross oceans of knowledge, you'll be 2 parts less confused in your hearts." Hearing this, many thunderbolts struck the court officials. Everyone was in a panic, "Wind of pure heart. Doesn't that mean the poem has been recognized by the heavenly Tao? A casual composition is actually a masterpiece for generations. Han Qingzu raised his thumb in praise. Ha ha ha, this poem is excellent, this old man likes it. Han Qingzu reached his hand toward the poem. Wan and Bo, I'll take this poem then. Just as he reached out, another hand blocked him. Yang Baichuan smiled. This is a rare poem of a pure heart. My Wenchang Pavilion governs the literary fortunes of the world. The original should be preserved by my Wenchang Pavilion. Han Qingzu began to frown. Yang shameless, are you being shameless with me? Look at the title, it's a gift for a general. Are you a general, or am I? The two great men argued noisily over a poem. Yang Baichuan said shamelessly, if I wanted to be a general, all it would take is a word. Han Qingzu was furious. You. The emperor sitting above looked at Chen Luo with a satisfied smile. This person is indeed a talent, I must use him. Han Qingzu quickly snatched the poem and prepared to leave. Your Majesty, the military affairs are busy. This old minister will leave first to prepare. Han Qingzu looked at Chen Luo. Kid, I like you. See you later. Like a gust of wind, he quickly flew away, leaving Yang Baichuan dumbfounded, clicking his tongue. Damn this old man. Yang Baichuan turned to the court officials. If you all often read this poem, the effect of purifying the heart will still be there. Lu Shi of Wenchang Pavilion, Xiaoxi Yuan, bowed and saluted. Thank you Wan and Bo for gifting the poem. The two who wanted to embarrass Chen Luo were now stiff, awkwardly saying, Thank you Wan and Bo for gifting the poem. At this time, Wan Budong once again stirred up trouble. The poem is indeed a good poem, but I don't think the title is quite right. Chen Luo said coldly, then, what does Shi Lang Wan think is the right title? Wan Budong replied, Wan and Bo is outstanding in talent, but this poem truly originated from my spontaneous idea. The officials of the Ministry of Rights began to chime in. Yes, if Shi Lang Wan hadn't said it, Wan and Bo wouldn't have been able to write such a poem. Another person interjected, the title of the poem is indeed a problem. Yang Baichuan and the other officials were sweating, thinking, aren't these people from the Ministry of Rights embarrassed enough? That person is truly thick-skinned. An official with a purple face muttered, I can't take it anymore. He pretended to be knowledgeable. Wan and Bo's talent is outstanding, but this poem truly originated from my spontaneous idea. The officials of the Ministry of Rights also echoed. If Shi Lang Wan hadn't said it, Wan and Bo wouldn't have been able to write such a poem. Right. The title of the poem is indeed a problem. Wan Budong, emboldened, pressed on, therefore, I think the title of the poem should be invited by Shi Lang Wan to Ode to Bamboo, and gifted to the general departing for Wan Ren City. The Ministry of Rights again chimed in, oh, right. That's how it should be. Wei Yang went mad, his fists clenching. Today, this old man will see just how thick your skin really is. Seeing that a fight was about to break out, Chen Luo stopped them. He smiled, it so happens that I have another poem I want to give to Shi Lang Wan, and the great men of the Ministry of Rights. Wan Budong happily exclaimed, read it, let's hear it. Chen Luo began to read, wind blows, rain lashes the high walls, clouds weigh down, thunder booms, rain stops, no dragon is in sight. Then Chen Luo pointed at the officials of the Ministry of Rights. A pond full of frogs croaks endlessly. Another official immediately clapped and mocked, oh dear, it turns out the wind has stopped, the rain has stopped, and a bunch of frogs feel they are the most amazing now, huh? The officials of the Ministry of Rights were like frogs transformed, enraged, you little brat. The emperor quickly covered his laughter. Wan Ai Ching, what a great poem, why don't you quickly thank Ai Ching Chen? Wan Budong was furious, but dared not disobey the imperial decree, bowing. Thank you Wan and Bo for gifting the poem. Chen Luo quickly waved his hand, smiling, no need to be so polite. At Beifeng Tower, An hour before Chen Luo's performance at court, MANHWA was still standing on the platform, telling stories as usual. The crowd below was urging him, "Mr. Nan, please tell us about Zhong Kuei. I didn't get to listen yesterday. And I've been unhappy all day. Yes, 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 please tell us about Zhong Kuei." Mr. Nan's version of the Zhong Kuei story is the most interesting. MANHWA gritted his teeth in frustration. How hateful. The crowd below was confused, their heads full of question marks. MANHWA said, "Today, I will be bold and share a marvelous piece of literature with everyone. Listen closely." Then MANHWA began to narrate. A famous courtesan named Du Wei, ranked 10th in the brothel, known as Du Xinyang, her whole person surrounded by beauty and fragrance. Pitiful was the flawless jade, fallen into the dusty world of pleasure. Du Xinyang entered the profession at the age of 13, and is now 19. In the past 7 years, she has known countless sons of the royal family. No one was not mesmerized by her beauty, willing to spend all their wealth for her. The listeners below kept thinking, a woman like that, who wouldn't like her? Captivating, what will happen next? Wang Fuzi of Zhiliu Academy sat below, stroking his beard, thinking, these people are listening so intently. After returning, I must punish them to copy the Analects of Confucius 10 times. Above, Mr. Nan continued to narrate. One day, a scholar named Li Jia met Du Xinyang. Du Xinyang and Li Jia were handsome and talented, and they were of one mind. Li Jia failed his exams, and Du Xinyang comforted and encouraged him. Li Jia sighed, "But now I have spent all my money. Where will I get the money to study and take the exam again?" Du Xinyang brought out a tray of silver and said, "From now on, I will sever ties with all my patrons. In this life, I will only look towards you, my lord. You may use this money as you please." Li Jia was moved and called out, "Xinyang." Everyone sighed, a woman like that is truly obsessed. If a woman treated me like that, I would never betray her. This Li Jia is truly lucky. MANHWA clenched his fist, showing his anger. The story is not over. The madam of the brothel, seeing that Du Xinyang was no longer taking patrons, was extremely furious. She threatened, "If you don't want to take patrons, you must pay 300 taels of gold to redeem yourself, not a cent less." Du Xinyang replied heroically, 300 taels of gold it is, as we agreed." The listeners again discussed noisily, "This is a good thing, 300 taels of gold can redeem her. Li Jia is rich, surely 300 taels of gold is easy for him. Li Jia, you can do it. Such a virtuous wife is right before your eyes." MANHWA frowned, the matter is not so simple. Li Jia borrowed from his fellow townsmen and friends for several days, but could not borrow a single coin, because they all thought, why would I beg others for money for a prostitute? How can I show my face? Someone told Li Jia, that is just a trick of the brothel to chase away patrons. You should cut ties with Du Xinyang as soon as possible. Therefore, Li Jia had no face to see Du Xinyang and hid in the home of his fellow townsman, Liu Wuchuan. But 10 days later, Du Xinyang, seeing that Li Jia had not returned, came to find him herself. Li Jia lied, "It's easier to go up the mountain and catch a tiger than to ask someone for help." As he told this part, Wang Fuzi angrily slammed the table, scattering the teacups. He shouted, "A good for nothing." The entire room went silent, staring at him. He wondered, what's wrong with me? Why am I letting this story lead my emotions? MANHWA continued, but Xinyang did not blame him. She even took out 150 taels herself. Du Xinyang presented a bag of gold. "This is 150 taels of gold I have saved over the years. There is still half missing. I can only rely on you, my lord." He looked at her with deep affection. Xinyang. Liu Wuchuan, seeing how sincere Xinyang was, volunteered to lend money to Li Jia, helping them escape. "Here is 150 taels I will lend you. She is sincere to you. You must not betray her. He replied, of course not. The madam of the brothel, seeing that they truly had the money, regretted her decision, but Xinjiang threatened to take her life and managed to redeem herself. But Li Jia was afraid of his father and dared not take Xinjiang home. Xinjiang saw everything in his eyes. Li Jia thought, if my father knew I brought a prostitute back home, he would surely beat me to death. Du Xinjiang understood him, and together, they traveled and enjoyed the scenery, but the travel expenses were all paid by Xinjiang. In less than half a year, their money ran out. She said, there's no need for formal titles just yet. You should contact your family first. When they accept me, we will return home together. At this time, the whole room exploded. Which academy's student is this? Mr. Nan, tell me, I must teach him a lesson. Another person said, that's right, let's go together. He has lost all the face of a scholar. Seeing the intense reaction of the people below, Nan Wan hesitated. This. Wang Fuzi also slammed the table and shouted, calm down. Young people, full of passion, are easily emotional. Please, Mr. Nan, continue. Nan Wan continued, but at that time, a rich man named Sun Fu became enamored with Xinjiang's beauty. Sun Fu advised Li Jia, who was facing a dilemma and was helpless, to sell Du Xinjiang for 1,000 gold. This would allow Li Jia to go home and claim he had not been indulging in pleasure and also free Li Jia from being entangled by a prostitute. Wang Fuzi angrily dropped his teacup. His eyes darkened. My bad, Mr. Nan, please continue. Li Jia, crying, disgust with Du Xinjiang, wanting to sell her to Sun Fu for 1,000 gold. He said, we made an agreement, and he will come in a large boat to fetch you. Xinjiang saw through Li Jia and gave up on him completely. The next day, Sun Fu came with a cunning face. My lady, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Du Xinjiang helped Li Jia count the silver herself. Everyone felt that she had resigned to her fate. She said, indeed, there are 1,000 taels here. Gongzi-san, you haven't gone back on your word. Sun Fu smiled complacently, of course not, to get you, my lady, I have spent 1,000 gold. Du Xinjiang looked at Li Jia sadly. How hateful that you have eyes but cannot see. Du Xinjiang, carrying a chest, stood before Li Jia, saying coldly, look, what is inside. Seeing the inside of the chest, he exclaimed in surprise, my lady, these ornaments are worth hundreds of gold. Du Xinjiang's eyes darkened, and she threw all the jewelry into the river. So what? As she spoke, she tossed them into the water. The second, third layers were all jade, ancient gold, and purple treasures. Worth thousands of gold. So what? Li Jia, watching with regret, cried, my lady, don't. Du Xinjiang opened another compartment. She asked, look, what is this? Diamond pearls, emeralds, and cat's eyes. These are all priceless treasures. With one hand, Du Xinjiang threw everything into the river. So what? Li Jia shouted at the sight of her throwing away the treasure. Du Xinjiang, are you crazy? Du Xinjiang sadly said, in my chest, I have jade, but you, my lord, have eyes but cannot see. I did not fail you, you failed me. As she spoke, she embraced the chest of treasures and threw herself into the river. It is regrettable for such a famed beauty, like a flower, like a jade, to perish in the belly of a fish. Her 3 souls return to the water palace, her 7 spirits wander in the netherworld. Nan Wan finished, he sighed with pain, her eyes. The listeners, after hearing the story, some cried, biting their teeth, some wept bitterly. How can there be such a heartless person in this world? So pitiful. Wang Fuzi exploded in anger, a green aura enveloping him. This old man is furious. Mr. Nan, do not cover up for the wicked. Tell this old man where this Li Jia and Sun Fu are. I will not live under the same sky with them. After his words, everyone became agitated. How could this be a fictional story? Tell us the address of those 2. I'm ready to drop my pen and fight those 2 to the death. Such evil people don't deserve to live in this world. Count us in too. They kept shouting, Mr. Nan, what are you saying? But at this time, Nan Wan was reciting the poem, a famed courtesan, a city's beauty, sought love in vain. Her body in a brothel, with unexpected pain. Her sorrowful song under the red candle light. The scent of clothes, the wine at night. Her heart is a mountain without a bright moon, her gaze seeks a dream in the south of the river. A pity that the east wind blows away the grass. A reminder of her tragic fate. As soon as he finished reading the poem, the words slowly appeared, poetry moves the ghosts and gods. A brush stroke brings wind and rain. Nan Wan, who had been stuck at the lost brush realm for over 10 years, had at this moment advanced to the poetry realm. Nan Wan was delighted, looking at the energy before him. I've actually advanced to the poetry realm. On this side, the crowd was also joyful. Fuzi, I think I've also entered the lost brush realm. My great righteous chi can be released. My great righteous chi can be released. The old Fuzi, seeing the crowd breaking through, thought, something's not right. This story is not ordinary. There is a great opportunity within it. He quickly rushed to Nan Yuan Taik and asked, Mr. Nan, what is going on with this story? Nan Yuan Taik hurriedly replied, Master, this story has the same author as Zhongkue Lujuan, it's Wan and Bo Chen Luo. As for anything else, I don't know. The master was surprised, Wan and Bo Chen Luo. Meanwhile, in the carriage, Chen Luo was sleeping soundly, drooling. Suddenly, the carriage hit a rock. Startled, he opened his eyes. He looked around continuously, what's going on? What happened? Jizhong opened the carriage door, young master, you're truly capable. I heard those gifts were all bestowed upon you by the emperor. Chen Luo asked in surprise, so fast. Outside, many people lined up in a long queue, each holding gifts bestowed upon Chen Luo by the emperor. Seeing the scene, he folded his arms and smiled, saying, just a few things and you're already overwhelmed. Jizhong hastily asked, could there be more? Chen Luo said proudly, of course, I just asked Xiao the Wei Yuan. The monthly royalties for Zhongkue Lujuan are no less than 100,000 taels of silver. Jizhong was startled upon hearing the number, 100,000 taels. Jizhong's eyes were now filled with money, young master, you won't starve anymore. Chen Luo frowned and said, do I look like someone who's about to starve any minute? He thought about his sister and the maid, now that I have money, I need to buy them some clothes and jewelry. I'll find an opportunity to bring them to Zhongjing. At this time, the ripple caused by Chen Luo's writing was far from over. A surprised voice rang out, what are you saying? Zhiliu Academy, one of the 8 great academies of Zhongjing. Invited me to give a lecture. A man took out an invitation and handed it to Nan Yuan Taik, exactly. Nan Yuan Taik was surprised to see the invitation. He pinched his cheek and asked, Xiang am I dreaming? Ah, it hurts. Xiang said, don't be anxious, this is a chance for you to become famous. Nan Yuan Taik rubbed his sore cheek and said, but Du Xingyang was written by Wan and Bo. Is it all right for me to just go around giving lectures on it? The man cupped his hands and smiled. Master Wang said that if you agree, he will recommend you as an honorary lecturer at Zhiliu Academy. Upon hearing about becoming a lecturer, Nan Yuan Taik's eyes lit up. Ignoring Chen Luo and everything else, his shining eyes stared straight at the servant's face. Please tell Master Wang, even if there are thousands of obstacles. Nan Yuan Taik will come to Zhiliu Academy to tell this story. The man said happily, all right, all right. With that, he turned and left. Nan Yuan Taik's eyes were still shining brightly. He bid farewell, young man, be careful on your way. Xiang facing the bright light. Had to put on sunglasses. She put her hands on her hips and pouted, you just said it was difficult, but now you agree. Aren't you worried about Wan and Bo's matters anymore? Nan Yuan Taik scratched his chin, my agreement has two meanings. First, Wan and Bo invited me to give a lecture, mainly to gain fame in Zhongjing, for the convenience of launching a new newspaper. What's faster than lecturing at one of the 8 great academies of Zhongjing? Xiang took off her sunglasses and asked, so what's the second? Nan Yuan Taik's eyes shone even brighter, causing Xiang to quickly put her sunglasses back on. He offered too much. An honorary lecturer of Zhiliu Academy is something thousands of scholars in the world dream of. Who would have thought that a scholar, depressed from failing to enter the 8 great academies, would one day be able to stand on the podium at Zhiliu Academy's Sheng Wen Square? Only ancient Confucian scholars have the qualification to open this lecture. Nan Yuan Taik was moved, his eyes glistening. This is all thanks to Wan and Bo's blessing. Wan and Bo, Nan Yuan Taik is willing to devote his life to you. Then Nan Yuan Taik let out a sigh. He quickly regained his composure. Today, I must make Wan and Bo famous. The 2 masters below expressed their displeasure. Master Zhu Hongda of Zhiliu Academy said, Wang Shifeng's usual unconventional behavior is one thing, but why is he being so absurd today? Bringing a storyteller into the academy. Master Zi Jinfeng of Zhiliu Academy replied, indeed. Wang Shifeng, relying on the headmaster's favor, is activating the Sheng Wen platform for a storyteller. If word gets out, our Zhiliu Academy will surely lose face. At this moment, another person approached. It was Yang Ziting. He said, today's activation of the Sheng Wen platform for the storyteller was a decision made by all 3 deputy headmasters. Perhaps this storyteller has something extraordinary. The man in green said, I've heard of this Nan Yuan Taik. He's just a depressed scholar, living parasitically in Xiangliu, relying on his mouth to make a living in Beifeng Pavilion. The other man sneered, I heard Wang Shifeng used his literary reputation to pressure the deputy headmasters to open this platform. Just you wait and see, today will be the day Zhiliu Academy loses. All face. Suddenly, someone coughed, cough, cough. The sound from behind startled the 3 of them. Grand Scholar Qian Xiang, also known as Zi Haiyi, walked over and said, don't talk nonsense. Wang Shifeng didn't use his literary reputation to coerce, but to guarantee. He guaranteed. The 3 men immediately said in unison, we greet the deputy headmaster. The deputy headmaster said, he guaranteed that this Mr. Nan will deliver a timeless masterpiece, benefiting our students greatly. One man pointed and said, I see that Nan Yuan Taik's aura is faint, probably just ascended to the poem realm. If reaching the poem realm is so difficult, where would a timeless masterpiece come from? The man in green added, indeed, poetry can be achieved by luck, but a masterpiece is not so easy. Zi Haiyi smiled and said, the author of the masterpiece isn't him, but Wan and Bo Chen Luo. Hearing Wan and Bo, it was as if 1,000 bolts of lightning struck the 3 men, Wan and Bo. Did he write Zhong Kuei Lu Zhuan? A man quickly wiped the sweat from his face. Even if it's Wan and Bo, it's just one Zhong Kuei Lu Zhuan. He doesn't have the ability to ward off ghosts, and his writing style is just SOSO. Zi Haiyi looked at the 3 fools. Do you know why the headmasters were summoned to Wen Xiang Pavilion this morning? They replied in unison, why? He continued, the Wan and Bo whose writing style is just SOSO in your words, today used 2 poems to shake the imperial court, including some rare Zhengxin poems. Wen Xiang personally ordered the gathering of the headmasters of the major academies to discuss the dissemination of this matter. Hearing such shocking news, the 2 men's jaws dropped. 2 poems shook the imperial court. Wen Xiang personally ordered a discussion for dissemination. Haiyi looked up at the sky with anticipation. So let's listen and see what other surprises this Wan and Bo can bring us. A moment later, in a room, a voice continuously echoed, a pity for such a beautiful woman to end up in the belly of a fish. 3 souls drift to the water palace. 7 souls wander into the underworld. Inside, everyone was in tears. Some held their heads, others angrily cursed, "Damn it! Damn it! Where are Li Jia and Sun Fu?" Hai Yi was amazed. Literary resonance. These students are blessed today. The masters held weapons, powerful auras filling the air, shouting in unison, "AAA! Where are Li Jia and Sun Fu? Sisters, gather! Let's fight them to the death. Too hateful." The outburst of anger formed a green beam of light that shot up into the sky. Then suddenly someone said, "I've broken through." More beams of light shot up into the sky. Everyone shouted in unison, "I've broken through too." "Me too." Hai Yi looked at the scene before him with astonishment. A masterpiece, it truly is a masterpiece. These children, combined with literary resonance, their future is immeasurable. The three men who had criticized earlier now felt regret. One of them had a face as dark as the bottom of a pot. "Let's go." Hai Yi pointed at them and said, "This Nen Yuan Taik is a great talent, we must keep him. Oh, and there's also Wan and Bo. Those two are a bit troublesome, let the headmaster deal with them." As soon as he finished speaking, he was surprised. "Huh? Zitting, you've broken through too." Before them stood a person now surrounded by green auras. The other two exclaimed, "Ah, this is what's going on." Zitting, with tears streaming down his face, said, "Master, Zitting has had difficulties in his heart for the past 10 years. There's no hope of becoming a grand scholar. I'm ashamed before Master. But today, Zitting has figured it out." Zitting knelt before Hai Yi. "Master, 10 years ago, Zitting was burdened by literary reputation, and failed a beautiful woman. To this day, she is still trapped in Xiang Liu. Today, hearing Mr. Nan tell the story of Du Xinyang, the confusion in my heart has dissipated. This student wishes to marry that beautiful woman, and I hope Master will act as a matchmaker." Hai Yi and the other two were surprised. The man in green said, sweating, "He thinks a courtesan is a good person. Is this young Zitting crazy? That's just a masterpiece Wan and Bo came up with." Hai Yi, instead of criticizing, placed his hand on Zitting's shoulder. Go get married. I will personally act as the matchmaker for you." With permission, Zitting ran off quickly. Behind him, Hai Yi continued to wave and cheer, "Be bold. Don't listen to the barking dogs." The other two were sweating profusely. "He's calling us dogs. That's the deputy headmaster, who dares to argue." At Wenxiang Pavilion, Kong Qianfang, the headmaster of Zhiliu Academy, held a poem in his hand, a smile on his face. So this is the Ode to Bamboo, dedicated to General Ming on his expedition to Wan Ren Cheng, written by Wan and Bo. It truly is. Suddenly, his hand started to glow, and he frowned. Why is the headmaster's seal showing an anomaly? The headmaster's seal glowed in his hand, and he curiously asked, "Who is contacting me?" A figure emerged from the headmaster's seal, urging, "Master, come back quickly. Our Zhiliu Academy is about to explode." He quickly replied, "What's the rush? Scholars must remain calm." The other person replied, "See for yourself." He looked into the orb, and before his eyes appeared a chaotic scene, beams of breakthrough light continuously appearing everywhere, and the joyous shouts of people. "I've broken through. I've broken through too. Me too. Me too." Kong Qianfang looked on helplessly. "It's just a mass level up." What explosion! Grand Scholar, using the divine ability 1,000 miles in a single step, rushed past like a gust of wind. He was going to see for himself. The others were surprised and discussed non-stop. Kong Qianfang actually used the Grand Scholar divine ability 1,000 miles in a single step. And he said he wasn't panicking. He ran faster than a ghost. Such a big incident happened at Zhiliu Academy. Aren't you curious to find out more? With that, the three old men also dashed off like ghosts, chasing after him. Let's go see. Let's go see. The scene shifted to Wan and Bo Mansion. Jizhong gnawed on a chicken leg. "Young master, this is the most delicious thing I've eaten in the past 2 years. On the table was a roasted pig and many other delicacies. Chen Luo didn't eat, but held a glass of wine. This is called cold money wine here. 1 tael of silver per glass, it's truly precious. Back home, this is called happy water. Coca-Cola. 3 yuan for a large bottle. Jizhong was puzzled by Chen Luo's unfamiliar words, happy water. Chen Luo burped. Chen Luo said with a satisfied and joyful expression, wonderful. Now I'm a rich man. Tell them to bring 2 jars here every day. Jizhong reminded, drinking too much cold money wine will make your bones weak. Then Jizhong asked, by the way, young master, the hardest part of making a new newspaper is copying. I just inquired about it. Chen Luo smiled, what's so difficult about copying? Jizhong nervously clenched his hands, the books you write need elegant copying, they can't be printed. Only scholars can personally copy them. And scholars who meet the requirements. Having the spell 1,000 words with 1 stroke, their monthly salary is 800 taels. Hearing that number, Chen Luo was startled, 800 taels. He started to calculate, oh dear. So, if I find 50 people to copy, the monthly salary alone would be 40,000 taels, not including publishing costs. We can publish 4 issues a month, totaling 40,000 copies. So each copy must be at least 1 tael and 3 fen to break even. Then he thought, but my budget is 3 fen per copy. If it's too expensive, ordinary people won't be able to afford it. His face darkened after thinking it over, so, I lose 1 tael of silver per copy sold. 40,000 copies, a straight loss of 40,000 taels. Chen Luo held his head, if it's spread throughout the world, won't I lose everything? Bankrupt on the spot, and stop publishing directly. He struggled internally, but the more readers, the higher the rate of Hong Chen Chi generated, and the more feedback I'll receive. Miaomi and Zhong Kuei can recover faster. Chen Luo wondered, how did the capitalists of the past control their capital? Then he looked at the fool who was frantically gnawing on the roast pig, and thought, I've got it. Isn't this kid here in Zhongjing to study? He called out, Xiao Ji, didn't you say you wanted to come to Zhongjing to study? Jizhong replied while chewing, yes, Master Wang Shifeng of Zhiliu Academy recommended me. Tomorrow, I'll ask for leave from you to visit Master Wang and explain the situation. Taking a year off. I've already agreed to be your guard for a year. Hearing the name Wang Shifeng, he thought of the best way to save money, cooperating with the school. I must take advantage of this. At Zhiliu Academy, Wang Shifeng cupped his hands respectfully and said, Headmaster, the statistics are complete. Kong Qianfang, sweating, remained silent. Those behind him also strained their ears, waiting. Kong Qianfang said, it's all right, tell me. Wang Shifeng replied, yes, and began to report, today, there were a total of 963 students at Shengwen Square. Among them, 153 reached the level of releasing Zheng Qi from their bodies. 96 advanced from Zijian realm to Luo by realm. 63 advanced from Luo by realm to Chengxi realm. In addition, almost all students' Zheng Qi reserves increased by more than 1 level. Moreover, the masters present also saw improvement, but most were not as significant as the students. Kong Qianfang was surprised, most. Were there any exceptions? Wang Shifeng continued, Headmaster, Yang Ziting advanced from Kaimeng Realm Master to Kaihua Realm Master. Kong Qianfang stroked his silver beard and smiled, it seems that child has finally broken through his bottleneck. Someone behind him asked, is this all because of that Du Xinyang angrily sinks the treasure chest? Wang Tiqing respectfully replied, that's right. Everyone was surprised, oh. The 3 of them began to clamor, Nan Yuanyi must visit our academy. 1 house at a time. No favoritism. That makes sense. Absolutely. Kong Qianfang hurriedly raised his hand to stop them, gentlemen, give up that idea. Nan Yuanyi is just a storyteller. The most important thing is probably Wan and Bo behind him. One person asked, so what if he is? Another person hurriedly explained, if we are competing for the attention of Wan and Bo, major academies like ours should rely on ourselves. Kong Qianfang clenched his fist, determinedly saying, currently, Wan and Bo is a favorite of both civil and military officials. His Majesty threw away the Ministry of Right's face for him. He's also a disciple of Zhu Sheng. Our Jiliushu Academy can't climb high alone, and neither can you. We need everyone to work together. He stroked his beard, moreover, he has already written Du Shenyang. Who knows what he will write next? That's the real treasure chest. He tilted his head and looked at the crowd, so, it seems that this matter requires careful planning. On this side, a large panda holding a bamboo stalk urged Song Tuiji, sir, hurry up. After you finish reading, tell me what's in it. I have to go home quickly. My old lady is waiting for me to come home for dinner. Song Tuiji said, shut up. How can I read a letter written by Master so quickly? Tuiji was reading the letter. It wrote, Tuiji, I have read your letter. If you have recognized Chen Luo, then you must use your senior brother's restraint to take care of your junior brother. And don't be negligent. When you come to Zulin to visit me, you and he will decide for yourselves. After reading the letter, he sighed, it seems Master likes this little junior brother very much. The letter wrote, your junior brother opening the fourth heavenly path is the path of all beings. The matter of opening a new newspaper is also the source of the power of the fourth heavenly path. You need to protect this new newspaper matter. This is the key to your junior brother's enlightenment. Song Tuiji said, that's a matter of course. I will teach anyone who dares to stop me a lesson. I have studied the Du Shenyang matter for half a day, and have some insights that I want to share with you. He was curious, Du Shenyang. Although this story is about the joys and sorrows of separation and reunion, it also conveys an idea of reminding the world to stand in the mortal world, but be outside the mortal world. Which is very similar to our Confucianism. After studying it for a long time, I found that after fusing the seven-colored qi and the Hao Ran righteous qi generated from the Du Shenyang story, and then using this fused righteous qi to perform all Confucian spells and techniques related to anger, there is an additional increase. I believe that if your junior brother can write all 7 emotional states of joy, anger, sorrow, thought, worry, fear, and shock, the overall strength of our Confucianism will increase by 30%. Song Tuiji's eyes widened in surprise. The strength of our Confucianism can increase by 30%. But after all, this is a short story. I don't know what kind of heroic writing it can produce, what kind of literary landscape it can paint. I'm really looking forward to it. By the way, the Western Great Buddha Bodhisattva has sent a Bodhisattva and 2 Arhats into Dashuan to try and convert Chen Luo. Your second senior sister has personally gone to cause trouble for them. So don't worry. You can decide the rest yourself. Master, Zhu. After reading the letter, he muttered, so, second senior sister personally took action. It seems Master is really angry. Zulin has 3 more relics. Song Tuiji picked up his pen. I guess I have to find a suitable opportunity to officially meet my little junior brother. I have to think carefully about how to show the momentum of our Zulin lineage. When we meet this time. Or should I drag Chikaxiu out for a fight again? Chikaxiu, who was eating at this time, felt a chill down his spine and goosebumps all over his body. At Wenxiong Pavilion, you mean to ask Chen Luo to authorize you to read, understand, and copy Du Shenyang? A group of academy heads flattered, Great Confucian Wei, we have a small gift for you. We hope you can help us connect with Wan and Bo. Others echoed, yes, yes, please help us. Wei Yang's face darkened, I also want to help you, but the problem is. He thought of the scene from the other day, damn it. I bowed to him in front of everyone. Now, if I go look for him again, where will I put my old face? I will absolutely not go to Chen Luo again. Not even if I die. Kong Qianfang frowned thoughtfully. It seems that these small gifts can't move this old man. I have to add some strong spices. The older the ginger, the spicier it is. He stroked his beard and smiled. Ahem, doesn't great Confucian Wei always want the Tan Kong Fu of the previous dynasty's Shen Dajia? If you can accomplish this, I will give it to you. Hearing this, great Confucian Wei became excited. Are you serious? Shen Dajia was a master calligrapher who had reached the level of brush-walking dragon and snake. Tan Kong Fu and Bian Fu, which he wrote in Xingye Zhongshu, were treasures that many people dreamed of. I have had Bian Fu for many years, and I only lack Tan Kong Fu. Kong Qianfang extended his hand, a gentleman's word. Wei Yang also extended his hand and agreed. Wei Yang thought, it's just face. Face is not as good as Tan Kong Fu. Wei Yang bowed. I agree with you all. I will definitely handle this matter properly. Please wait for my reply. Kong Qianfang and the others hesitated. No, we didn't mean it that way. They started clamoring, each with their own words. Wei Yang, why don't you invite Wan and Bo out so we can talk to him ourselves? If possible, our Chunfeng Academy would also like to invite Wan and Bo to be our honorary master. That's right. Wan and Bo is a disciple of Zhu Sheng. He has written patriotic prose and sincere poems. It's really inappropriate for him not to teach students a few lessons. Wei Yang extended his hand. You mean you want to meet and talk? Yes. Wei Yang broke out in a cold sweat and frowned. It wouldn't be too embarrassing if I finished this matter secretly. But with so many people watching, my old face really has nothing to cover it up. Wei Yang bowed and apologized. Everyone, please calm down. It's not that I don't want to call my little granduncle to meet you, but right now, my little granduncle is busy preparing for the apprenticeship ceremony. My master is watching over him, so he can't go anywhere. It's a pity about Tan Kong Fu. It seems that you and I are not fated. Everyone was disappointed, so that's how it is. What a pity. The great Confucian thought to himself, although I didn't get Tan Kong Fu, fortunately, my old face is still intact. Suddenly, Chen Luo pushed the door open and shouted cheerfully, Xiao Wei, I need your help. Wei Yang's eyes rolled back, and he froze in place. After a moment of confusion, the academy heads introduced their purpose, and Chen Luo understood their intention to seek cooperation. Kong Qianfang asked nervously, what does Wan and Bo think? Chen Luo stroked his chin and replied, let me think about it. But in his heart, he was calculating, although I need students to copy books, I still have to worry about my reputation. I should still set a suitable price. Chen Luo raised 3 fingers and asked, I need 50 people to copy 10,000 newspaper articles for me, 300 taels per person per month. What do you think? Wei Yang slapped his face. Why is this kid so stupid? Wang Tiqing asked, what do you mean? Chen Luo shrugged, don't you want to help me copy books? I'm preparing a new newspaper. My new work will be serialized inside, so I need elegant writers to copy it. The group of people gasped when they heard about the long-term work. There's a new work. And it's long-term. As expected, Wan and Bo is the real treasure chest. Kong Qianfang rushed over and grabbed Chen Luo's hands. Wan and Bo, don't be so polite. It's our academy's honor to copy books for you. The other 2 also seized the opportunity. Me too, me too. Chen Luo was dumbfounded. What do you mean? The 3 of them smiled and said, our academy students won't charge a penny to help you copy books. It's vulgar to talk about money when it comes to reading. It's just copying anyway. Students usually have to practice continuously, so it won't waste any effort. Chen Luo said seriously, but I can't let the students work for free. Kong Qianfang waved his hands. No, no. The academy already has a system for students. The Academy will issue points instead of payment to students. Wan and Bo, rest assured. Suddenly, Kong Qianfang turned serious, but seeing Kong Qianfang hesitate, Chen Luo broke out in a cold sweat. What's wrong? Does Academy head Kong have any requests? He worried, as expected, there's no free lunch in the world. At this moment, all the Academy heads said in unison, 10,000 copies are too few. How can we divide them among 8 academies? Chen Luo was confused, his head spinning. Kong Qianfang held up 4 fingers, let me say a number. 40,000 copies. The other 2 Academy heads immediately clapped and echoed, yes, yes. 40,000 copies. Chen Luo hurriedly asked, are you sure? But in his heart, he was thinking, the thing I've been worrying about for so long has been resolved like this. Kong Qianfang made a request, but we have one more request. We hope Wan and Bo won't refuse. Chen Luo staggered back in surprise, what is it? Kong Qianfang shouted, after entrusting this matter to our 8 academies, Wan and Bo cannot go to anyone else. Chen Luo was dumbfounded. He raised his hands and said, of course. Kong Qianfang chuckled, then it's settled. By the way, I wonder if Wan and Bo has any ideas for the long story in the first issue. The other Academy heads also pricked up their ears to listen. Chen Luo smiled and waved his hand, of course, I have an idea. The group of people looked eager, rubbing their hands and asking, do you have a manuscript? Chen Luo smiled, of course. Then he called, Xiao Ji. Ji Chong walked in with a stack of manuscripts, here. Ji Chong invited, please, Academy head Kong, take a look. The group of people immediately rushed forward, their eyes fixed on the stack of manuscripts. Kong Qianfang held the stack of materials, I don't dare, I don't dare. The others looked at him and called out in unison, Academy head Kong, look at Academy head Kong. He's so infatuated. They started clamoring, let me take a look. Me too. I also want to see. Chen Luo laughed triumphantly, look, look. You're about to know what it means to ruin your life by reading a novel, ha ha ha. In the main hall, the Jingxiang had thoroughly investigated the matter of Shenzhen. Dashuan's Jingxiang, Zhuwufeng, said with a serious face, tell me. A person standing in front of Zhuwufeng reported, yes. The reason why Jiliushu Academy's students made breakthroughs on a large scale is because of a storyteller from Beifeng restaurant named Nan Yuani. This person told the story of Du Shenyang, which resonated with the literary atmosphere of Shengwen Square, causing everyone to break through. Zhuwufeng was curious, did he write this extraordinary story? The person replied, reporting to Jingxiang, the author of this story is Wan and Bo, Chen Luo. Zhuwufeng closed his eyes, Chen Luo. The person who opened the 4th heavenly path. As expected, his actions are like a storm. The person said, Jingxiang, the students have one more piece of news. I heard that Chen Luo is preparing to launch a new newspaper. This new newspaper is not an ordinary street newspaper, but a literary one. Zhuwufeng hurriedly ordered, go and investigate this clearly. The person replied, yes. Looking at the map on the wall, he fell into deep thought, the 4th heavenly path. Is it a blessing or a curse? At Wenxiong Pavilion, a voice said, teacher, can Du Shenyang really help our Confucianism level up? Yang Baichuan said, it's just a coincidence. But what you said is not wrong. The other person didn't understand, please explain, teacher. Yang Baichuan held the manuscript and explained as he read, the difficulty of this writing lies in using love as the key, capturing the hearts and minds of others. It makes people feel like they're breathing and sharing the same fate as the characters in the story. Young people are full of youthful energy, which is the age of anger. This article happens to be suitable, so there was a situation of level advancement in Jiliushu Academy. He added, Confucian scholars who level up because of this writing will definitely be chivalrous and daring people for the rest of their lives. The other person seemed to understand, so that's it. He called out, "Teacher," when he saw strands of how ran righteous chi emanating from Yang Baichuan. Yang Baichuan's eyes lit up, and he pointed, "That Chen Luo has written another piece of literature." On the other side, Wei Yang and the other old academy heads wondered, "Is it over?" "It's over already." They looked forward in unison. Wan and Bo, what's next? Chen Luo folded his arms and smiled triumphantly. There's still a lot more to come. Chen Luo shrugged, but it's not convenient to take it out now. The academy heads clamorously asked, "Then who is the person who exterminated the family? How does Fang Renji know the Lin family's sunset sword technique? What will happen to Lin Pingji's family? Give us some spoilers." Chen Luo waved his hand, "Just wait for the second issue. There will be chapter 2 then." Suddenly, someone slammed the door shut, his face grim, which startled Chen Luo. The academy heads were like fierce gods, each with a dark expression, approaching as if they wanted to eat him alive. Chen Luo panicked, "What are you doing?" As if thinking of something, they all widened their eyes with anticipation, pleading with him, "Wan and Bo, we are all great Confucians with reliable character. Why don't you just write the next manuscript now? We'll keep it safe for you." Others echoed, "Yes, yes." Brother Kong's words resonated deeply with me. That makes a lot of sense. Wan and Bo, you're busy with so many things. We academy heads can do these small things for you. We can immediately swear to the heavenly Tao that we will absolutely not reveal anything. Great Confucian Wei suddenly spoke up to protect Chen Luo. "My little granduncle said one chapter is one chapter. What are you all nagging about?" The group of people immediately cowered. Then this manuscript, we will." Kong Qianfang thought. "I almost forgot that Chen Luo is a disciple of Zulin Bansheng. I can't force him. Then, even if I take this manuscript personally written by the author, it can be considered as obtaining a great treasure." Wei Yang waved his hand and collected the manuscript. He said, "Little granduncle, I will keep this manuscript for you." The academy heads were dissatisfied with this action. "We don't have the manuscript. How can we copy it?" "That's right. Great Confucian Wei, you." Great Confucian Wei said, "Have you Great Confucians not yet awakened the ability to remember after a glance? Do you want to trick me into giving you my little granduncle's original manuscript? This is the treasure of our Zulin." The academy heads, hearing Great Confucian Wei expose them, immediately changed the subject. The weather is so nice today." "Yes, it's beautiful." At this time, Chen Luo cupped his hands respectfully. "Everyone, please help me with the copying. As long as you copy quickly, I guarantee that the second chapter will be released soon." As soon as he finished speaking, they were like a gust of wind. "Excuse us. Let's go. Let's go back and copy. The students in the academy have been lazy lately. I have to make them study all night." "That's right. Our academy is the same." They then turned into streaks of light and flew away. Chen Luo looked at the streaks of light. "Do you need to use divine powers just to leave?" Chen Luo turned to Wei Yang. "Senior, I still have something to do. I'll take my leave now." Great Confucian Wei bowed. "Little granduncle, take care." He held the manuscript in his arms and muttered, "Is this manuscript really that good? Let me take a look." Suddenly, a ray of light struck Wei Yang, making his eyes widen in surprise. Wei Yang's face turned pale when he saw the person who appeared was Yang Baichuan. "Wenxiong, why are you here?" Yang Baichuan said, "I came to see what kind of story your little granduncle has written that made those people so eager to stop others." A moment later, Yang Baichuan asked in disappointment, "Is that all?" Wei Yang stroked his beard and said, "That's all. More than 27,000 words. That's all." Yang Baichuan's face flushed with anger. This guy is so hateful. He dared to end the chapter at such a crucial moment. Great Confucian Wei also agreed. Wenxiong is right. What writers pursue the most is a good beginning and end. To cut off the writing at a crucial point is simply madness, the shame of writers. Yang Baichuan said coldly, if I lock him up and make him finish writing this story, will your Julian's grand ancestor come to cause trouble for me? Great Confucian Wei was stunned. The person who comes may not be my grand ancestor, but my second granduncle. Second granduncle. Yang Baichuan broke out in a cold sweat and trembled when he thought of the second granduncle. The image that appeared in his mind was a demon with blood-red eyes. Yang Baichuan forced a smile. Just kidding, just kidding. Just a little joke. 3 streaks of light were moving across the sky. Back at Wanbo Mansion, Chen Luo thought, things went so well today. It's all thanks to Nan Yueni. I have to find a way to give him a red envelope. I have money now anyway. As soon as he mentioned Nan Yueni, he appeared and ran towards Chen Luo, calling, Bo Yi. Chen Luo responded, Chen Luo smiled and held his hand, Mr. Nan, I didn't expect you to be here. That's great. You helped me today. Nan Yueni interrupted Chen Luo, Bo Yi, your writing has given me a new lease on life. If you don't mind, Nan Yueni would like to become your disciple. Chen Luo broke out in a cold sweat. What's going on? Has my luck become this strong? As soon as the Wang Ba Ji Qi dissipated, little brother from all directions came to join me directly. Nan Yueni told Chen Luo about how he had been treated with great hospitality by the major academies recently, and how he had broken through his realm. Nan Yueni bowed respectfully, Bo Yi, your kindness to me is as heavy as a mountain. Chen Luo propped his chin, so that's it. No wonder he said that. Chen Luo helped Nan Yueni up, we helped each other, Mr. Nan. About the new newspaper I mentioned. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted, Bo Yi, please don't call me Mr. I'm embarrassed. As for the new newspaper, as long as Bo Yi doesn't dislike me, I'm willing to do my best. Chen Luo's eyes crinkled with a smile, good. Consider this kid recruited. Chen Luo ordered, Xiao Ji, give Mr. Nan 5,000 taels first. Mr. Nan, please try to find the best storytellers. Remember, I'm not afraid of having many people, but they must be good. Ji Chong took out the banknotes, Mr. Nan, here's 5,000 taels. Nan Yueni said, I will definitely live up to Bo Yi's trust. Chen Luo skipped away, Xiao Ji, order 2 roasted chickens and a few bottles of wine later. We must have a big meal tonight. Today is truly a day of continuous happy events. Xiao Ji ran after him, Rooster. Order? Master, what are you talking about? Chen Luo thought as he ran, the copying and publicity are all done. Now, the last step is missing, how to get it into the hands of buyers. While he was happy, an old man ran over, Bo Yi, help. Bo Yi, help. Chen Luo had a question mark above his head, huh? Help? The old man knelt down. A few people ran over and shouted, Lu Tong, don't disturb Bo Yi. Chen Luo bent down and looked at the old man, your name is Lu Tong. I don't know you. Why are you asking me for help? The man said, Bo Yi, please forgive me. This man is Lu Tong, the steward of Sanke village. Sanke village is the imperial village that His Majesty granted you a few days ago. The richest one surrounded by 3 streams. Chen Luo exclaimed, you're the steward I've never met. What's your crime? Did you sell my village? Lu Tong frantically denied, I wouldn't dare. The other person continued, Sigh, Bo Yi, let me explain. It's like this. Although the current situation of our dynasty is stable, due to natural and man-made disasters, there are still many children without homes. This Lu Tong is kind and couldn't bear to watch. So, he brought these children back to the village, and so on. Lu Tong took in more than 200 children. If it were normal, as long as he paid enough taxes, this matter could be overlooked. But now that Sanke village is Bo Yi's private property, it can't be done anymore. Lu Tong cried and pleaded, Bo Yi, you can't drive those children away. If you drive them away, they won't survive. The annual tax of Sanke village is 10,000 taels of silver. When the harvest is good, it's 11,000 taels. As long as Boyi allows me to take in these children, I will deliver 12,000 taels every year, not a penny less. Chen Luo glanced at him and thought, what a coincidence. Taking in children on my land. Then, Chen Le ordered Jizhong to investigate immediately. Jizhong replied, yes, young master. Jizhong flew away. Chen Le pointed and said, a few of you, come inside and rest for a while. Inside the study, Chen Le crossed his arms. He said, when the harvest is good, the manor only earns 11,000 taels. Now, based on what you said, how can you give me 12,000 taels? Where does the extra 1,000 taels come from? Lu Tong trembled, his face full of sweat. Old slave will return a portion of the rented land for the children to cultivate. If a grown-up raises children, perhaps they can earn a little more income. If that's still not enough, old slave will. Chen Le immediately asked, sell the children to raise money. Lu Tong knelt down, tears streaming down his face. Old slave doesn't want to. But if there's no Huang Manor's protection, those children will have no way to live. Chen Le said, get up first. The problem now is not this, but can I really trust your words? Suspicion appeared in his eyes. What if you want to seize Huang Manor, colluding with Wang Li to deceive me? Or what if you're not raising children, but trafficking them? Then wouldn't I be an accomplice? Wang Li's eyes widened, pointing at Lu Tong. Master, it's absolutely not what you think. Lu Tong also raised his hand and swore, Master, don't think that way. This Lu Tong has a reputation for being a good person. Chen Le waved his hand. I'm just suspicious of you, don't worry too much. Wait for Jizhong to return, then everything will be clear. At this moment, Jizhong rushed in like a gust of wind. Young master, I've investigated clearly. Jizhong whispered to Chen Le, Lu Tong is telling the truth. I also inquired with the neighbors around. Lu Tong has been taking in orphans for 3 or 4 years now. Children who reach 13 years old will leave on their own. There's nothing unusual. Lu Tong looked at Chen Le with anticipation, calling him master. Chen Le patted Lu Tong's shoulder, surprising him. All right, let's go. Lu Tong asked in surprise, go where? Chen Le smiled. Go to Sanke Manor to visit the children. Then Chen Le added, you don't need to return the rented land. Huang Manor can continue to let the children stay, but they must work for me. While following Chen Le, Lu Tong agreed, of course. It's just that they are too young. I'm afraid they will ruin master's affairs. Chen Le waved his hand. They won't. I want them to be little messengers. No, newspaper boys. Switching to Hongju Academy, Cheng Jiefei, a student of Hongju Academy, was sitting in a daze, thinking. Du Xinang angrily sank the treasure chest. Just hearing my brother's rough account makes my heart yearn for it. Should I skip class tomorrow morning to listen to Nan Xianxing's storytelling? I wonder if Nan Xianxing will continue telling the story of Du Xinang. She rested her chin on her hand, thinking, or should I write a request and ask the head of the academy to help me find Wan and Bo? A hand was placed on Cheng Jiefei's shoulder. Jiefei, why are you in a daze? Behind her was a woman with ample bosom, asking, are you thinking about your lover? The 2 mounds pressed against Jiefei's head, making her blush and her eyes widen. Lover? How can you say such a thing? The woman's name was Liu Mengxian. She put her arm around Cheng Jiefei and laughed, why not? My father said that the love between men and women is the most normal thing. Only hypocrites avoid it like the plague. Jiefei replied, if you, like your father, could recite a legendary poem like Once their golden wind and jade dew meet, they surpass countless others in the world, then I would accept whatever you say. Mengxian immediately retorted, it's precisely because of this poem that the threshold of my house was almost broken down by those concubines, forcing me to stay in the academy for 2 whole months. Jiefei shrugged. All right, aren't you going to participate in the literary gathering of the Shioha group? Why are you looking for me? Mengxian gasped, covering her mouth. I almost forgot. The academy issued a notice, saying that they want to call scholars whose calligraphy has reached the dragon and snake realm to copy elegant literature. Copying it 100 times will earn 1 academic credit. I came here specifically to invite you to go with me. Jiefei asked curiously, do you know what literature it is? Mengxian said, it seems to be called Xiao Ao Jiang Hu or something. Moreover, it doesn't seem to be the work of a great scholar. Who knows why we are copying it? Jiefei then asked, if it's not the work of a great scholar, then who is the author? Mengxian smiled. Ah, it seems to be Wan and Bo. Yes, it's him. After hearing the name, Jiefei's jaw dropped in surprise. She quickly ran, pulling Mengxian along. Quick, let's go copy it. Back to Chenle, Lu Tong clasped his hands respectfully. Master, we have arrived at Sanke Manor. Chenle hurriedly looked around and asked, where are the children? Lu Tong broke out in a sweat. Master, they are all orphans with no one to care for them. I'm afraid they will be an eyesore to Master. Chenle approached the door, preparing to open it. He said, it's all right. Lu Tong could only call out, Master. Chenle opened the door, a smile on his face, despite Lu Tong's attempts to stop him. But suddenly, Chenle was startled and broke out in a cold sweat. In the courtyard were a group of skinny children with dirty faces and ragged clothes. Chenle asked, this is? Lu Tong's face was covered in sweat. He hurriedly ran to tell the children to go to the backyard. Don't bump into Master. Chenle stared blankly at the skinny children in front of him, silent. Chenle remembered, there were many students wearing red scarves, the children greeting the teacher in unison. This scene was like when he was a teaching assistant before transmigrating. Suddenly, a child tripped over something and fell forward. Lu Tong panicked. Not good. If they fall, they will definitely cry and make a fuss. If Master is annoyed, everything will be ruined. Unexpectedly, Chenle quickly used a spell to catch the child. He asked kindly, are you all right? The child hurriedly clasped his hands. Thank you, sir. Chenle held the child's hand and said loudly, stop. Don't run. Starting today, you are all my people. The children stopped and looked at Chenle. Chenle said seriously, starting today, you are all the people of Wan and Bo Chenle. Your home is Sanke Manor. From now on, you are no longer orphans. Hearing this, the children burst into tears. Really? We have a home. They knelt down and kowtowed in gratitude. Thank you, Master. Chenle thought to himself, before, I was just a student who couldn't do anything. Now, I can easily change the lives of these children. Chenle was now designing clothes for the children. Chenle smiled with satisfaction as he looked at his design. The design is finished. Chenle handed the drawing to Lu Tong. He said, next, order such summer and winter clothes for each child. They are now the face of our Earl's manor, don't be negligent, understand. Lu Tong was moved to tears. Thank you, Master. Wang Li smiled. Didn't Master say he wanted these children to work for him? If they can contribute a little, they will have another skill to survive in the future. Chenle began to divide them. Right, next, divide them into groups. Those 7 years old and above can help me work, the rest can stay at home and grow up with peace of mind. Next, invite some scholars to teach them to read and write. He ordered Lu Tong, go and do it. I have to work too. Chenle stretched out his hands and called to the children. Don't be afraid, come to me. The children approached, and he sat down on the ground. I'll teach you a song. Everyone must remember it. Chenle started teaching the song and dance. Lo lo lo, lo, I'm a little newspaper boy. Seeing this, the children also raised their hands and sang along. Lo, I'm a little newspaper boy. The others, seeing this scene, began to discuss. If I had met Master when I was young, perhaps I wouldn't have become a eunuch and entered the palace. Lu Tong continued. Master is not like the nobles we've met before. Ji Zhong smiled. I was also saved by young Master before. I've known for a long time that young Master is no ordinary person. On this side, Chen Le sang happily. He thought, as expected, a person's worth is always reflected in others. At Beifeng Tower, everyone, please come. I'm here entrusted by Wan and Bo. Wan and Bo recruiting us is a great fortune. I hope everyone won't refuse. Wan and Bo inviting us to write current affairs literature, and also paying us is certainly a good thing. But will it last? Tang Le, also known as Jingzhao Xiansheng, asked. Tang Le continued, Wan and Bo is only currently favored. But in the long run, if he loses his power, what should we do? Nan Wanji chuckled. Tang Gong is overthinking it. Bo Yi doesn't rely on anyone. Do you all know who wrote Du Xinang that shocked the entire Zhongjing? Everyone started murmuring. You mean, could it be? Nan Wanji said proudly, it's Wan and Bo's work. Moreover, the new work that he's about to give us is already finished. It's called Xiao Ao Jiang Hu. Everyone started whispering, Wan and Bo's creative speed is so fast. How could he immediately produce a new work, after just finishing the extraordinary Du Xinang? Such high output, like a sow. Realizing his crude words, the man quickly covered his mouth. I spoke carelessly. Nan Wanji handed the manuscript to everyone. This is Bo Yi's new work. You can take a look. A moment later, the room became chaotic. Everyone clamored, where's the next part? Why is there no next part? Why is Bo Yi's work so short? The man who spoke carelessly earlier said, I take back what I said earlier. This is not high output, but a disgrace to literati. Nan Wanji quickly waved his hands to calm everyone down. As long as you agree to Wan and Bo's invitation, there will be new works delivered every month, and you will be the first to receive them. Everyone's jaws dropped. Really? Nan Wanji affirmed, absolutely true. But Bo Yi also has a condition. The crowd whispered, as expected, it's not that simple. What's the condition? Not allowing us to do private storytelling anymore. If that's the case, our livelihood will be gone. Nan Wanji explained, no, it's that you have to divide each chapter into 6 parts to help Bo Yi sell the new newspaper. The crowd was stunned. Then wouldn't we also become a disgrace to literati? Dividing it into 6 parts will make the listeners anxious to death. But that's right. They'll be anxious, so they'll buy the newspaper. Nan Wanji concluded with a question, so, will you do it? The crowd looked at each other, the room silent. After a while, they all raised their hands. We'll do it. At this time, Chen Le was in a carriage, with Ji Zhong driving. Inside the carriage, Chen Le closed his eyes and thought, things have been going too smoothly lately. Next, I just need to print the new newspaper, and wait for the popularity to gather. Then, both money and fame will come to me. He chuckled softly. Should my next step be to bring my sister here to enjoy life? He suddenly remembered Chen Zhuan's eyes. That's right, the Mangu Dan from Wanbao Pavilion in Zhongjing can treat my sister's eyes. Chen Le immediately called out to Ji Zhong, go to Wanbao Pavilion. At Chen Manor in Wan County, Miss, there's news from young master from Taiji County. The maid ran in quickly. Chen Zhuan asked, what news? Speak quickly. The maid immediately read, young master was conferred the title of Wan and Bo, found a Ban Sheng as his master, was rewarded with a large house, and wrote powerful poems and prose. It means some writings about women in brothels. Hearing this, Chen Zhuan quickly snatched the letter. Stop reading. We are preparing to go to Zhongjing. The maid replied, yes, but thought, is Miss worried that young master will be drained of his vital essence? Chen Zhuan imagined Chen Le as a skeleton. He's already writing poems about brothels, so I have to manage him. He's still young, what should I do if he gets drained of his vital essence? Chen Zhuan sighed. I still have to go to the capital. Chen Zhuan recalled her childhood. Zhuana, look at this child. Do you want him to be your husband or your younger brother? At that time, she was young and didn't understand anything. She asked, what is a husband? He's so small, he must be my younger brother. Now that she was grown up, Chen Zhuan blushed, thinking, it's been so many years, why do I keep remembering this? She thought of Chen Le and blushed. That little kid back then, how did he suddenly grow up so much? If I've been his sister for 19 years, then I'll continue to be. Back at Wanbao Pavilion, Chen Le looked at the street in front of him. Oh my, a commercial street. Ji Zhong scratched his head. Isn't a commercial street a good thing? A person said, Bo Yi, I have a connection for the Mangu Dan you need. Please follow me. Wang Li led the way. Please come this way, Bo Yi. It's just ahead. Their methods are extraordinary. I saw Mangu Dan at their place before. Entering inside, he introduced Chen Le to the owner. A noble guest has arrived, come quickly to greet him. The fat old man scratched his head and greeted Wang Gonggong. Seeing Chen Le, he smiled and greeted the guest. What treasure does the nobleman desire? Chen Le went straight to the point. Do you have Mangu Dan? The fat old man rubbed his hands. Of course I do. Chen Le was overjoyed. Really? Ji Zhong urged the old man, quickly bring it out. We don't lack money. The fat old man laughed. It's just that we don't have any stock now. If you want it, you have to compete for it. Chen Le's expression turned serious. What do you mean by compete? The old man's expression turned dangerous. The key ingredient of Mangu Dan is from the Man tribes in the north. But slaughtering an entire tribe will only yield at most 5 portions of the medicinal ingredient. And to destroy an entire Man tribe within the territory of the savage and ferocious Man tribes, at least 3 grand scholars are needed to work together. He pointed. And now, there's no stock. If you want Mangu Dan, you can only arrange for people to depart for the Man tribe's territory immediately. That's why it's called competing for goods. Chen Le crossed his arms and asked, you have to slaughter an entire Man tribe to obtain Mangu Dan. Isn't that too cruel? Wang Gonggong's face darkened. Is slaughtering the Man tribes cruel? Bo Yi, do you know how many scholars of our great Xuan have sacrificed themselves to prevent the Man tribes from pouring down to the south? Wang Gonggong imagined the scene and his face turned purple. Those Man tribes have slaughtered so many innocent people of great Xuan. Does Bo Yi know? Chen Le looked at Wang Li's indignant and angry expression and thought, I understand. The Man tribes of this world are basically equivalent to demons. Wang Li, who is usually calm and collected, is so angry, it seems that Great Xuan hates the Man tribes to the core. Chen Le bowed and apologized. I misspoke. The Man tribes deserve to be killed. Wang Li was overwhelmed by the unexpected apology. He was stunned, thinking, Bo Yi actually apologized to a servant like me. Perhaps I didn't follow the wrong person this time. Wang Gonggong bowed even lower. It was this servant who was disrespectful just now, momentarily agitated. I hope Bo Yi won't blame me. The fat old man continued, Bo Yi wanting Mangu Dan is good. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone, both eliminating a Man tribe for Great Xuan and fulfilling Bo Yi's wish. Chen Le replied, of course I'm willing. No amount of money is a problem. You name the price. The fat old man quickly smiled. If you want 3 grand scholars to go, I think 3 grand scholar literary treasures will be enough. If the nobleman doesn't have grand scholar literary treasures, it's also fine, I can also give you a price. Chandler's face darkened. Then how much? Just say it directly. Where can I find grand scholar literary treasures? I can't ask Senior Wei Yang for a few, can I? Moreover, I'm his elder now. The fat old man pointed. 100,000 taels of silver for 1 heavenly Dao star, 10 heavenly Dao stars for 1 grand scholar literary treasure. What do you think? Chandler raised his hand to calculate and broke out in a sweat. So, isn't that 30 million taels of silver? Oh my, I earn 100,000 taels a year. So, wouldn't I have to save for 300 years without eating or drinking to have enough? In 300 years, even a pig would have reincarnated 90 times. And the yellow flowers would have withered. The fat old man looked at Chandler suspiciously. Are you short of money? Chandler forced a laugh. Ha ha ha, not at all. I was just asking. Then he approached the fat old man and asked softly, can you give me a discount? The old man bluntly replied, no. If you don't have the money, then please leave. Hearing this, Chandler's face drooped. The fat old man turned to leave. Chandler watched him and thought, no, it's been so hard to have hope, I absolutely can't give up like this. Chandler grabbed the fat old man's shoulder. Wait, please tell me if there's any other way. The old man replied disdainfully, why should I? Chandler smiled brightly and handed him a banknote. Have you forgotten? We are old friends who have lost contact with each other. His eyes immediately lit up. Oh, right, right. I almost didn't recognize you. I'm only telling you this way, don't go around spreading it. We still have to do business. He whispered, our Mangu Dan is all refined by the Taoist immortal Hu Laos. His family might have some in stock. Laos lives in Hushan, 10 miles east, it's easy to find. Chandler thought, Taoist immortal Hu Laos.